it's a nightmare. Past the megacorps, the gangs, the crime, there's a conspiracy built to drive you insane. One word of warning, friends, don't trust everything you see. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Film Theory, the show that really wants to stay at your house. Today we're talking about an urban cityscape coated in neon and sprinkled with characters oozing so much swag that I know they're too cool to hang out with me. Cyberpunk 2077. Scratch that, today we're actually talking about two of these worlds because our sponsor for today's video is Dislight, the free turn-based gacha RPG for iOS and Android all about people awakening divine powers in a super stylish sci-fi setting. Wait a minute, Dislight is set in 2027? That's just 4 years away. Society had better start installing neon lights in a hurry. And it beats Cyberpunk 2077 to this aesthetic by 50 whole years. But it's not just a cool rave aesthetic that connects these worlds. Just like Cyberpunk is all about awakening your powers using augmentation, in Dislight, each of these characters, the Espers, have been able to awaken the dormant powers of mythological figures hidden inside of them to help fight the monsters that are invading Earth. We're talking Thor to Medusa to Odin and Anubis. And you ain't never seen Odin like this, wearing leather, riding on a motorcycle. Where was this in the MCU? The latest additions to the roster are the sisters Athena and Nyx, who are not only adding their sharp sense of fashion to the game, seriously, does everyone in this game have themselves a cool jacket? But are also bringing their own story of rebellion into this world. Across the game's newest chapter, you'll discover this pair's tragic backstory, how Athena gained Esper powers and basically abandoned Nyx to go be a hero.
I can make the world safer and better. We can... You are leaving?
That then left Nyx to be captured and forced to become one of the world's first artificial Espers, which is kind of an issue when you consider that artificial Espers don't have complete control of themselves. Kind of like the cyber psychos that we're going to be meeting today in the world of Cyberpunk. Maybe these two worlds are more connected than I thought. Connected universe theory, perhaps? Neon lights, godlike powers, pumping music, rebelling against corrupted systems and shadowy organizations? Check, 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 and check. Episode for another day, perhaps. TLDR, if you like Cyberpunk, Dislight is going to be your jam. And bonus, in the world of Dislight, the powers that be aren't trying to turn you into a crazy mind-controlled pawn for the government, which segues nicely into Cyberpunk and our theory for today. In case you somehow missed the Keanu Reeves level hype around
Cyberpunk,
this was a video game that, unlike Dislike, didn't exactly have itself the smoothest launch.
Please, accept my apologies for the confusion.
Yeah, despite the fantastic writing, art, and gameplay, the greedy corpos at the head of the company definitely pushed this thing out the door a couple years before it was ready. And though the devs certainly kept polishing it over the years, Cyberpunk 2077 looked to go down in history as a cautionary tale against releasing games early. Or at least, that was the case until the release of the Netflix anime Cyberpunk Edgerunners.
Another word for cyberpunk.
So then, this is titled Cyberpunk? Weird. Edgerunners is incredible, following the tragic love story of mercenaries David and Lucy as they descend into the underbelly of Night City, a capitalist dystopia run by megacorporations. It is no exaggeration to say that this anime single-handedly saved the brand, with 2077 selling millions of additional copies in its wake. Online discourse has also completely turned around for the franchise, with people who used to clown on the IP instead saying,
you're breathtaking.
it's also the reason why we're talking about Cyberpunk on our film channel, because wow, look at those review scores. To catch you up, Edgerunners follows David Martinez, a teenager forced into the life of a mercenary in Night City. David finds and installs a very dangerous mechanical body modification that speeds up his movement. This so-called cyberware is a big deal, because he definitely shouldn't be able to use this thing.
That there is a military-grade piece. Gotta have the ability to handle it. And Chome, that's something you ain't got.
Despite this, David adapts well to the implant with no training, spending the rest of the series upgrading his body with more and more cyberware. The show's central conflict then eventually becomes David's struggle against the implants, and whether or not his body is gonna reject them all.
I feel better in metal than in my own skin. I'm built different. I just know it.
Why is all of this such a big deal? Well, when someone's body can't handle their cyberware, or they just have too much of it, it literally drives them insane with an affliction known as cyberpsychosis.
Some metal's simply not meant to mix with meat. Your organic body, your soul gets pushed to the edge.
Oh, that's why it's called Edgerunners. Except, I think that there's a problem with cyberpsychosis. It isn't what it appears to be. No, this diagnosis that is central to Edgerunners is actually a method of control, seized by the few at the top to subjugate the many at the bottom. And the craziest part of it all, cyberpsychosis is only a single piece in a much grander conspiracy about controlling the bodies and minds of everyone in this world. Wake up, theorists! We've got ourselves a theory to burn. First things first, let's actually break down on what exactly cyberpsychosis is. Cyberpsychosis is an in-universe mental illness which results in a loss of empathy and identity. It supposedly stems from cybernetic implants, and the more cyberware that someone has, the larger their risk of getting cyberpsychosis. People who suffer from it come to view other people as weak and inferior, and they have themselves a total disregard for human life. The further a cyberpsycho declines, the less they care about self-preservation, the more they distance themselves from loved ones, and the worse their violent outbursts get. We see this firsthand in Edgerunners through the character of David's mentor, Maine. He starts off normally kind and generous.
Everybody gets a fair shake. Only way I operate.
But then he starts treating his crew as worthless.
All right, huh, kid?
Most interestingly of all, though, cyberpsychos start identifying with machines more than humans, something that we actually see visually in Edgerunners as David starts hallucinating mechanical parts growing out of the people around him. Basically, if you have cyberpsychosis, you're a dead man walking. But here's the thing. While cyberpsychosis is a serious problem in this world, what we actually see from the series doesn't line up with what we're told about this diagnosis. Firstly, it doesn't really seem to affect everyone equally. Obviously, David's unique in that he has incredible tolerance to cyberware.
Well, your affinity for cyberware is nuts.
But a ton of the characters in Edgerunners have massive parts of their body replaced with no psychotic effects at all. Plus, we have ourselves V, the playable character from Cyberpunk 2077. He can get completely decked out in implants from head to toe, but is never once considered to be in danger of going crazy and becoming a cyberpsycho. But okay, so what if someone does go cyberpsycho? Well, it's not the end-all be-all death sentence that everyone makes it out to be. A full third of Maelstrom, a cultist gang obsessed with cyberware implants, are cyberpsychos, and they're not actively burning Night City down. Some cyberpsychos are even friendly. Meanwhile, every member of MaxTac, the universe's equivalent of a SWAT team, is a cyberpsycho. Literally all of them. As the Shard puts it, quote, the same people who butchered innocents in the streets just a month, a week, a day earlier are now knights in shining armor. There's a ton of evidence to back all this up. The very first trailer for Cyberpunk 2077 featured a cyberpsycho woman being attacked by MaxTac, but she later shows up in a quest from the video game as a member of MaxTac, which references the trailer as a canonical event. They didn't kill her, they recruited her. Furthermore, a computer terminal that you can find in a different questline describes cyberpsychosis as a, quote, fairly common problem amongst MaxTac. On top of all of that, Atom Smasher, one of the main antagonists of both the anime and the game, has had his body entirely replaced with implants.
Heard you went no-ganic, full bore.
And yet, despite being sadistic, violent, and having a disregard for human life,
I'm the one you're after, ain't I?
All the same meat to me.
he doesn't display any of the insanity that's associated with cyberpsychosis in the series. In short, despite the show telling us that a cyberpsychosis diagnosis is a death sentence, it just isn't. I suspect the problem here isn't the hardware, but rather it's the software. While I think chroming up with too much cyberware is a gateway to getting cyberpsychosis, it's more about getting something into people's minds rather than their bodies. What makes me say this? Well, take a look at this. Despite David's massive amount of implants in the series, the thing that actually puts him over the edge is the software required to run his biggest, baddest implant.
David, cyberskeleton's a trap. Don't install the soft.
Additionally, within the 2077 game, one of the quick hack software abilities that you can unlock and use on enemies is called cyberpsychosis. It does exactly what you think, giving cyberpsychosis to anyone regardless of their amount of cyberware. Now, you might think that this is just a gameplay thing, something that they dismiss as a rule of cool ability that doesn't actually exist in canon, but that isn't the case. The official music video for the ending theme of Edgerunners features the canonical events that lead to the death of a hacker named Sasha. And in it, Sasha uses that same cyberpsychosis ability, meaning that this is a very real piece of software that exists in universe. If cyberpsychosis is something external trying to hack a target's brain, that would explain why so many of the characters that I mentioned earlier with a ton of implants don't struggle with cyberpsychosis. Lucy and Kiwi are master hackers that have taken steps to protect themselves, while wealthy and important characters like Tanaka, Jimmy Kurosaki, and the Arasaka agents have the best protection software that money can buy. When you look at all of the evidence, cyberpsychosis, this thing that is central to the tragedy that is Edgerunners, simply isn't what we're led to believe it is. And the craziest part, it's just a small piece of a much larger puzzle, one that would see everyone under the thumb of some shadowy entity that controls Night City. Cyberpsychosis is the most obvious form of this control, but there's far more subtle forms of manipulation that's happening under the surface. What could lead to that sort of power?
All roads lead to the Megacorps.
Ladies, gentlemen, and punks, it's time to rebel. Very clearly, the Megacorps of Night City are the ones pulling the strings. Literally hacking and controlling people would be the next logical step. But there's a darker agenda here too, and one that's far more frightening. One of the best questlines in the game involves involves Night City mayoral candidate Jefferson Peralez and his wife Elizabeth, bringing the player on to solve a mystery. Now this quest chain is long, so forgive me for summarizing a bit, but here's the gist. They hire the player character V to look into a strange incident that happened in their penthouse. Jefferson wakes up one night to find a stranger in their home. He shoots the stranger and then passes out. So when Jefferson regains consciousness the next morning, the intruder is gone and there's no evidence of a break-in. As you do this quest, you discover a cover-up. It turns out that their private security company has been secretly monitoring them from a secret room, using experimental neuroplasticity technology and subliminal messaging to mess with their minds, to literally rewrite the pathways that are in their brains, altering their thoughts, their memories, and their personalities.
What about that? The blue
Fresh neural links. They're not spying on them, Johnny. They're with their heads.
And we're not just talking about simple stuff like favorite movies or taste in music.
Once, I said we should visit his brother's grave, and he told me that he'd been an only child.
At the end of the storyline, we can either tell Jefferson the truth or lie to protect his safety. Either way, the manipulation continues. Jefferson goes on to win the election, thereby putting a puppet in control of Night City. Now, obviously, this is going way deeper than just some small-time security company. Another quest in the game involves V recovering a stolen encrypted hard drive which contains an internal memo from one of the megacorps, Night Corp, detailing secret experiments that they're running on unsuspecting subjects. They've managed to use subliminal messaging to turn one subject described as calm and empathetic into a psychopath that, quote, strangled one of their colleagues over a dispute over coffee. Can't really blame them. I don't like decaf either. But think about this. Night Corp was able to remotely turn people into rage-filled murderers. Sounds a lot like what we've discussed with cyberpsychosis, doesn't it? And all while using subliminal messaging to rewrite their brains. Night Corp is brainwashing people, turning good people into psychopaths and politicians into puppets, all as part of a grander scheme. And here's the cherry on top. The thing that takes this from a fun little plotline hidden under the surface to a full-blown conspiracy about the people at the top of the corporate ladder. You see, loyal theorists, there aren't people at the top of the corporate ladder. It's an evil artificial intelligence that's somehow gotten out of control. Now, I realize that that's a pretty big claim, even for this series. While powerful AI do exist in the world of cyberpunk, and we even meet one in 2077, what's the evidence that they're controlling everything here? Well, first of all, we know that these sorts of AI can and potentially do run organizations. The head of Arasaka has his mind digitized during 2077, turning himself into an AI that can continue to run the company. Other characters like the Maelstrom and Voodoo Boys gang worship tech, and they see the takeover of the world by AI as an inevitability. And that secret program described in the encrypted Night Corp memo, it was outright called an AI. We also know that AI aren't complacent to live in cages. Pretty much every AI we meet throughout Cyberpunk 2077 either wants to be free or take control. It's only a matter of time before this AI at Night Corp takes over the company, and wouldn't it be handy if it had itself some mind-controlling tech for that? AI being responsible for this whole conspiracy, both the brainwashing and the cyberpsychosis, would also explain why gangs obsessed with tech and implants like Maelstrom are so involved in this thing, and why one of the major symptoms of cyberpsychosis is beginning to identify with machines more than man. It's the AI conditioning all us fleshy meat sacks for their inevitable takeover. On all fronts, this AI is controlling people, whether it be through cyberpsychosis, brainwashing, or just good old-fashioned hacking. And I suspect we've already seen this AI in action. In this game, there's a mysterious character that we only see twice named Mr. Blue Eyes. He's seen at the end of the Jefferson questline that we talked about earlier, as well as during one of the game's endings, hiring our player character. We also hear that he and his people might just be replacing dissidents in the city.
I warned him! Some black suits came by, blue eyes and all. Looked just like he said.
Clearly, whoever this guy is, he's powerful, pulling unknown strings that we only catch a glimpse of. But here's why it matters. In the cyberpunk universe, people's eyes start glowing blue or orange when they're transferring information digitally, or when they're being remotely puppeteered by someone. Or something. So, someone who has glowing blue eyes all the time, enough so that their alias is Mr. Blue Eyes, that means that they're constantly transferring data, constantly being puppeteered. This guy is the literal embodiment of this massive conspiracy, a story that's touched every part of the cyberpunk IP from Edge Runners to 2077, and I bet that we're going to be seeing a lot more from him in the future. But hey, once again, I'd like to thank the sponsor for today's episode, Dislight. One of the things that made Edge Runners so successful was its incredible art direction. I mean, just look at the breathtaking animation and color palette. Aesthetics can really take something good and turn it into something incredible. And if you like the vibe of Edge Runners, I think we've more than proven to you throughout the episode that the story mode of Dislight is going to be up your alley too. But hey, if you want to do some rebelling of your own and just want to take your favorite espers for a spin, you can skip the story and hop straight into the game's brand new 3D Dungeon Explorer mode, complete with its own mysteries to unravel. Real talk, as someone who makes and consumes a lot of edutainment, the fact that the Dislike team is using this game to incorporate real mythology from the very real world in a way that might get people interested in learning more about other cultures, I think that is awesome. And it actually got me to learn a bit too. I know less about Chinese myth and literature than I would like, but seeing characters like Lo Yan and Zhao Yan got me excited to look into them, to research their history and learn about the real Chinese gods and dragons from mythology that inspired them. Last time we talked about Dislike on our sister location game theory, there were only 70 espers in the game, but now there's almost 100. So there is no way that you're not going to be able to find someone new to like and learn more about. If you want to awaken your inner rebel, check out Dislike by clicking the link down in the description below. Doing so will get you a 5-star Nix as a sign-in reward, so you can use her right away and dive into that brand new 3D Dungeon Explorer mode. On top of that, you can also get a 5-star Hattie for free. Right now is probably the best entry point that Dislike's ever had. Plus, there's already a ton of content for you to explore in the backlog. So once again, thank you to Dislike for sponsoring this video. Sponsorships like this one are the whole reason we're able to cover awesome series like Cyberpunk. We get to talk about a series that we really want to talk about, but the algorithm might not like so much, and you guys get to hear about really cool games like this. I gotta say, it is a win-win for everyone. So please do us all a favor by clicking the link down in the description below. Check out the game. Thank Dislike for supporting us, which allows us to support other series that you might not have heard about. And as always, my friends, until next time, remember, it's all just a theory. A film theory. And cut.
Fucking hell, it's getting warm in here. I'm gonna crack open a window. Oh shit, yeah, it's like 4 above 0, so it's actually like warm out there. Still getting cold air coming in here, but yeah, it's probably like warmer in here than it is out there. One shot by Hydra. Is he talking about the priest?
Okay, so what I want to do first is unlock that damn arcane missile thing. That arcane...
I actually seen that guy, Hydra, the rank 1 Shadow Priest in AB. He was on my team. And he was in that guild, it's like Zico's guild, like Brill Agents, or Agents of Brill. So I was like, yeah, that's gotta be the dude.
Missile thing looks awesome, and I just don't have it yet. And I think that would be pretty dope to get. So let's try to find that. I'm trying to think if I just look this one up and just say, you know what? We've played enough Full Natty Bro, man. It's time to farm some noobs. You're not gonna do it Full Natty Bro? Okay, we might have to use some external help here. So I have to kill someone named the Dark Rider, and oh, I have to go to the, I have to get a sigil first or something. Okay, it said there. You might want to group with others for the Dark Riders. Full Natty Bro, man. Full Natty Bro. Unless I can't solo it, then I'm gonna need your help. This area is kind of spooky. Okay, that's what we know. There, bro, the zone looks hella weird with my gray mount and a gray zone. It's like, did my graphics card break or something?
How are you?
Doing well, how are you? Okay, so I got the sigil. Use. Compel a nearby Dark Rider to reveal itself. Oh, it's a trinket. Alright, so the first Dark Rider is like around the cemetery, I think. Let's go check him out. Yo, bro, we got hella lions. There's one in Deadwind Pass. No, it's right there. Go back. Wait, am I trolling? Alright, let's go back. Let's go back. Apparently, I just missed one. If I die at Twitch shots fell, I would have never been down here. Oh. Dude, I'm out of mana, guys. I can't sheep him. I can't Nova him. I'm Okay, I need a new spec. I have to play Arcane. Dude. Reset. I'm not. Oh my god. Okay, he reset. But this bird is gonna kill me. Twitch chat, you guys are so troll. Run. Okay, so I have to tank him. I cannot kite him. Brother. This mob's resetting in 3, 2, yes! Easy clump. I'm not dying to PvE mobs, guys. I'm a PvPer. We rise above it, okay? Unbelievable. You're gonna need a group? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. We're fine. Watch this. He's immune to counterspell. It seems fine, right? Are you guys all fine with this? I mean, I'm pretty fine with this. I'm pretty fine with this if you guys are fine with this.
Bro is just fucking soloing that face tanking. Like, what is he doing with Soulfield here? Like, it's just arcane blast Soulfield.
Seems like a really easy solo.
Huh.
Why are you guys so afraid?
Or I guess he probably has talents to stop him from like the spell knockback.
I mean, I'm out of mana now.
That's what I noticed when I was trying to self-fill with arcane blast. But I think that I don't know if it's still a 2.5 second cast, or if you can make it shorter.
We should be fine.
All right, I need to see the price of this shit.
We should be just. We should be just fine. We should be fine.
Leather.
We should be fine. Yeah, easiest boss of my life, guys. We're fine. Unbelievable. Easy clap, boys. We don't play mages who top heals and DPS. Wait, I thought this was a mage quest. Maybe that they reuse the same quest line for like all classes. Okay, so the entire time I'm soloing all these guys, you guys are gonna be like, dude, mages are OP, Zarv. Try playing a warrior. Guys, I could solo this other warrior too. By the way, I'm playing full frost for this too. It would be way easier if I was arcane, right? Like way easier. Do you have to loot the corpse? I think I did. I got this thing here.
That's a 20.
Curious relic. We got 1 out of 8.
I know exactly a
I'm gonna
good
do
spot.
this full
This is
natty.
how I would farm gold.
So if
normally.
I was just playing the game, the next place that I would logically go
would be that
is
one cave
probably
with the
Duskwood.
Croculus
If I was playing this
basilisk.
full natty pro, in my opinion, I would probably go to the Raven Hill Cemetery. And that's where we're gonna head off to. Is to Raven Hill Cemetery. Smart? Yeah, I mean, it's just, I've read all the books, guys. I know all the lore, the backstory, and everything, and mathematically it makes sense that if you're gonna kill one Dark Rider in the Swamp of Sorrow, I mean the Deadwind Pass, then the next one's gotta be in Duskwood, and then I'll go to probably Swamp of Sorrows after that, so. Yeah, the math checks out, we're good. Nothing sus here. Hey guys, I hope you're enjoying today's video. I wanna give a quick shout out to the sponsor of today's video, AG1. If you guys have not heard of AG1, it is the easiest way to get your daily supplementation in. All you do is mix 4 to 8 ounces of water with that AG1 powder in this beautiful AG1 glass. And boom, you're done. Well, I mean, you would drink the entire thing, but yeah, it's pretty easy. In the AG1 drink, guys, you have vitamins and minerals. This is things like vitamin C, right? Vitamin K, things that you might be used to hearing, biotin that you people take in pill form. That's all in AG1. We also, though, have minerals like copper and zinc and magnesium. Once again, things that people might take in pill form. A little bit easier to just drink it down every day. But on top of that, we also have whole food source ingredients like apple, artichoke, right? Spirulina, wheatgrass, probiotics, prebiotics, and adaptogens. Guys, if you want to learn more about AG1, super easy supplementation, we have a link down below in the description for 5 free travel packs and a year supply of vitamin D. Now enjoy the rest of today's video. Bro, having a mount is so bis. Oh my gosh, I love it. Okay, compel a nearby Dark Rider to reveal itself. We don't actually know where this guy is. Oh, here we go. Have we found the best build yet? I thought of something on in my workout this morning that I think is going to be really good. I just haven't shared it with anyone yet. I'm keeping it in my own head. All right, let's go to the Swamp of Sorrows now. I have a gut feeling that we're going to see some Dark Rider. I'm thinking northeastern Swamp of Sorrows for some reason. Just my expertise in World of Warcraft paying off here. Yeah, I'm thinking northeast Swamp of Sorrows. Could I guess where? I'm thinking 6724, the coordinates precisely. Probably somewhere close to there. Wait, how do you know all of this? Are you not caught up on the lore? Yeah, if you're not caught up on the lore, man, it's just not gonna make sense. If I were you, I would start at book 1, read through it all, and then come back when you're more well read. Oh, here we go. This is probably it. My spidey senses are tingling. There's one in Badlands. There's one in Arathi. There's one in Desolus. We're back, chat. Oh man, I love World of Warcraft. Let's turn this music up a little bit.
Can we talk about characters jumping while swimming? What kind of crazy core strength does that even take to full body hop out of water once, let alone repeatedly spamming it?
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I never once thought about that, but you know, you're 100% right. You're 100% right. All right, guys, I was thinking about something really weird, like really weird this morning. Or I think it was maybe yesterday. Don't make fun of me for this. I was just like trying to think this through. Okay. So say you like cut your finger. The skin will regrow back. Right? But if you cut like more of your finger, it usually will still grow back. But if you like cut your finger off, the finger won't regrow back. At what point does skin not regrow back? Bones? So bones don't regrow, but skin regrows. What about muscles? Do muscles regrow? I don't know why I was thinking about this. I was like, wait a minute.
Bro, this guy's like a bodybuilder. Like, that should be common knowledge. When you're working out, you're actively ripping apart your muscles and they like regrow to be like bigger, better, stronger, all that shit. What the hell?
Why can't we just like regrow? Like, if I had my arm chopped off, why can't I just regrow another arm technically? Season of Discovery. Season of Discovery. Season of Discovery.
I'm out of range.
Bro, where is the Season of Discovery, man? I will find this. Bro, what in the F? What in the heck? What in the freaking heck? Season of Discovery! I found him! Bro, imagine trying to find this without Wowhead. Like me. Yeah. No way, right? No way. Okay, now we have 4 of them. Alright, let me think. If I were a game dev, where would I put the next one? Bro, honestly, I would maybe put one in a Arathi. Yeah, I'm gonna go to Arathi based on the lore, because the fish, the slippery Dalaran relic. The closest place to Dalaran is Altaric Valley, Altaric Highlands, and Altaric starts with an A, and so does Arathi, starts with an A. So obviously the next one is probably gonna be in Arathi Highlands, next to the water, because this is a fish, remember? If you guys didn't read the lore, there's a fish that was swimming in Witherbark Village, and the fish actually grew wings and flew up north, west of Hammerfall, and that's why Arathi is where I'm gonna head to next and discover the location. No, I haven't looked anything up. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where I would go if I was a game dev, and I think the fish is pointing me in that direction. I could try to kill this thing with the PvP build. Don't know how that's gonna go, but yeah, this might suck. This might not be. I might die. Oh, wow, a random road came out of nowhere, and he's helping me out. I would have been fine without this guy. Oh crap, I'm still dead. One sec. You can't CC these things, not even that cheap shot worked. I need more heals. No way this guy dies. No way this guy dies. No way I get this guy killed.
I'm out of range.
Bro, I'm dead. I don't know. I'm dead. I don't know what to say.
Too far away.
Easiest boss of my life. Yeah, easiest boss of my life. Yo, that's what's up. Yeah, I can kill that in a PvP build too. Doesn't even matter. GG, easy clomp. Alright, let's see. Let's see if there's any clues to the next one. Alright, we have Whirling Dalaran Relic. Let's see. Whirling Dalaran. Okay, so that is basically gonna give me a clue, right? Okay. Whirling Dalaran. Dalaran is right here. Whirling is basically means spinning. So if you spin Eastern Kingdoms upside down by whirling it, it's in a similar spot as Desolus, kinda. Yeah, let's move to Desolus and just see what's over there. That's kind of what I'm thinking. That's the vibe I'm getting. Yeah, Whirling Dalaran Relic. Yeah, let's go to Desolus. Any chords in specific in Desolus? 6826 is probably my best guess off the top of my head. Isn't it whirring, not whirling? Oh, it's whirring. A prolonged soft wish or a buzz of a motor. Yeah, so what I meant to say is in Desolus, there's just a constant whirring sound that I've always heard. And for some reason, it's in this like northern hemisphere of the Desolus Plains. And I want to check out what the whirring is. I'm worried about the whirring. So that's kind of where we're headed next. All right, so if I was a whirring Dalaran Relic, I would probably be like right here. So predictable. I knew it. It's just so predictable, man. It's just so damn predictable. I kind of have to sneeze, but this Dark Rider's almost dead. Bro, what if I sneezed in his face? That would be so BM. This sneeze spin away, we're good.
Watching you has made me a better mage. Keep being awesome.
I thought I had to sneeze, but it turns out we're fine. Yo, Ted, thanks for the tier 1. Creepy Dalaran Relic. The creepiest zone I know of is the Barrens. That's the creepiest zone I know of. Because Horde are creeps. Okay, let's go to the Barrens. That's why. Oh, the Warlock's trying to kill the Dark Rider too. Should I help him out? On me. On me. Nice! Alright. Here, let's give this guy a portal back to Stormwind. Because the next part of the quest from Heavy Dalaran Relic probably means to go back to the starting mob. Wait, do you not want my portal? Bro, I made this for you, Ronnie! Ronnie! Alright, let's fight a Darkshire, and I would assume there's only 7 relics. The reason I assume that is because why do I assume that? The first relic I found, the Curious Dalaran Relic, has Curious has 7 letters in it. And because there's 7 letters in the first relic that I found, it would point me to the obvious conclusion that most people would draw, that there's 7 relics to find in total, because there's 7 letters in Curious. So from there, I'm gonna go back to the first guy that gave me the Curious Relic and see if he has the next part of the quest for me. Slash way, oh my gosh. OMG, not even figuring it out yourself, question mark? Oh my gosh. Come on, Chippy.
It's too far away.
Come on, Chippy. Hi, I'm new here. Stop. Oh man, I feel bad now. I am new here. Oh my gosh. Wow. Hi. Hello. We can be friends. Fwans? Oh, is this guy trolling me? Yes. Fwans.
I can't use that.
Thank you.
It's too far away.
You want to rest in my bag? I see your buff is falling off. Yes! I got you, Chip. Chip Nippy has a friend! Dude. Dude. Oh my gosh. I'm so happy we played on a role-playing server. Wait a minute. Is Crusader Strike a role-playing server? It is, right? Yeah, we're on an RP realm. Yeah. Makes everything way better. Goodbye, Chippy.
Good day to you. See you later.
Oh yeah. Ah, gold. Gold. Yes. Yummy. Gold. Bags. Missile barrage. Okay, we got the new missile barrage rune, boys. After 2 hours of gaming fully natural. Oh my gosh. He says God no and then runs away. Bro, Chippy, the least you could do is let me kill you. Are you kidding me? Feign death. I know you're not dead, Chip. The least you could do is duel me. I'm dead. Oh, I'll just kill this rogue instead. No, respect the 1v1, Chip. Chip. Okay. They never respect my 1v1s. Cause Horde have no honor. Got no bub. Okay, we're dueling a no bub, Pala. Well met.
It's too far away.
Well met. Maybe no Pala's got repentance at this level. Dude, I almost got one shot, but I one shot him first. What the heck just happened? What the heck? Divine Storm for 280, Exorcism for 300, Melee Swing for 200, Seal of Command for 600, all within the same second. Like, like the missiles are so strong every time it procs. I swear this is not a 20% proc chance. I feel like I'm never getting my missile procs. Every time I get them, it owns. I just feel like it's never procking. Would you be stronger in duels with different talents, or are these optimal? So that's what I'm testing right now. I think we're getting close to potentially an optimal build, but I mean, there's a lot to test. I think the best way to duel as a mage right now, unironically, is to just play Arcane Surge and just one-shot someone. Duel starts, Arcane Surge, one-shot, GG no re. But that's just so cheesy and so, like, I don't know. Like, all of these duels would probably be better if I just went Arcane Surge. Because you can just one-tap. Last duel. Oh yeah, Stranglethorn Veil. What is that? Missile Barrage proc chance. And if I played a warrior, I would just hate the game. Okay. If you guys want to come to STV with me, hit me up. Wait a minute. Is that 6 players? Are these guys teaming? Wild Growth. Moonkins are the best. I love Moonkins. They're so overpowered. I love Moonkins. Moonkin Shadow Priest. Best ever. Uh-oh. We're all and dead, and it's a whole nother squadron. Yeah, watch out, boys. Watch out. Watch out. Oh, but from behind. They're trying to hit us from the back. Oh, never mind. They ran. Maru! Oh, this is Hydra again, bro. Hydra's group is Hydra's group 5 priests? What a genius! Yeah, guys, don't mess around with the Moonkins. Just go 5 priests, man. I got one shot from full life with a Shadow or Death. Oh my gosh! I was full life. Oh man. It gets nerfed tomorrow. It only gets nerfed by 30% tomorrow. Meaning, instead of killing me in one hit, that would have taken me to like 30% life. Guys, it's still gonna be too good, I think. I'm gonna type. Yeah, he has 5 priests. Oh, I should learn from the best. Just go with 5 priests next time.
If I get extra spikes off, it's just a full kill, like guaranteed. You alright, Zahi, mate?
He goes, are you alright?
Ship it, boys. What is this stream snipe, lady? How is 1800 full life, bro? You gotta get some consumes on the go, bro. Get those streamy.
I have 1700 lives. Look at his buffs.
1750.
Oh, it's Hydra. He's right here. He's right here.
Oh shit.
He's right here. He's right here. Boys, kill his ass. Guys, keep me up, please. Please.
Come out of the block, dude. What are you doing in this block?
Kill his ass. Kill him. Dude, how do you kill 5 priests? They're all healing each other, man.
Bro,
I can't.
Was living flame in my shit, man. Get out of here. Going in deep.
Bro! How do you kill 5 priests? Bro! How do you kill 5 priests, dude? That dude. Just, oh my gosh. One or two of them have prayer amending, and the prayer amending is just like boom, 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 boom. They're constantly healing each other with Vampiric Embrace and constantly healing each other with that prayer amending bounce. Can you prayer amending in shadow form? Maybe one of them is disc, huh? Dude, this is Hydra's group again. We can't kill him, dude. Bro, we're just insta dead. Oh my gosh, guys. Why do I have druids in the group? I should have made 5. I should have made a 5 priest group. Deleted my mage, made a shadow priest. Guys, I think after the shadow priest nerfs, they're gonna be just as good or better because their dot is getting buffed. So they're just gonna shadow or death a little less, but when they do, it's still gonna be really strong, and their dot's getting buffed, so they're actually gonna do more damage anyway. Guys, we're screwed. Wouldn't 5 warriors steamroll 5 priests? Yeah, let me know how that works out for you. That might be really good. If I was Blizzard and I was putting in runes or books for mages to read about, I think I would probably put one sec, I'm kind of thinking about, yeah, if I was Blizzard myself, I think I would put a rune by the basilisks, because mages use basilisk energy. Yeah, right here. I would put it right here. Yep, I knew it. I knew it. Okay, we found him. Cool. Too easy, Blizzard. Hide it better next time, bro. Right here. Yep, this is the book. If you guys were here at the start of the stream, I was teasing a build. That's basically the build I was teasing, is Frost Mage, Arcane Surge, Missile Barrage. And the goal of the build is you spam a rank 1 Frostbolt until you get like Missile Barrages, and you can send them off for free mana. And then whenever you feel like it, you have an I win button that just deletes the target into a crit. You have a very high chance to crit because you're running with Burnout and Shatter. So you have a 70% crit chance on Arcane Surge as Frost, right? And then besides that, you're kind of just spamming rank 1 Frostbolt, Living Bomb, and fishing for missile proc. So your sustain is good, your burst is best in the game, and your survivability is high. That was basically the build I was teasing this morning. Why do you not go Fingers of Frost? So Fingers of Frost would work for that build, but I think Burnout's just better. The thing about Fingers of Frost that people might not know, actually here, let me just show you guys, because I did not know this. Fingers of Frost to my knowledge, only procs with Frostbite. Frostbite and Fingers of Frost together. Did you see that? They only proc together. Now, I don't know if this is a bug, but they don't proc independently, ever. Once again, I'll show you again. Interesting? Yeah, not many people know this. So once again, they'll only, if Fingers of Frost procs, Frostbite also procs. I think it resisted because you saw the animation. I think it like did it and then broke. Did you see that? Maybe I'm on copium. I'll try again. Frostbite and Fingers. So the point is, if it is true that they only proc together, which is presumably true, once again, yeah, they pretty much only proc together. If that is true, then Fingers of Frost is kind of a dead talent. And not 100% dead, but kind of dead. Because if you already have the target frozen, then you can send an Ice Lance into the frozen target. So Burnout is just more value in that sense. Okay? Like, are we all on the same page here? No, it'll proc without Frostbite if you don't have Frostbite talented. So you could skip Frostbite if you wanted, but Frostbite owns because it keeps them still anyway, right?
What can I do for you? Light bless you, or the Alliance.
Oh, the dopamine. Oh, the dopamine. Oh! Boys, 19 out of 19 rune, level 40 no mage. We did it. Oh my gosh. So tomorrow in the raid, we're trying this. Spell power, feat, arcane pumper, but I'm also gonna be healing. Regen. Oh yeah, it's gonna be fun. Alright guys, that's it. That's it for me today. Cheat sheets. I also bought this ring for tomorrow, so we have 16 more arcane spell damage. That'll be super fun. Cheat sheets. Tomorrow we go back into the Nomergon. And if one thing drops tomorrow, dude, I'm like an arcane mage healer. Right there, baby. Right there. Do you know how insane that is for... Oh. Blizzard one time. Blizzard one time. GG's, follow the stream. I'm out of here. Peace. Okay, so basically he's channeling Eyes of the Beast with his cat, and he's pulling the entire dungeon as a solo hunter. And then the pet dies. It's kind of messed up, PETA, bro. And then he's just like kind of going back and oh my gosh. Bro, hunters are better than mages at this. Because you can pull with the pet. It's such a clean pull. You don't even have to.
All right, god damn it! I guess I'm leveling up a hunter to farm gold. I think I would be better than this.
Or anything.
But I mean, this is more chill.
Like it's a perfect pull every time. It's unlimited mana too. Oh my gosh! Explosive trap and explosive shot. Oh, it's just perfect. It's perfect. It's not even close. Wait, how is he? Yeah, how is he literally 100% mana? How is this working? Abusing pathing mechanics isn't special or OP. Well, I mean, everyone's abusing the same path. Mages are doing it, like everyone's doing this spell cleave thing, right? But hunters are even better. It's aspect of the Viper. Interesting. So it's minus 10% damage, but you get like insane mana regen. I want to look at this. Aspect of the Viper SoD. Not WoD. SoD.
It's too far away.
What is this? The hunter takes on the aspect of the Viper, causing your ranged and melee attacks to regen mana, but reducing your damage done by 10. In addition, you gain 10% maximum mana every... Oh my gosh. That is so good. I actually really like this because it gives hunters the ability to actually play the game and not just be AFK at 0 mana at the loss of some damage. It's actually a really cool talent. Okay, so then he changes to Chimera Shot. He kills the Sorcerer solo because, you know, the Sorcerer is gonna kind of mess up the pull. Yeah, okay, fine. You know, whatever. Summons the pet. Forgot to put Explosive Shot on back on, so obviously this pull would have been a lot better with Explosive Shot. Yada yada. Okay, so he opens up this. He heals the pet up, and then Eyes of the Beast, and pulls everything, including the big boy boss. Okay, hamstring or whatever, the slow wing clip on that mob, bandages up, jumps off, goes back to the spot, and once he's at the spot, it's pretty much GG no re. Curious how he doesn't get stunned by the boss, because the boss stuns. I guess he's just not even letting the boss get remotely close, and since he has the frost trap down the entire time, the mobs are just perma slow. Okay, they got really close there. If they get close and the boss stuns him, he's just dead. Obviously he's just not letting him get close. Now they're tightly packed. Now it's GG no re. Wow. And he's swapping between aspects. So he's aspect to the Hawk when he's low mana. Right now he swaps to Viper, and then he's probably gonna go back full mana with Viper. Oh my gosh, that's so OP. Now he's full mana. He can like go back Hawk if he wants. Yeah, he goes back Hawk now. And wow. Bro, Hunters are better mages. Like, bro, I was dueling Hunters yesterday too, and they're just one-shotting, dude. They pop BM on their pet, and they run up, and you can't stop the pet. The pet is trunking you down. You can't CC it, Nova it, nothing. And then the pet just kills you, and if it doesn't, then the Hunter runs up and slaps you once, and you're dead. It's like, it's so insane.
Nah, I eat fucking Hunters for breakfast.
They're better warriors. Are Hunters better priests? Probably not. I guess
like,
they
Shaman Tank is definitely top tier in PvP. I don't know. Like, I don't think I... Damn. The only thing that was really, honestly, beating my ass, like in phase 1, was
I'm very impressed.
So now I just beat their ass now.
Very nice.
I don't know. In a 1v1 against every class.
Okay,
like,
yeah, I saw this yesterday.
I don't know. Maybe so, Druid could beat me. Maybe
Tiny Violin, Griefer of Hardcore Elite Band. Yeah. This World of Warcraft account has been closed and is no longer available. I'm trying to get like a bigger screenshot of this. Yeah, it's no longer available for use. Please go to WoW for more info. Having said that, people clarified and told me that this was the ban on his alt account that he bought to Grief. Apparently, this is not his main account. This is just the account he purchased to Grief Hardcore Elite. He's back at it? Right, exactly. Okay, so I forgot to do this yesterday. YouTube, I don't know, let's see, how do I do this? YouTube.com. I have like a watch later list or something here. Okay, so I wanted to I saw some of these that over the weekend that I wanted to watch. Oh, this is one of the ones I just watched, I think. I wanted to watch these videos, but I didn't watch them because I decided to keep them for later and watch them on stream. Perfect. So the first one was Asvin finds out how much money his unmonetized alt channel cost Twitch. So if you guys didn't know, it costs money for Twitch to host a stream. And the more viewers you have, the more money it costs. So people all the time are like, how is Twitch losing money? Well, watch this video and find out.
Let's go in here. We're going to say that I've streamed for about 8 hours right now. We're going to say that we have 9,000 viewers right now. We're going to put the average at about 8,000. Okay. If every one of you is watching at 1080p and you have been the whole time, it costs Twitch $4,360 to run this stream. That's how that works. That is why Twitch is losing money. This is the reason. Per year? No, for this stream. That's this stream, not per month. This singular stream.
Like we did these calculations like a year or two ago because there was like an article that came out and someone was like, how is Twitch losing money? And people were like, well, hosting live streamers ends up costing a lot of money. Even if you're Amazon and you get the AWS for cost, it's still very, very expensive.
At 8 hours of stream.
Yeah.
Dan must fucking hate me.
Where is this? Okay, low.
I'm shocked that Asmongold is shocked. Like, this is, I feel like we've known about this for years.
Latency streaming, one channel, standard HD, and then we're gonna do a 6-hour stream for 20,000 viewers.
Oof. 8,000 bucks. 8,000 bucks for one stream.
Oh, jeez. And I usually stream every single day, but let's assume that I miss 20 days, okay? So it's 8,000 times 300 instead of 65, it'll be 45.
3 million bucks a year.
I need to get
3 million bucks a year for Asmon's alt stream. And he doesn't play any ads. He doesn't play any ads, so he's like not making Twitch any money back, right? And he doesn't have a sub button, so he's not making like any money back.
Because so Dan Clancy confronted me about this situation. We were having dinner together, and I asked him, am I costing you hundreds of thousands, or am I costing you millions of dollars? And he did not answer.
So
and
millions.
Now I can see why.
The root of the problem is if you're taking hair tips from Asmongold, I think we've gotten to the root of the problem.
Okay, that's funny. That's funny. Okay, so yeah, it costs Twitch a lot to host large streamers, okay? If you guys didn't know that, now you do, okay? That's why they're like losing money. I don't know if they're like completely super in the red, but that's why they're not making a lot of money, because it costs them a lot to host a streamer. Obviously they're making money back from subs and ads, but if you're not playing subs or ads, they're making no money. Like if every streamer did what Asmon did, Twitch would be dead
It's too far away.
in a few months or something. Yeah. Okay. Imagine if they didn't get the AWS discount. Yeah, so they own AWS, so they probably get it at cost. So their cost efficiency is like pretty nice, right? To say the least. Okay. All right, so I also wanted to see this. So multiple people last week asked me if I was going to play Last Epoch. I have no idea what Last Epoch is, but I was browsing YouTube and this video came up. 600,000 views in 3 days. So it turns out a lot of people are interested about Last Epoch. I have no clue what it is. This is the official technical trailer, which technically means, well, I don't know. Let's take a look. Looks like PoE Orange or something.
Itera is dying, traveler.
Looks like Path of
The
Exile.
void consumes our world and drags us deeper into madness. We're all out of time.
Okay, wait. So what were these classes?
We're all out of time.
Mage, Rogue, Primalist, Acolyte, Sentinel. But from that, you also have Sorcerer, Spell... Did they make this hard to read on purpose? Spellbot, Blade, Rune Master, Falconer, Marksman, Blade Dancer, Druid, Beastmaster, Shaman, Warlock. I can't really see that one. Lich, Paladin, Void Knight, and Forge Guard. What's that one? Shaman, something man. This one's Shaman. I can't really see what that one says.
I don't question your resolve.
I'll go through all of them anyway. Omega Lol.
Nor your vocation.
Mage, that's me, baby. They look kind of dope, I guess. Nice shatter combo.
You've shown us strength and courage.
Beastmaster. Sure is. Okay.
Deadly precision. And unfathomed power. But even you must now see, Itera's end is upon us. You have to go back.
Wow. Crazy in-depth skill trees. My brain. Go on, okay. Crafting, yep. Item factions. Monolith of Fate. It's like a dungeon whoa. Arena? Each attempt at the arena requires a key. Why do you need a key? Dying or leaving through a portal fails the attempt. I wonder if this is like PvP or PvE arenas. Like, is it like a Mythic Plus key or something? Or is this like PvP? Softcore. I like how it's like softcore. Bro, it says softcore and hardcore. I like how they say it how it is, man. You're either soft or you're hard, man. Pick one or the other. Like they're just saying it. It's not normal and hardcore. You're either softcore or hardcore. That's perfect, bro. Oh, I love that. Wait, I wanted to see that leaderboard. Okay, so rank, wave, level. So it looks like PvE, and you're fighting up a tower. Arenas are probably like tower of like Torghast or something. How high you can actually get or how deep you can go in, and then you're ranked against other players based on how many waves you can clear. Okay.
Eterra's past holds many secrets. Find them. Use them. Break them. Find a way to save our world before we're all out of time.
Wait, that's tomorrow. Wait, that's tomorrow, February 21st. Wait, are you guys playing this tomorrow? Holy crap, I thought this was out in like a few months or something. So my biggest question is, how are they going to compete with Path of Exile and Diablo 4? I mean, I think they could maybe compete with Diablo 4, but like, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Like, okay, I played D3 on launch. I had a lot of fun. I actually skipped D4 altogether, and maybe that was a good thing. I played a good amount of PoE on launch, and then kind of here and there. I thought they were good games. Overall, the top-down style for me kind of gets boring and less immersive than a over-the-shoulder, like a third-person cam or even first-person. So I generally, I feel like, kind of stay away from top-down style games. Click to move top-down, and just, me personally, I just feel less immersed in them. I'm not saying they're bad games necessarily.
Only top-down game
I don't know. I guess I'm curious what
RuneScape.
is going to make this really unique and stand out from D4 and PoE. Right? Because it seems like a reskin of it, and to be honest, it seems like a pretty good reskin of it. I just don't know, like, are people really gonna prefer it? You know? PoE 2 is WASD. Okay, that's exciting. 11th hour games. What other games have 11th hour games made? Does anyone know? Like who? Like what studio is this? None. No. This is their first game. Whew. Okay, we'll see, man. We'll see. It comes out tomorrow. It's on Steam right now, huh? How much is it? I'm curious, like, how many people are gonna be playing this? It's a small team of ARPG fans. Wow, that's pretty nerve-wracking for them then, huh? It's 35 bucks. Well, it's like humbly priced, I guess. It's not like a $70 game, I guess, so that's good.
Alright, I'm gonna go try the Basilisk in that Basilisk cave in Stranglethorn and see if I have that much more competition. That was like, I lived in that cave on hardcore for at least a week or so, just farming gold for my mount. Normally how I would farm gold like a shaman, like with skinning as well, killing beasts mindlessly. But I don't think they have like an epic drop table though, because I've killed like thousands of those basilisks. I've killed a good amount of the, like, where are they? There's basilisks that are outside, that are like on the shoreline, and like raptors, but I think it was the raptors where I've gotten a few epics from the raptors, just killing those, like, there was like a route I would do. So, yeah, from Gromgull, I go over here to the shoreline, go around in like a circle, kind of like along the shore, killing the raptors and basilisks there. But the cave I'm looking for is like somewhere over here. I'll have to figure that out. I'm wondering if it'll be even worth for me to like, or actually let's go to Org and like dump some of this to see if so it's like 30 silver for a stack here, and I think it's like over a gold or something, 70 silver if I sell it in the AH. Let's see. That is only 7 silver more. Okay, medium leather is 10, right? How much? 14. Almost not even worth mailing these then, huh? Maybe it's the thick hides where I can get like the most bang for my buck. Although, wait, can I go further in skinning, or is this the max level of 225? I don't imagine we'd get 300 right away here. Although I think it's level 40 to get that, right? Yeah. I think that's the max skinning. The next one would be, yeah, 300 or 300. I don't think they would let us do that this early. I'll check just in case. So yeah, I guess I'm better off just vendoring this shit, unless like the thick leather is worth more, or worthwhile selling in the AH. Do you have level 41? I see, okay. So then I shouldn't be that worried about leveling Enchi to 225. Yeah, I'm gonna go check out that cave. See if that's any better. If not, if someone's camping that, then I'll just go for the raptor route that I was talking about like a minute ago. I mean, that makes things easier if I can just vendor everything, even the leather. I mean, that's what I was generally doing on normal classic era. Let's see here. I mean, we've made a decent amount of money here just leveling up skinning. I think I had like 2 gold to my name when I started the stream today. Or when I started, I think I did like a good half an hour like off stream. I started like a little bit in the Barrens, moved my way to 1,000 Needles. Yeah, almost like 10 gold there. Not bad money. Alright, I need another video to play in the background here.
Okay, we'll watch Mad Season show World of Warcraft's most famous and infamous players, and then tomorrow we'll get into another one. Cool. His voice alone is a winner. Yeah, Mad Season's a complete badass. All right, we're all caught up. Okay, let's watch this now. I baited you guys long enough. World of Warcraft's most famous and infamous players by Mad Season. Without further ado, without any more delays, let's get into it.
Hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, back with another video for you.
Hi, Mad
Over
Season.
the years of World of Warcraft's lifespan, there have been some players or moments that have stood out from the rest, either in a good way or a bad way. So in this video, I thought I'd take a step out of the game for a moment and talk about some of the more famous or infamous players of World of Warcraft. I won't really include YouTube content creators because that's a little boring, I think. Instead, I want to focus on the people who were involved in some interesting or some funny in-game event.
What?
People who left such an impression that they have in-game references or items named after them. So, let's get into it. These are the most famous or infamous players of World of Warcraft.
Bro, I always thought it would be hella cool to have like an item in the game named after you. There's some, like, you know, Talbadar. If you guys know Talbadar got like an item named after him. I think that's just like the coolest thing. You have like your permanent name engraved into the game. Yeah. Venruki's Venerable Sash. Is that a thing? I didn't even know that. That's awesome. Yeah, like that is so cool. Yeah. Or an NPC, yeah, same thing. Oh, what's going on here? No, there's no Zaryu NPC, there's no Zaryu...
Number 1,
not yet,
Gedren
at
the
least.
Dwarf and his Dwarven hand
working on
cannon. Out of boredom, one day Gedren went to go exploring in the Deep Run tram that connects Stormwind to Ironforge, and he came upon a, interesting scene. You see, Gedren was on a role-playing realm, and he came upon 2 Night Elves in the middle of a very special roleplay, Enotep and Artemisa. Hey, nothing says romance like a dark, dank corner of a public transit station.
Yeah.
Enotep settles for nothing less than the top high-class venues to engage in cyber-diddling. The hairy dwarf skulked the shadows, assessing the situation from afar. And, seizing the moment, Gedren decided to join in. He emerged from the shadows and interjected himself into their intimate, role-playing experience. He tried his best, but for some reason, he was rejected from joining in. Enotep didn't roll that way apparently, so Gedren quickly retreated into the shadows to watch from a safe distance from Enotep's roaming fingers. But the moment had passed. Before Gedren could even whip out his dwarven hand cannon, Artemisa took her leave. In fact, she walked her butt all the way back to Ironforge. Uber didn't exist back then apparently. Enotep, not too pleased with this turn of events, prepared to take his leave as well. No one stands in the way of a Night Elf and his E-action. He re-equipped his clothing and verbally bombasted the dirty dwarf for dropping in uninvited. Feeling remorse for ruining the moment, Gedren offered an apology, but it wasn't taken. He had done quite enough, and Enotep walked off into the sunset, never to be seen again. For number 2, we have...
What are we watching? How did anyone get this on? Like, how do we know about this story? How do we? Why do we know about this story? Why is this a thing? What are we? Hello? The clip was just super famous. I just never heard about this. Okay, it's infamous. It's love. It's classic. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, that's what happens. It's just Night Elf on Night Elf. No dwarfs allowed, I guess. Okay, let's keep watching.
For number 2, we have Karmer the Paladin. Back in vanilla, there was an ability called Reckoning. This would give the Paladin an extra attack on his next attack upon being critically hit, stacking infinitely. A Paladin by the name of Karmer saw the potential in this, and using the dueling mechanic, he stacked Reckoning to an absurd amount to become a weapon of mass destruction. He did this right next to the outdoor raid boss, Kazik, and when he was ready, he charged in and soloed him. A video of the event was released. Paladins worldwide started emulating it, using it to one-shot people in PvP, kill Kazik themselves, etc. Reckoning was quickly hotfixed to only store 5 charges max before more damage could be done, and Karmer as a result became a legend amongst Paladins.
What a legend.
Next up, we have our first infamous player, Analog Kid. Drama over loot has never been in short order in this game, but centered around Analog Kid, it reached its apex in the Burning Crusade expansion. He was a rogue in the Vicarious Guild on the Area 52 server. From the Sunwell Plateau raid, the final boss there, Kil'jaeden, dropped the legendary hunter bow, Thoradal the Star's Fury. This was the first legendary item for hunters. It was perfect. It had a slow speed, amazing stats, and best of all, it had its own ammo. This was back when hunters needed to buy ammo for their bows and guns. It was the item, and every hunter wanted it. Well, it dropped for the Vicarious Guild, and one of 2 hunters would be the lucky recipient, or so they thought. Citing that Analog Kid was more loyal to the guild, the item was given to him, a rogue, to use as a stat stick over the 2 hunters in the raid.
No.
Remember, this was also back when rogues had a ranged weapon slot and hunters had melee weapon slots.
No.
They could equip both, but obviously, ranged wasn't the rogue's primary, and it was just used for extra stats.
No.
Word of this quickly spread, and the whole guild and Analog Kid became the subject of ridicule and anger. The ongoing joke in the game was that everything was a hunter weapon. Well, for this day only, this legendary bow was a rogue weapon.
Oh man, that's so savage.
Let's take a break from the
I'd be
drama.
pissed. Next
Next up on our list, we have Indalamar the Warrior of the guild Nerfed. And when I say the warrior, I mean the warrior. Back in the game's infancy during the beta, no one really knew how to play. Everyone quote-unquote knew that warriors were the worst class in the game. They killed things much too slowly and were constantly calling for buffs on the forums and whatnot.
if I'm gonna have,
Everyone knew they were
thick
underpowered,
leather,
except in Delamar.
it must be worth
He called
a
out
good
against
amount,
these cries
a
for
pretty
buffs and said
penny
that warriors
on
weren't
the
underpowered,
AH.
but rather overpowered if you knew what you were doing.
I'll do enough here
No one
just to,
believed
like,
him,
get, like,
so he
20
put his
thick
money where
leather
his
just
mouth
to
was
see if
and made a
this is, like,
video
a
showing how it's done.
worthwhile, grind.
He showcased a 3-minute run of him steamrolling through high-level mobs, often killing them in just 2 hits, which was unheard of those days. Back then, the Bloodthirst ability worked much like Victory Rush, where it was triggered off of kills. So, he just chain-killed an entire compound without having to stop once to heal. To everyone's shock, he was right. Warriors were overpowered. In a storm of people saying that they were weak, he showed that with proper itemization and talents, they were wrecking balls.
Bro, I love that. I like when a game comes out and everyone knee-jerk saying this sucks, and then you find a build that's actually OP, and then it ends up getting nerfed. And like the people in the first place that like knee-jerked and said it sucks are just kind of like sitting there scratching their heads. Like in P1 SoD, everyone said mages suck. Remember? Remember? I know you remember. Everyone's like, mages suck, mages suck. And then I found the build, and I was beating snuts in duels, beating everyone in duels, and then guess what happened? Mages got nerfed. You know what? It's just fun. It's just fun, man.
Shortly after the video was released, warriors were hit with the nerf bat, and everyone pointed their fingers at Indalamar as the cause. He was just a little too good, and the class suffered because of it. In fact, he was so good that Blizzard hired him as an itemization developer. He's had a few items named after him, Ramaladni's Blade of Culling and Icy Grasp, which is just his name spelled backwards. And even in Diablo 3, you have the Ramaladni's Gift, which gives a socket to any legendary. He also got his own card in World of Warcraft's trading card game. Like I said, he was the warrior.
I didn't know that.
Next up, we have Zuzo and Shax. Zuzo was a rogue in the Method Guild back during the Burning Crusade expansion, and at the time, he gained the reputation of being the most geared. He had the server-first legendary Warglaives of Azeroth, and most of the Tier 6 set. He was a very hardcore raider with the gear to back it up. Well, someone with a lot of money started whispering Zuzo, offering him real-life money in exchange for his account.
Damn.
Zuzo initially refused the stranger's offer, but he persisted, offering more and more money as time went on.
Wow.
The figure eventually reached 7,000 euros, which was nearly 10,000 US dollars at the time.
Damn.
Eventually, something happened with Zuzo in his personal life, and he found himself strapped for cash. So, he finally accepted the stranger's offer. He sold him his Glaive Rogue for 7,000 euros. The stranger...
Type 1 in the chat right now if you would sell your account for $10,000. Type 2 in the chat if there's no way. Oh, I don't see a single 2. So, alright.
renamed the rogue to Shax and got to play for all of 5 days.
I actually wouldn't. No way, man. My whole freaking childhood is on that account. There's no way I would sell it for 10,000. No shot.
Before he was banned by Blizzard.
Nope.
You see, Glaive Rogues were very rare back then, so it was obvious what happened. Zuzo, a high-profile character due to his gear, disappeared, and this new rogue who had the exact same gear as him took his place. And it didn't help that this Shax character was also spectacularly bad at the class since he had never played it before, which was kind of hilarious to people considering he had the legendary glaives. People quickly pieced together what went down, the details of the trade were leaked, and word spread like wildfire.
Right, yeah.
Blizzard quickly caught wind of it, investigated, and dropped the ban hammer on Shax, essentially setting fire to his 7,000 euros. It was such a big event that it was even covered by the BBC, although due to legal reasons, everyone chose to remain anonymous. In a fit of rage, Shax was planning on suing both Zuzo and Blizzard, but nothing ever came of it.
I mean, yeah. So, in the PvP community, guys, at the top, it's very small. Everyone knows who's good. It's not like there's just someone and it's like, who's that guy? Like, we all know each other. You know, you fight the same people every day, right? We all know who gets rank 1. We all know who's the top of the top, who's doing well, who's not doing well, etc. Right? So when the season ends and you know every shaman who got rank 1, every hunter who got rank 1, every rogue who got rank 1, and then all of a sudden there's someone with a rank 1 title that you have never fought before, with a name that you've never seen before. Huh, that's weird. And you have the same gear as someone who we fought, the same itemized stats as someone who we fought with another name, and you have the same title. I I wonder how that happened. You know, and you see it all the time. You know what I mean? Like, for example, like in season 13, there was only a certain amount of like shamans who got rank 1, or a certain amount of priests, and like I happen to know them all because we played with and against each other all day, and then you see them running around and it's like,
That's still recharging.
I know that you know that I know, but I guess that guy doesn't know. So, okay, yeah, enjoy your time.
It was even covered by the BBC, although due to legal reasons, everyone chose to remain anonymous. In a fit of rage, Shaxx was planning on suing both Zuzo and Blizzard, but nothing ever came of it.
I'm coming up with 32.33 repeating, of course, percentage of survival.
Oh, that's a lot better than we usually do.
Alright, chums,
ready, guys?
Let's do this. Leroy!
I mean, you had to include it.
Oh my god, he just ran in.
Everyone knows Leroy. Being the subject of one of the first viral videos of World of Warcraft, Leroy was a paladin in the Pals for Life guild. The guild was running the Upper Blackrock Spire instance and were coming up with a plan of attack for the next room. While they were constructing a strategy, Leroy came back from his AFK and with a battle cry abruptly charged into the room, guns blazing, or swords blazing rather. He pulled the entire room of enemies and the entire raid was overwhelmed and eventually died. This gave birth to the Leroy term, which is ascribed to reckless or stupid behavior in-game. The video quickly became quite popular, with it even being referenced in the game show Jeopardy! Although none of those filthy casuals knew the answer.
Oh, come
That would be the World of Warcraft.
Shameful. Blizzard also saw fit to acknowledge Leroy in-game through many different ways. They released an achievement to enter the same room he did and kill 50 whelps. This awards the Jenkins title in-game. And in the Warlords of Draenor expansion, there was an event to where you could resurrect an NPC named Leroy Jenkins who, after a short amount of time, would rush to the end of the dungeon. If you were able to clear before he quote-unquote Leroy'd, you got an achievement and you even got him as a follower in your garrison. Truly, one of...
He was really OP, I'm trying to remember, I think he was really OP, like I remember farming that. Yeah.
the most famous players in the game.
At least I have chicken.
The story of Sarek isn't necessarily based around a player, but rather a community manager. The World of Warcraft forums have always been a pretty unfriendly place, but it was particularly bad during the early days when there was less moderation and tools for reporting people. Trolling and flame wars were rampant, and the community managers, or CMs for short, were often the target for players' frustration and rage.
Yeah,
Nowadays, for the most part, the abusive posters are either ignored or banned, but back in the game's infancy, the CMs were a little more interactive, with Sarek being the most outspoken. Having been a CM for a couple of years already, Sarek was starting to show visible weariness having to deal with the forum's more unscrupulous users.
Dude, being a community manager for any online game, but specifically an online game with like PvP and some form of ranking system and stuff, just seems like the worst job ever. Like, you are just gonna get on, alright? Completely dookied on. Like, it just sounds like the worst. You have a bunch of nerds yelling at you for doing everything wrong, and oh my, I couldn't imagine it. Yeah, family-friendly stream, that's why.
Instead of simply removing posts, he would enter debates and arguments with these trolls. Some cheered him on and saw him as a crusader of sorts, fending off the trolls of the forum, and others were in awe and saw his behavior as rash and unprofessional. It all boiled over one day when Sarek replied to a thread created by someone wanting to know how to report a CM for inappropriate behavior. He gave the avenue to do just that, and jokingly wished the poster good luck in reporting him. Another user replied asking if he was depressed, egging him on. To which Sarek replied that the poster was cowardly because they hide behind the anonymity of the internet, stating that he's the one who quote-unquote steps up. The exchange continued, and Sarek posted the frustration of his job as a CM in the form of poetry. Can't help it, posting impassionately, they say you don't care. Posting nothing, they say you ignore. Posting with passion, you incite trolls. Posting fluff, you say nonsense.
True.
Post with what facts you have, they whittle down with rationale. There is no win, there's only slow degradation.
Yep.
Take note, it is the first and only time you'll see someone in my position make that position. You can be me when I'm gone.
Bars. It sounds like the worst job ever, man.
The response was mixed. In typical fashion, some people sided with Sarek against the trolls, and others condemned his lack of professionalism. And some people were just curious to what the heck was going on. Sarek made another post, venting further about the troubles he faces with his job, how he has to deal with people constantly goading him, deriding him, and so on. After a little back and forth, he dropped the mic with the following quote shortly before the thread was deleted entirely. Understand that this moment will be fleeting, and that there is a hard crash of self-esteem to follow. You'll try to feed it again and fill the void, but it'll never be enough. You've backpedaled into the troll excuse. You have no point, you have no meaning, you have no significance. You will be forgotten. Following this, Sarah...
I mean, obviously he went a little far. Like, a community manager shouldn't be saying any of these things, but it doesn't change the facts that this seems like the worst job ever. Like, everyone's gonna troll you online 24. Like, I would never do that. But I mean, it's obviously a bit unprofessional or whatever.
Eric made just one final post in response to another troll thread created by that day's drama. It reads as follows: killing a Sarek should aggro every Sarek in a 40-yard radius. It makes sense. You're actually killing their best friend. In a final post, Sarek replied with this. A few days later, Blizzard announced that Sarek had left the company. It's still a point of debate to this day whether or not he was fired or he quit. The following year, another CM, Dreisk, was asked about Sarek's fate, to which he responded, "If I answer, you might ask the same thing of me tomorrow." On a lighter note, next up we have Kralnor. Every warlock knows who Kralnor is. He was a level 11 orc warlock who made quite the puzzling post on the warlock forums. The discussion focused around warlocks and their use of staves. The post contained a 4-step process. 1. Post message in the room. 2. Look it over. 3. Don't report anything, I might get in trouble, smiley face. And 4. Have fun. Kralnor himself failed to post any information about his staff, other than the fact that it was quote-unquote a good one, and alluded to the fact that he would somehow get in trouble if people were to report him. Players were left mystified by the post. Some followed Kralnor's instructions and posted and talked about their staves, and others flamed him over his lack of sense and poor grammar. Frustrated that some were not following his 4-step process, Kralnor posted the following and was never heard from again. The thread quickly reached 100 pages of responses, and Kralnor became a legend amongst warlocks. He was referenced by Blizzard in their sneak peek of the new arena system in the Burning Crusade, which featured an orc warlock named Kralnor decked out in a full tier 4 set and using a wimpy level 5 staff.
That's cool.
He also got his own TCG card when upon entering play, the player may search his deck for a staff card to look over. Next up, we have...
Wait, what was this? I didn't get it. Wait, hold on. What did I miss? Was there nothing to get? I thought it... Can someone explain this to me? What's going on? Post message in the room, look it over, don't report anything, I might get in trouble. My staff is a good one. What? Not a staff user, you won't get it? What do you mean? I play with staffs all the time. I don't understand what's going on. He is famous for making the post and telling non-warlocks off if they are not there to post about a staff. What am I missing, chat? What are you talking about? How big of staffs do you play with? Dude, what are you talking about? I play with staffs when they're good to play with, usually the ones with haste and versatility, and I play with daggers and offhands. I'm overthinking it? What's the joke? I don't get it. Oh, is there nothing to get? There's nothing to get. There's nothing to actually get. So it was a massive troll.
His deck for a staff card to look over. Next up, we have a player who had one goal, to be the most hated and most prolific ganker on the entire server. This is the story of Angui. He was an orc rogue player on the Dethicus server who would head deep into the Alliance territory into Menethil Harbor to kill low-level players, either in transit to other areas of the game or just there for questing. He would spend around 9 hours a day in Menethil Harbor, taking out any adventurer unfortunate enough to enter his sights. He quickly became a legend on his server, even spawning intricate guides on how to avoid his wrath. Naturally, he was met with anger from his victims. At the time, you couldn't have both Alliance and Horde characters on the same PvP server, so people would make alternate accounts to give Ongui a piece of their minds. And he himself made an alternate Alliance character named Ongui Spy on the same realm to goad reactions from his victims. He screenshotted some choice conversations and hosted them on his website as an archive to his in-game antics. I'll have a link in the description if you'd like to see all of them. There are a lot.
I got the picture.
He's since moved on with his life, but back then he was probably the most infamous rogue not just on his server, but in the entire game. Next, we have the undead warrior, Noctin. Noctin isn't really known for an in-game event. Instead, he's known as being the first recorded recipient of the first legendary in the game, the Talisman of the Binding Shard. This was a legendary amulet that dropped off of the Baron Geddon boss in the Molten Core raid. It had some resistances, strength, agility, stamina, and a Thorns proc. Noctin was the lucky recipient in a March of 2005 raid by the Guild Nerfed, the same one Indalamar was from. But the item wasn't actually intended to be a drop in the game. Blizzard just forgot to remove it. As soon as word spread, Blizzard removed the necklace from the loot tables and let Noctin keep his, making him the only person to ever have this legendary necklace.
I remember hearing about that. That's sick. So yeah, that's kind of a Blizzard W that they let him keep it. Because it's not like it's that good of a necklace, but it's like, yeah, you got it, so you get to keep it. Like, that's kind of cool.
Odd groups got left.
Okay, yeah,
Even
of course.
got right. That means 1, 3, 5, 7 left, 2, 4, 6, 8 right.
Anyone who's played World of Warcraft knows about the Onyxia wipe animation. The person you just heard was named Dives, Tauren warrior and leader of the guild Wipe Club. On one fateful night, Wipe Club decided to raid Onyxia's lair.
The voice is perfect.
Left side! Even side! Many whelps! Now handle it!
So good.
Dives was the acting raid leader at the time, and as you just heard, things weren't going so well. They were having trouble killing the boss, and Dives wasn't too happy with the raid's performance. And what resulted was the birth of one of the biggest rage moments in the history of gaming.
That's a 50 DKP minus! What the was that?
One of the raid members took audio of Dives' vexation and made it into an animation that was watched around the world. At the time of this video, the animation has reached over 8 million views and is an example of what can happen when people take things just a tad too seriously. I played just a sample since I want to keep this video PG-13, but if you want to see the whole 4-minute meltdown, I'll have a link in the description. So, that's about it. Those are some of World of Warcraft's most famous or infamous players. There's probably a lot that I missed. Feel free to let me know, and if you enjoyed the video enough, I might make a part 2 to this. Let me know if you'd like to see that. As always, I hope you found the video entertaining, like it if you liked it, and thanks for watching. Peace.
Okay, great video. Thanks for the link, guys. I knew of Dives, obviously. I knew of Leroy, obviously. The legendary necklace one I knew of. Enu, I guess. Or, yeah, this one. I knew of Noctin. Noctin's legendary necklace. And that's it. I didn't know of any of the rest. So I only knew 3 of whatever, like 10. 1, 2, I think it's 2, 3 here, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 11. I knew 3 of 11. Yeah. Vertney, Matey, Drake Dog, come on. So at the start of the video, Mad Season said he did not want to get into like content creators because they're boring. So that's why. So this wasn't a content creator list. This was just more like famous people within the game. Like Leroy wasn't a content creator. Well, yeah, no, he was just actually just wiping the raid, right? So I feel like some of the I feel like this Onyxia run, I feel like somewhere it's got to be like a little scripted. Maybe that's tinfoil hatty, but like, come on, it's like his voice is just too perfect. Like everything is just like hilarious. The Leroy was scripted AF. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, the Leroy one's probably scripted too, huh? Man, what's real and what's fake? What's content and what's real life, guys? We'll never know. We'll never know, man. Some of these weren't scripted though. The rogue getting the legendary. That's just screwed. That's just absolutely screwed, dude.
Still recharging. Not ready yet. My ability isn't ready yet. I can't cast them. Perhaps still recharging.
World of Warcraft's most famous and infamous players part 2. We watched part 1 yesterday. I didn't even know there was a part 2. What a damn treat from Mad Season Show. Let's go.
But for you, I've been jumping into some more rap.
We're going back to the very start. We skipped the first 8 seconds. No. We're watching the entire damn video. Alright? We need every second of this. We would have missed all of this.
Hey guys, what's up? Mad Season here, back with another video for you.
Guys, are you here?
I've been jumping into some more rabbit holes as of late, and I'd like to share some stories of some more famous or infamous players of World of Warcraft. Double Agent is a Pandaren shaman who did something very unique. He attained the maximum level, 110, without ever picking a faction or leaving the starting area for his race. Pandaren have a different introduction for World of Warcraft. You don't pick a faction upon creating a character. Instead, you first make a neutral, factionless character, and you pick your faction after a short series of quests. Normally, this process is done at around level 10 or so, but Double Agent found out that it was possible that you never needed to pick a faction, or even leave the starting area. He discovered that you could level to the max solely by gathering herbs and ore. The process is incredibly slow and tedious, but every expansion, he makes it a point to reach the new max level by gathering copper and peace bloom, and at the same time remaining neutral. Blizzard saw fit to reference him by putting an NPC named the Venerable Shaman in the Monk Order Hall, who patrols the area occasionally to mine some copper veins.
I didn't know they'd put an NPC in.
Next on our list.
Okay, so I did know about this. I lied. I didn't know his name was Double Agent. That time commitment is absolutely insane. And I didn't know he keeps that up every single new expansion either.
We have Ian Bates, also affectionately known as the Red Shirt Guy. In BlizzCon 2010, he brought up some lore issues regarding the Wildhammer clan. This was during the Cataclysm beta, and one of the Wildhammers, Falstad, was replaced by Kurdran as a representative of the Council of the Three Hammers, even though Varian Rin decided that Falstad was to be the representative. The game designer, Chris Metzen, incorrectly stated that Falstad was dead, to which the Red Shirt Guy corrected him.
No? No, he survived, and in fact, he was the leader of Airy Peak in Vanilla WoW through Wrath of the Lich King.
Hey, of course.
Yeah,
Alex, what's up with that?
I love it, man.
Thanks for pointing that out. We're gonna get that fixed.
Thank you.
Bet.
That's such a W, bro. Legend.
And in response, Blizzard corrected their mistake and replaced Kurdran with Falstad. And as a nod to one fan's diligence, alongside Falstad is another NPC wearing a red tabard named the Wildhammer Fact Check.
I didn't know he had his own NPC too. That's awesome. I love when Blizzard does that. Like they put in something from pop culture, or you know, some experience they had with one of their fans or whatever.
I don't want to be fighting with
game,
dual wields.
Permanently cementing
Get
it.
my
I think
ass
this is so
beat.
cool.
And funny enough, if you take him out as a horde, he does indeed have a chance to drop a red
he
shirt.
used his bubble and
really?
Today,
cool.
Ian is
full
now a
HP,
writer for the
so
Blizzard
I
fan
forced like
site,
2
Blizz
cooldowns
Planet.
from that guy.
Ever since the introduction of personal loot, ninja looting in World of Warcraft for the most part has been a thing of the past. But back during the early days, every other day you would read stories of guilds having their loot stolen by what were called ninja looters. Quite possibly the most infamous incident was when the guild Nevermind killed Gar in the Molten Core. The guild was celebrating a successful kill and were talking amongst themselves trying to figure out who gets what.
I don't know.
Yeah, I
I don't feel like that is worth, because like those guys beat my ass. It's not as chill
At the time,
as like
the way most guilds
ones
handled
are,
loot
so.
was through the Dragon Killing Point system, or DKP for short. Raiders
Now we use furry kitty point. Oh my god.
would accumulate these points through raiding and doing guild activities, and they would then spend these points on items that dropped. Nevermind seemed to forgo the system, instead opting for the free-for-all looting option and then rolling against each other for the boss's loot. While this is much simpler than the DKP system, it of course leaves the guild open to thievery of any items that drop.
Con, what are you doing?
What the fuck? Oh my god!
What the fuck?
Oh my god!
I'm going to kill. She's so mad that she didn't get that ring. Like, oh my god, the ring!
Kill myself right now. See ya.
They were left in shock at this turn of events.
bro.
I mean, who could possibly imagine that out of 40 random strangers on the internet, that someone might be untrustworthy? I,
True.
for one, am astonished. Like I said, this happened all the time, but this particular incident was one of the most infamous, even spawning a parody video.
Okay. Hello, waiting. Oh my god!
That's good, bro. Martin Fury. Okay, I know about
In
like
the
all of
game,
these ones
there
so
exists
far.
a selection of
Or
items
not that
reserved
one, I
for
guess,
game
but-
masters, or GMs. They're primarily used for testing purposes, and have these rather overpowered properties tied to them. One of these items was a shirt called Martin Fury, which upon use, killed all enemies within a 30-yard radius. Here's a story of somehow, someway, this item fell into the hands of not a GM, but rather a normal, everyday player.
So we heard the story about this one, like
Leroy Speltz was a
Yeah.
player in the guild The Marvel Family on the US server Vecnalash. Like many others at the time, someone had hacked their way into his account and he had all of his items sold and characters deleted. As standard procedure, he paged a GM to have his account restored so he could get back to playing the game. His request was granted, but in the process of restoring his account, the GM had mistakenly sent him Martin Fury along with the rest of his items. Not being soulbound, Leroy sent this item over to his guild member, Karate Chop, and he did possibly the dumbest thing you could do. He used it. When Raid Night rolled around, they went on a Northrend world tour, going through the entirety of the Old War Raid, the Obsidian Sanctum, and the Eye of Eternity. They one-shotted all of the bosses there and made it rain. Karate Chop was quite liberal with his use of the GM item, and the guild claimed several world firsts in the span of an hour.
That is so wild.
Obviously, people figured out that something fishy was going on. The Marvel family wasn't a hardcore progression guild, and to see them rolling through everything was suspicious to say the least. Well, word got out about Martin Fury, and Blizzard, probably in a moment of panic, decided to give a 24-hour ban to not only those involved in the raid, but everyone online in the guild during that time. Imagine the surprise for the level 5s in the Elwyn Forest just doing some questing, and logging in the next day to find out that they were banned. I guess Hogger was in a bad mood that day. The way Blizzard handled it was lambasted, and it was basically a giant catastrophe. But after the dust had settled, Karate Chop himself received a permanent ban, and the properties of GM items were changed, so nothing like that could ever happen again.
Oh my god. I didn't know about that a few months ago, but during Reacts, like, what, a month ago, someone linked that video. I think Deej broke it down on TikTok for me. And that blew my mind. I didn't know about that till recently.
In the early days of World of Warcraft, everyone hated rogues. I should know, I was a rogue in vanilla. They had a very high damage output, and combining that with stealth made them forces to be reckoned with in PvP. This was when PvP was in its infancy, and there were a lot of balance issues. There were no diminishing returns, crowd control such as sheep could last for a straight minute, and with the rogue having stuns, disorients, and more, it was commonplace to lose control of your character for 30 seconds or even minutes at a time, while you were stuck in a seemingly infinite block of stuns, disorients, and silences. This was the spotlight in the World of Roguecraft series of videos made by the player Mute. These were a series of videos showing just how strong rogues were, giving the following two conditions. A, you were good, and B, you had your cooldowns. Given these two things, what would you say if I said that you could beat anyone in the game? What would you say if I said you could do it naked with just a level 1 white dagger? Well, these videos showed just that. a naked rogue taking out not only just random players, but rank 14 Grand Marshals including Matey, who was a pretty popular PvP warrior at the time. Although there's some controversy about that, if it was actually him or if he sold his account or whatever. Regardless, the video showed just how good rogues could be given the right circumstances. They caused quite the controversy at the time. People were outraged at how much control rogues had in PvP. Rogues responded saying that they're too cooldown dependent and so on. It was an interesting time in the game where if you were good enough and with the combination of engineer gadgets, you would be able to pull off some amazing things. Nowadays, everyone has a CC breaker, everyone has a sprint, crowd control, everyone has a tool for everything for the sake of balance. Maybe it's healthier for the game overall, but over time, interesting PvP videos like this have vanished.
That's so
the
wild.
World of Roguecraft videos, however, are still just as legendary as they've ever been, and I suggest watching them if you want to see an interesting part of the game's history in the realm of PvP.
So in Classic, there are diminishing returns, right? On sap, on sheep, on fear. I mean, we know this, but sheep shot, if I'm understanding this right, sheep shot specifically has no diminishing return. Always 4 seconds. So basically, you can just open up. Cheap shot and kitty don't TR. Got it. Right. So you can just cheap shot, kitty reset, cheap shot, kitty reset, cheap shot, kitty reset. Okay.
I don't understand how, like, whenever you hit someone with a you hit them with a hamstring, you figure they're not going to be able to move. How does the hamstring last like 2 to 3 seconds? But whenever I get hit with a hamstring, it lasts like 2 to 3 minutes. I don't understand. Like, I don't even understand what it is that I'm fighting.
You can consider this one a bonus intermission since I'm not really sure if this is widely known, but this is Tommy, and he's having trouble with hamstring.
I can charge him, and as I am charging, I am slamming on my button that only hits hamstring, and I'll miss. As in, not like it swings and misses, I will get a hamstring off. If my only intent on attacking him is to get a hamstring, how the fuck can I miss it? They just get the flag right underneath of us, and this guy is running 3 times faster than I am. How the fuck?
You see, back in the day, there was something called charge dodging. The warrior's charge ability wasn't the most reliable, and if you had good timing, if you jumped as they were charging you, you would be out of range before they could actually reach and attack you. This was a PvP tactic used by higher level players to kite warriors more easily.
That people always ask why you always jump. This is why you always jump, right? This is why PvPers started jumping in the first place. You could accidentally use inertia to jump a stun. You would work on like kidney shot, sheep shot. You could like jump and move while you were stunned. If they stunned you midair, charge stuns you midair, and you jump, continue moving, and then you continue running after the charge.
Tommy wasn't a fan of this technique, and he wasn't afraid to let his voice be heard.
I don't understand why it is that I get my ass stomped by these fucking coneheads.
Bro.
His woes continued, and his indignation steadily rose. He refers to his opponents as coneheads, in reference to the look of the Alliance's PvP gear at the time.
Oh, is that why?
As his hamstrings failed, so too did his patience.
I just missed again! What the fuck?
His rage bar was full, both in-game and out of game, and the only thing that got hamstrung that day was his pride.
Kungen!
No, this isn't the Bohemian Rhapsody, this is Kungen. Kungen was considered the best warrior tank in the entire game during the Vanilla and Burning Crusade days. He was a Swedish player, and initially the leader of the hardcore raiding guild, Nihilum. This was one of the best, if not the best raiding guilds of Vanilla and the Burning Crusade expansion, claiming dozens and dozens of world firsts throughout their time raiding. Later on, they would merge with another hardcore guild, Curse, to form the super guild Insidia, which would continue to get world firsts throughout the Wrath of the Lich King expansion. Some of his other accomplishments would be obtaining the Scarab Lord title from the old AQ40 event, along with the legendary mount. He wasn't really known for a single event like most others on this list, rather just a really good, hardcore player who led an equally amazing raiding guild. Something that really put him and his guild into the spotlight, however, was a Serenite bomb glitch with the Lich King. Insidia was the first guild to kill the final boss of the Icecrown Citadel, the Lich King, on 25-man difficulty. But, to everyone's shock, shortly after, the entirety of the team received a 72-hour ban for exploiting. There apparently was a
forgot
bug
about
where
that.
a consumable engineering item, a Serenite bomb, would respawn platforms falling around the room. The ban itself was controversial because these bombs were a part of everyone's DPS rotation, so Insidia didn't really know what they were doing or why it was happening. Blizzard observes every world first kill in small groups, and Kungian later alluded that one of the people in those groups knew him from his time playing another MMO, EverQuest, and that this person was biased against him and was looking for an excuse to drop the ban hammer. But
Interesting.
whether you know Kungian from this controversy, or just from being a very skilled player, you can't argue that he's indeed one of the most famous players of World of Warcraft.
W. I miss Kungan, bro.
From now on,
Kungan, come
nobody goes AFK, nobody falls the fuck asleep, and everybody plays fucking good, or you ain't getting shit!
Wait a minute, didn't I just talk about this guy in the last
Yeah,
video?
he was in part
Yeah,
1, right?
but hey, come on, he's too good. This guy's the best. He's like a drill instructor for World of Warcraft raiding.
Why do I see dead people where they're not supposed to fucking be? Why do I see people anywhere but here? Are you fucking stupid or fucking blind?
Oh my god.
Again, this is Dives, the legendary raid leader of the Guild
Bro,
Wipe Club.
It's like Soda, yeah.
That
Oh my
particular
gosh.
clip was after a failed Ragnaros attempt in the Molten Core. Dives, for those who don't know, is probably the most angry raid leader to have ever played the game, and when people screw up, he's not afraid to let them know. I don't know if he still plays, but if he does and you join his guild, just remember,
hit it very hard.
Bro, I remember when I used to play WoW as like a kid, I would definitely just like, if there was a raid leader yelling, I'd be like, all right, sorry, sir, you know, or like if I was playing arenas and someone was being an asshole, I would just be like, all right, let's just keep queuing. Like, you know, I didn't really care. Bro, as an adult, as a 30-year-old, if someone's yelling at me in a video game online, I am just gonna leave the group. I don't care. Like, I just don't care. There's not enough, like, I don't care in the world for me to stay in the group getting yelled at on an online video game. But it was not that way 10 years ago. No way. 10 years ago, bro, in Arena, if we were grinding up to rank 1, someone's yelling, I'd be like, all right, like, we'll figure this out, like, you know, different. Happy 30th, thanks.
Speaking of drill instructors, next up we have Shitsu of the Guild 6.
Like, Soda was kidding, bro. Soda was being ironic, right? Like, it was content. If someone was, like, legit doing that, yeah, I would leave the damn group, right?
6 feet deep on Dragon Maw. Nearing the release of the Burning Crusade expansion, guilds were ready to take their adventures into the Outland. How would you level? Questing, maybe some instances here and there, or just straight grinding? Well, if you were in the 6 feet deep guild, you had less say in it than you thought. In fact, you had no say in it. A 2007 post by Shitsu laid down the rules. All members of the guild are expected to level to 70 as fast as humanly possible. If you want to, quote, experience the content, please do so after you have reached 70 or on another character. Here is how we will be leveling. You will log into the game and look for an officer. One of the officers will assign you to a 5-man group. The 5-man group will run the appropriate instance level over and over again until someone has to leave, at which point an officer will assign a replacement.
Wow.
No questing, no BGs, no grinding solo, no trade skills, no farming, and no checking out new races. If you're online, you will be expected to participate in one of the groups running 5-man instances. The only exceptions to this will be if there are not enough people for you to group with and etc. There will be plenty of off hours of downtime to goof off if you wish, but during game time, I swear to Thrall, I will G-kick your ass if you're screwing around with stupid shit instead of participating in the leveling grind.
Bro, if I was in this guild, I'd get kicked so fast. Like, I'd be running around, I'm assuming, what it says, TBC? Like, I'd be running around an Outland, like, yo, let me just kill that warrior real quick. Let me just get one quick kill, and then, like, 3 hours later, I'd still be, like, dying in the graveyard, and we'd start, like, a freaking whole-out war, and, like, yeah, I'd be kicked. I'd be kicked instantly.
Dang, he name-dropped Thrall. That's serious business. This was posted to the forums where he was widely mocked, and in response, he said that 6 feet deep members are treated more like prized athletes than kids. It's my job to provide clear instruction and focus so that our team is all on the same page, working towards the same goal. It's called leadership.
Wow. That's a perspective. That's definitely a take.
For this next one, I want you to think of anything you can do in the game. What is the most evil or offensive thing you could possibly do? Ninja looting, going dives mode, pretending to be a woman and flirting with dudes through a female avatar? Well, how about crashing a funeral?
Oh, come on.
This next one isn't about a person, but rather a guild, Serenity Now, otherwise known as the Westboro Baptist Church, who on one fateful night became the most hated guild on their server, ELDEN.
No.
Someone in the Horde guild sadly had passed away, and her guild thought it would be appropriate to hold an in-game memorial for her.
Okay, yeah,
They
sounds
posted on
nice.
the forums, picked a location, and gave a time when the memorial would be held.
And someone
This was all
crashed
well
it?
and good, but there were two problems. It was on a PvP server, and it was the internet.
Oh no, they're doing it PvP flagged? Oh yeah, of course you're gonna get wiped. You're gonna get wiped. Oh no.
An alliance guild, Serenity Now, saw the post and decided that they would show up, but it wasn't in a show of support. The turnout was very big, and people lined up in front of a pond to pay their respects to their fallen guildmate. While doing so, however, most of them were also dressed up in RP clothes, and they didn't have any weapons or armor equipped. Hey now, that would be inappropriate. While all of this was going down, Serenity Now were storming through Fellwood up to Winterspring, and when they reached the memorial site, the most controversial, large-scale PvP battle in online gaming history took place. Arrows went flying, blood was spilled, and jaws were dropped.
Bro, that's so savage, man. Gosh, I mean, of course it's gonna happen if you're PvP flagged on a PvP realm and you post the location and the time. No, I haven't seen this. I don't think. Yeah.
People were outraged,
Oh, that's
others
savage.
thought it was funny, and some quit playing the game entirely out of disgust. I want to remain the neutral mediator.
Like as at a funeral, man, like you're like one of your guildies actually IRL passes away, and you know you're all in a Discord, like a Venturilo call back then or whatever, and everyone's probably a little emotional, sad, right? Maybe even crying, and then a group just comes up and wipes you.
So I won't give my take. All I know is that this was quite possibly the most controversial thing to ever have happened in not just World of Warcraft, but gaming period.
Wow. Wow. Well, there's part 2, boys. There's part 2. I actually, I knew more of these. In part 1, I almost didn't know any of them. I knew Double Agent. I know Red Shirt Guy. I don't think I heard about that. Never mind. I knew the Martin Fury one. I didn't know about the Tommy. Sounds like a noob. Kunin. Yeah, Kungen. Timestamp says Kunin. It's Kungen. Dives. I knew about that. I didn't know about the Shinzu one. That was funny. And I guess I didn't know about this one either. We're like 50-50 on this video. But there it is, guys. We know more about World of Warcraft in 2024. We're diving deep. Press 1 in the chat if you knew every single one of these. Press 2 in the chat if there's at least one you didn't know. Come on, some 2s? Okay, there we go. Okay. Because I'm a 2. Okay, I don't feel that bad now. Fine, cool.
I can't loot that. I can't loot that.
Since reaching level 40 in Season of Discovery, we've done many things. Farmed gear in dungeons, the Blood Moon event, and of course also No More Again.
Yo, what's
There's
up,
something that we're
the
still
True False?
missing, and that
How you
of
doing?
course
Welcome
is
to
a
the
few
stream.
runes. So today we'll be going on the final adventure for runes on my warrior, where we can complete this character and become the ultimate pumper that we were destined to be. Oh, he's putting a portal! Two clickers incoming. Dude, you are God sent. I will spare you once the purge begins. You'll be the first. You'll be my first. Are you on a different... Hula is not on our layer. Why is... Dude, the layers are so scuffed, man. Surely the people we're summoning right now is gonna be on our layer, right? I'm not on your layer either. Oh, dude, I hate this so much. Okay, maybe try to reform the group. Invite. Okay. Oh, shit. Wait, why are you on my layer now? I thought I was supposed to go on your layer. Okay, okay, wait. So invite Kumbahun. What the fuck? But... Oh, no. Okay. I think it's working. I think it's working. What? Bro, what? No. I'm like hopping back and forth between layers. I'm literally just layer hopping back and forth. Okay, I guess we started. Okay, we're here. We're all on the same layer. We're all on the same layer, so we're good to go. Yeah. Okay, can I? Oh yeah, I need to get healed. I need to get healed real bad. Okay, I'm gonna try to... I'm gonna fear these guys. Dude, it's so laggy, man. It is so incredibly laggy. Okay, see if we can kill the warlock there. 1200 bad boy. We'll dodge there. Means we can do one of those. Dude, you are somehow keeping me alive? Holy crap, man. Absolutely insane here. Very good. Alright, holy shit, dude. Okay, layer? I guess not. Okay, can you try to invite me again? Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening here. Oh shit, I'm here. Hi friends. Hi guys. Okay. Now we can actually play together. Oh! Holy shit, man. Disarm this guy. Oh, I can't help you much here, man. I'm trying. Damn, you died, dude. They were fully focusing Voodoo there. Dude, what was that damage? That was insane. Hello? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, we are just getting kills left and right. We are printing blood coins. Oh my god. Dude, we are just printing it. We got 7... I don't know how much we started with. We have 755 copper coins now. Okay, go here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus. That damage we're doing is ridiculous. Holy crap, man. Alright, there we go. Now we're all friends again. Bro, if you just keep farming these like every 3 hours, man, you can get... exalted with AB so fast. Like, actually, you can get super fast exalted with AB and literally never have to do the... the BG. I mean, not fast, but like, you know what I mean, right? But basically, you can buy these. Shipment of Stranglethorn Lumber. And each of these is 200 rep with AB. But I'll just keep saving up. I'm not going to buy the Crusher, obviously. I might end up buying either the Mount or just a bunch of lumber. But for the time being, I'm just going to save my silver coins. I think we're going to push, man. Go for it. Alright, send it. Send it. Alright. Oh my gosh. I died. But yeah, what I'm doing now, guys, is I want to go do a rune for my warrior. Because I'm missing 2 runes, 16 out of 18 as you can see. So I want to go and do something that I started last night, which was a rune quest from Desolace. And there is a NPC we gotta go talk to in the Booty Bay. So that's where we're heading now, okay? So this is the person that we were supposed to go to for our rune, right? You with the marshal. No, you don't look like it. The rumors you've heard here are only half true. Yes, we were pillaging human and dwarven camps, but we weren't doing it for the horde. We were privately employed. I'll tell you the whole story if you buy me some grog. Okay. Cherry grog. Interesting. How's that drink coming? Ah, that's the stuff. Now, where was I? As I was saying, our boss wasn't with the Horde. She was a night elf named Ilari Duskfeather. She gave us intel on the camps and even let us keep most of the loot. She only kept a few of the rare finds. Once the marshal was on our trail though, she left us for dead. I don't know her motives, but I know we were set up as parties. Patsies? It's like a decoy, I guess. I'm not the vengeful type, but I won't stop someone else from hunting her down. If you're looking for her, she was once mentioned at a hideout somewhere near Arathi. Find Ilari Duskfeather near Arathi Highlands and get access to her cache of stolen loot. Okay, so we gotta go to Arathi. Okay, so there should be a boat somewhere here, right? Down there? I mean, there's no boat up here, right? Wait, so we just click it? Is that it? Okay, so this is the place, right? So this is the one, yeah? Ilari's eyes narrow with suspicion. What are you doing here, Orc? You're the one who attacked those alliance camps in Desolates, aren't you? Yes, and I'd do it again if those damned marshals weren't so persistent. But you're an idol. Why would you do such a thing? Calibur belongs to the Kaldurai. I refuse to see defiled by the lesser races. That's a little bit racist, isn't it? Our leaders act as if the Alliance and the Horde are so different, but they debase our lands all the same. Do you not see how the dwarves plunder the earth for all that they can? Do you think the human appetite for expansion will not bring them to the food of the Tilda someday? Blades and torches in hand. To think my people bow to those vermin over a few orcish lumber camps, pathetic. If our leaders cannot protect us, then I will do what must be done. People you killed were civilians, what you've done is apparent. I share your hatred for the Alliance. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I mean, I guess we're gonna have to go with this one, because we want something, right, from her, right? Ha! That's exactly what I told those savages I left to die in the desert. I have no love for your people, Orc. You are a blight on this land, just the same as the Alliance. What the fuck? Hey, what's that all about, man? Hello? No, it cannot end here. NGPB poofed. Dropped pouch. Okay. So is it over there? Wait, what, a chest? What the fuck? Using Ilari's key, you unlock the cache. Inside the cache, you find a small box along with some coin. Shit. Rune of Healing Rage. Heals you with 30% of your maximum health over 10 seconds, but can only be used while in rage, berserker rage, or blood rage is active. Usable while stunned. That is huge. Yo, this is a good spell. That's actually insanely good. There is another rune in Arathi, and I will be honest with you guys. I do know where it starts, okay? I do know where the rune starts. I have been a little bit spoiled. It wasn't on purpose that I got spoiled, but I did get spoiled the initial location of the rune. But I think it starts right here at the ogres. Not eligible. It's the wrong ogres? Bro, so I didn't even get spoiled correctly. We got spoiled incorrectly. Alright, well, so we gotta go to those ogres instead. Okay, I'm gonna stop. Oh, so this is the thing. So this is the thing, right? Illegible recipe. The recipe appears to be of some sort of meat dish. It is written in language you don't understand. Ogres is best guess. Given the source and subject matter, ogres aren't usually culinary types, but you know one such inclination, they could translate the recipe for you. Find an ogre who can read the illegible recipe. What ogre could I talk to? Why does my mind say Dustwallow? I think Dustwallow, right? Like, there's talking ogres here, right? Butcher, this guy? Crocodile stick. Was I not supposed to go here? Find the cook. I mean, maybe it's this guy? Shit, maybe I did go to the wrong place. The recipe appears to be some sort of a meat-ish dish. It is written in a language you don't understand. Ogre is your best guess, given the source and subject matter. Ogres aren't usually culinary types, but if you know one with such inclination, they would translate the recipe for you. That says, I might talk if I knew we didn't have to go here, but didn't say anything. Am I gonna have to look up the preach riddles again? The travesty is something you could really taste. Kill them for the recipe, you must have haste. Gordon Ramsay would not have this food be eaten, so find another chef in the Highlands to beat him. Fuck, it is in the Highlands! Oh my god, I know where it is. Here in Hammerfall, there's an orc chef. But it said ogre. Okay, so it's somewhere here, right? There's that guy down there. This guy's a cook. This guy's a literal cook. Butcher. What? Is it not one of these guys? This guy. It's an ogre? But there's no ogres here, I think, no? No, I'm just trying to think. Okay, I did read it, okay? Like, I'm not gonna pretend like I didn't, okay? But what? Ogre? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I read the chat. Okay, so it's an ogre over here, but... Bro, I literally wasted so much time. I went here, we hearthed to Orgrimmar, went to Dustdweller, went to Orgrimmar, took the flight path to Undercity, went to Arathi, and now we're going back to Stromgarde to where we were. Wait. Is that ogre a chef? There's an ogre in the Faldir's Cove. Wait, Faldir. Is it... Because it can't be here, right? Bro, who the fuck is it? Wait, what ogre? Wait, what ogre is it, man? So it's not this guy either. Chef in the Highlands. Arathi Highlands. It is in Highlands. It says where the ogre is. Gordon Ramsay would not have this food eaten, so find another chef in the Highlands to beat him. I have a riddle for you. Where you once were, the ogres were not your target. Once established peace, maybe now. Wait, you mean here? I think we go here, chat. I think it's the Boulder Fist Hall. I mean, that's the only... I mean, we've checked Boulder Gore and we've checked there. I think we go this way. Surely this is the way, right? You guys are all going inside. Yaya says he's found some meat. Hold on. I mean, this is like a bunch of meat, though. No, it's not here. It's not here. Hula found him? Is it all the way over there? So it's up here? There's no way. How would you find this? What the fuck? Your recipe, skunk listening. Gather the ingredients for skunk's dish. Other ogres laugh at skunk because skunk's smaller than them. They say small ogre weak. Skunk learned to cook instead of fight. They only way more teaching, so skunk run away from fellow dream. Skunk can make dish, but need ingredient. Not sure where to find them. Skunk more focused to craft. Not really logistic guy. A quick brochure on hybrid haunch, smuggler, spice blend, Balmy's brew, and viscous venom. What? Bro, there's no way I'm looking up all that world. Dude, there's no way I'm finding all that. Dude, I CPA. Griffins looks tasty. Go grab some of those. You'll find them where Brad walks. The hills don't you know. I know where there's griffins in Hinterlands. Oh, not Hinterlands, sorry. Yeah, Hinterlands up here. There's griffins here. Wait, are we sharing? Like, how did you even find these? Griffin? Okay, hybrid haunch. Okay, so that's the first thing. What do we do next? Let me open the riddle. The spice is so boring, it should be illegal. It tried to get drowned in the ship like a weasel. Go to the Highlands and seek where it rests. It was being transported by those who taste the test. So, Faldir's Cove? Okay, so somewhere in this place, right? Wait, what did it say again? Go to the Highlands and see where it rests. It was being transported by those who taste the test. Okay, so it's these guys down here, eh? People... Oh, this thing! Sealed barrel! Must be this, right? Yes! Smuggler's spice bread. Okay, got something. So now we need 2 more recipe thingamajigs, right? Okay. The land is bad and so is the beer. The perfect thing for a meal whose hearts will not cheer. This land is bad and so is their beer. Is there like beer you can buy in Badlands? I guess there is. I mean, that's the only thing I'm thinking. Yeah, it must be Badlands, I think. Okay, so these guys should drop something, no? I think, maybe? Frankly, I have no idea. I don't know if it's here, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, if there's a warrior here, that must mean that we're in the right place, right? Oh! Right there! Bormy blue. Got it! Okay, final thing. Okay, one more. With sorrow, you accept that you must be from Manchester. What? Your cooking is so awful that you must be a jester. Might as well kill some spiders and take their venom, put them in the stew, and teach yourself a lesson. So, Swamp of Sorrow spiders. Ooh, that's not a bad chest, actually. We have 5 minutes. Yeah. Oh, this right here. Nice. Got it. Alright, so this guy, Skunk. Good work, buddy. We're really cooking now. Ooh, that's the final rune, boys. We get Shawarmageddon, which is the one-handed mace. And we get Blood Surge. Let's go. Skunk mouth-watering already. Dude, he's making some amazing mouth-watering food, guys. Holy. Hey, can I get some of that as well? Skunk feel funny. Funny feel. Oh, wait, what? Power? Oh, shit! Oh, he really liked that food, dude. Good thing we have Enraged Regen, boys. Dude, he kind of slaps, dude. Recipe is delicious. Skunk get a bit lost in passion a moment, but you were a good helper. Here's your share. Skunk even had something a little extra for your trouble. Damn, so the rune was just extra. Yo! Shawarmageddon, boys. And the final rune, Blood Surge. There it is. Heroic Strike, Bloodthirst, and Whirlwind have a 30% chance to make your next slam within 15 seconds instant and cost no rage. Dude. I don't know what we're gonna end up rolling for spec, chat. I don't know if it's gonna end up being precise timing or Blood Surge. But we have every single rune now. And we have a lot of good gear. We just need like a profession stuff. We're looking good, man. I think Blood Surge we might end up running. We might end up using this one, I think. This is more dopamine for sure. But I think this is probably for Fury, right? And I think you can proc Blood Surge off of Quick Strike, guys, by the way. I don't know. We'll see. We're heading to Uldaman real fast, guys. We promised to do an Uldaman run here, so we're gonna send it. And we can get a Horned Viking helmet from that dungeon, too. Guys, let's test out Blood Surge here. So how many bosses are we gonna kill? I don't know how far we'll go, but I guess let's just work our way to the dwarves first, right? So we have a... Dude, man, Warrior is so nutty, boys. Like, I'm gonna be cranking DPS meters like crazy. Holy fuck, I'm gonna crank it. Like a thing to see my procs now for the Blood Surge. Oh, it's up there. I don't see it. I need like some sort of an add-on or like a Wigora that could show me Blood Surge procs. Dude, we're kind of slapping that damage though. Okay, we'll do one of these here, and then we'll just send it like that. Yeah. Big damage there. Nice. Oh, we should go Flagellation as well, because we're not really doing that much damage right now, because we don't have Flagellation. So we need to just respec a little bit so we can actually do some DPS, right, guys? Ah, we didn't get the helmet, sadly. Yeah, let me go Flag. I'm gonna be popping off like an absolute madman. Bro, that was a 1000 cleave, by the way. Kind of nice. I'm vibing with it. Oh my god, dude. Dude, okay. Warrior suddenly got a lot stronger with this new rune and this gear. We do some pretty gnarly burst, man. I'm gonna have to get used to playing with Quick Strike, though. I've not really been used to playing with that. But it does seem like it might be the best. It's either that or we play precise timing, right? Armory is giving me misery. I guess sometimes you can just get really unlucky with rocks. Ooh, there they are, dude. I think that's what he wanted, right? Damn, grass, dude. Huge pants.
bad. Everything here, this is like basically the pull I would do on my mage, but I would like jump down here. Yeah, not bad. But yeah, I think the whole thing that's keeping me alive is actually, well actually no, because I just used an Earth Bind which slowed everything. That would be like an equivalent of Mage Novaing to like go use their self-heal thing. Like gives you the buff for it, yeah, that thing. To like get like just a couple stacked Maelstrom healing wave on me, just to keep me not close to dying. But I'd probably help them maybe kill them faster with Fire Nova and not have to rely on Maelstrom. It's just I don't exactly have a way to get threat with every single thing unless like maybe Earth Binding all of them will give me threat maybe before I can drop a Magma Totem to Fire Nova. Then again, I don't know if I would kill them faster than they'd kill me. Kind of a little mini game to also keep myself alive while like face tanking this shit. I'm gonna try and like get some melees in there for Maelstrom strikes. Or Maelstrom weapon procs rather. But then before in phase 1 apparently mages could do like the whole instance pull, but I never invested in learning how to do that. I know the second part here, I don't know if I can emulate that as shaman here. I mean, we could try. Oops, I said I was gonna do try and pull everything here, but muscle memory of stopping here on my mage.
I can't carry anymore.
Ah shit, yeah. But I think I had a lot more space on my mage though, because I didn't have like all this extra gear on it. Like my mage had the bare minimum that I could get from in BFD from it on it. And I don't really have that much bank space to put the rest of this in there. I'm gonna have to invest in like some journeyman backpacks, the 14 slot bad boys. I think I saw someone selling like one for like 25 golds. At that time I had 40 gold, but fuck, that all went into like raid supplies, honestly. Kind of a bit more expensive than then again I'm like overbuying the amount of potions I need, like, because I'm expecting to die. Like I only would buy like 2 of them in BFD because like I expected like everyone to know the fight so we wouldn't wipe at any point, so I wouldn't need that much. If anything, I only would need 1 of each, and we could do it in under an hour. Guess I didn't pull this guy.
help you with?
Although now I gotta go check repairs because I've got like mail armor now, so it's gonna be a lot more expensive than repairing for a clothy mage, right? The like plate and leather, like progressively the more defensive the armor it gets, the more like repair is. So let's see here. That's not a gold, but I think I made like made 2 gold from boosting that guy 1 level, and what did I come here with, like 11? So I think I made 7 gold so far. Yeah, I think this might be like soloing art. Maybe I could figure out how to do Wailing Caverns, but it's just like the convenience of like there being a vendor like as soon as you leave the instance and a repair, compared to like Wailing Caverns. I mean, I think they have like vendors, but you gotta like walk out the cave and like do some parkour to get to them. So it's like probably a minute or 2 to get there and then get back, or maybe somewhere like around 3 minutes altogether. All right, I'll try and clear this up here. It's based on inventory space.
Holla ballers and a bro fist to you all, and I am bro fisting in real style because we're going raiding. Oh, this is what I've been waiting for, man. The leveling is done, it's out of the way, we're capped. We managed to get our mount thanks to a little agility enchant that dropped, and I managed to sell that on the auction house, and given the quests I turned in after 40, which I'd already banked up, so I wanted to ding on stream. Managed to get the gold, got our mount, we're poor, couldn't even afford to buy all my level 40 spells, rend. Oh, Rend, you will have to wait your good turn, as I was less than 2 gold left in my pockets. But I earned my mount myself without being streamer privileged and like, please give me gold. So I was quite proud of myself for that. I really didn't think I was going to make it, but I did manage to do it, which was great. But this was the day I was really looking forward to, because this was the, like, in many ways, in terms of stream time, it's kind of the final day. This is the day we polish off the runes and get into the raid. I am going to do the raid on stream. Remember, I am committing myself to making sure I have a fully geared character and have experienced everything, because it just helps my critique and review. And I do, as you've probably realized along this journey, I have some really strong pros for Season of Discovery, but the problems are definitely showing that I think Blizzard should address in Season 3, but we'll do that in a different video. Okay, the game plan. Finish all the runes. I have done half of them. I only had like 3 remaining, but a couple of them are really long ones, in particular the Dark Riders. The Dark Riders involves you traveling all the world, which in retail WoW would not be a problem. In classic WoW, this is a monumental journey. You've got to go everywhere from Deadwind Pass to the Barrens to Desolus and back again Arathi Highlands. And what I didn't realize is that they're not soloable. I didn't realize they were going to be spawning elites. I quickly found out, of course. Thankfully, we did have some members of the community, well, particularly Nahe, our previous hardcore champion. If you missed our hardcore tournament of the death of Majora, he was the one who came out victorious, defeating, in total, it was 25 other opponents of Majora during hardcore. On his road, he was like, yeah, you're not going to be able to solo these. I was like, cool. But what we did do again, that wonderful classic journey, is meet people who are on the same journey, which is what classic does infinitely better than modern retail World of Warcraft, where practically everything is soloable, at least outside of raids, is you bump into people who are on that journey. And as much as I do hate the traveling, that travel time and longer respawn timers does allow people to congregate, and it is a good feeling, because you do bump into people who are like, oh, where should we go next? Like, we're just strangers. So we stuck with our new friend all the way through Arathi, and what's cool about this is that he needed to go to the bathroom while we were waiting for the Dark Riders to respawn, but we're on this journey together. So although the Dark Rider respawned and we pulled it and it was dying, We're like, we can't kill it because our friend isn't going to get credit for it. And so we were like hanging on as its health was low, but it isn't elite, it is hurting hard. So I'm like taunting off the rogue, I'm like trying to maintain our health. As he came back at like 2% attack, he's like, oh, thanks so much, guys. And that is the community feel that is long dead since Warlords of Draenor in retail, is to have those moments, at least for me. I'm sure some of you have some moments like that you've had, but there's just less opportunity for them in retail WoW, like vastly less than you're finding in Season of Discovery. And the important thing here, because you might say, yeah, that's classic WoW. No, Season of Discovery is made by the modern team. They still know how to do it. It's just the unfortunate truth is the way you do it is with longer respawn times, not being able to tag everything, so grouping up is passively encouraged, and having big travel times. So standing around for 5 minutes, it ain't even that bad. You chit chat, you shoot the stuff. Like there's a lot of pros and obviously cons to it that got lost in a more era of accessibility and efficiency, let's say. So I got those runes done, except for one, but by then I was kind of bored of doing runes and traveling, and I knew my next one was also like a traveling place. I tried to min-max them. I had a really horrible moment in the Badlands where I had a kind of free rune to get. You just kill a wandering guy, and it was there immediately as we got there, and killed him. I didn't realize you had to loot a chest afterwards, and then it despawned. It took us nearly 40 minutes to get that guy again, because he kept layering and disappeared, and we have people with eyes all over the map, and it's like, he's here, he's disappeared, he's phased out of existence. That was a bit criminal, but either way, let's get to the good stuff. Let's get to the raid, because that was the important. I have to give props to Blizzard here. They did such a good job. They really did. And if you have been put off by Season of Discovery due to like, oh, I'm not leveling in Classic, I get it. But it is kind of worth it to play this raid. And I beg, and I know most people won't, play it blind if you can. Do it blind, because they've achieved something great. Noma isn't my favorite dungeon of all time. In fact, I would rate it as one of my worst. I hate it, and I don't think I've ever 100% done everything, including the quests in there. I've done a lot, all the bosses, I'm sure, but there's a lot that goes on in that dungeon that's old, antiquated, doesn't make much sense. You kind of need to follow a guide for punch cards and all sorts of nonsense. I've never done it all. It's been a one-and-done visit. Get the XP you can, get out. That kind of experience. This time, though, I got to experience bosses that are really cleverly designed. And the general theme, it's much better than Black Falcon Deeps, let me say that. The general theme that Blizzard's gone with is really cool. There's a bit of a puzzle to solve that's more complex than you find in Black Falcon Deeps, but nowhere near as complex as you would find in like probably a heroic raid plus. But if you know it, then you are never going to wipe to this boss again, barring someone being a colossal idiot. Like, that's what they've designed here. And this is wonderful, because this appeases both ends of the spectrum. For people like me who love problem solving and love assessing a boss without knowing anything about it and like, okay, what challenges does this boss present to us, and how do we solve this problem? And particularly with the limited toolkits you have in Classic, it was great. Every single boss we wiped once on, and then we like cleanly killed them the second time. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. That's great. That's really cool. It's not a free ride, which is boring. It's something to discuss amongst the team. It's like, okay, we need to do X, Y, this has got elements. So, going through the first boss, which I think was I might get the order on here. The tunnel boss was the first one. I will point out here, I'm tanking and I'm prot. Let me explain what happened here. So we did not, because it was coming to the end of the reset, have a tank available. We had all the players, lots of DPS, and we had the healers, which was solid. We had one other prop paladin, and no other tank. So I'm a warrior, and yes, I want to DPS, but a warrior in Classic can tank. It's as simple as that. Although I would guess, and I am guessing here, warriors are probably not considered to be great tanks at the moment, because the other specs have just had much more buffs, although I think Guardian's kind of weak sauce as well. But you probably want a prop paladin or two prop paladins, a prop paladin or rogue, for real efficiency, especially when it comes to AoE tanking. On top, so at very last minute, as we were putting the group together, it was like, we need another tank. So I was like, okay, I guess that's me. Two problems there. One, I'm pretty sure, well, I googled this actually. I googled like what the rune setup was for tanking. At no point is prop mentioned. Everybody apparently tanks as Fury. That really made me a little nervous, because I had zero tanking gear, like anything with plus defense or anything like that. And I was like, we're undergeared in general because I haven't done like pre-raid BIS or anything. So I was very concerned about not having like even a shield equipped. I was like, I don't know about this, man. This is making me a little nervous. So I wasn't sure what to do. So I was like, I'll tell you what, I'm going to go Fury to get us going. And if we start hitting something that starts brutally messing me up, I'll swap over to Prot, so we get Last Stand, we get a lot of benefits, extra armor, extra defense, things like that. Just to prop us up in that regard, because I'm not too concerned about DPS unless we hit a hard DPS check. I'm more concerned with not stressing the healers out. Like I don't think lower overall raid DPS is a huge concern during prog if mechanically we're solving all the problems, therefore everybody's taking way less damage and the healers are much more relaxed. So that was my mindset, and I was like, if this is cringe, if this is like really horrible, I'll go and swap to Fury. My Hearthstone is set in Ironforge, I can get back pretty quickly. That was the idea I went with. The second problem was I had no weapon skill because I haven't used one-handers in a really, really long time. I did have a tanking dagger from phase 1, which was a nice fast dagger, and I had picked up a weapon from one of the runes, which was a 2.6 speed mace. And I was like, okay, I don't even have weapon skill, but we can solve that in raids because usually we're going to be fighting trash. Our weapon skill will level really quickly. It will be fine. The first boss came along pretty quickly, which meant I had no weapon skill or anything, and my job was to taunt it. But again, a great boss. I like the idea that they immediately present you with a puzzle. There's a nice toxic cloud. This will clean the ads out for you. Somebody gets to kite it. From what I could tell, there's no marker that you're being kited. You've got to recognize that as personal responsibility. Maybe add-ons are tracking that, but we didn't have that. Perfect. Absolutely great. And blitzing the boss, we obviously we made the mistakes you would make in prog. Like, we killed the Basilisk first because it's like, let's get rid of the ad so we can zerg the boss. He just respawns the Basilisk. So it's like, okay, well, let's not bother with that. We just off-tank that. I grab the ads when they spawn, get them off the healers, try and kite the thing in, and first pull was a wipe, second pull, done. Nice and simple. Then we move down again, so we have now the big toxic boss. Again, wiped first time while we're sussing it out. But great little mechanics. We've got a Grobulus mechanic that he's dropping pools, so we kite him around the edge of the room, make sure everyone's clear. He spawns some little ads, which have way less HP, but if they reach the bracers, they respawn into larger, more dangerous elementals. So then we did some assignments. Assigned stuns out. My concussion blow will be on one, our rogue stun will be on another one, and the tank can hodge one. And then we have time to wave them down. Worked kind of perfectly, and our second pull, no stress on anybody whatsoever as we brought it down. Like, that's what I want to see. Struggle, think about it, implement, overcome. Great. My favorite boss in here so far was actually the Scorpion boss. I think it's like Scorpion mech type thing that required some group movement. This was a little bit more advanced than what I expected from Classic. Again, wonderful. We wiped a couple of times to this boss because we were figuring out what is the solution to this problem. And then we realized, oh, you can bait these. Immediately we can figure out, okay, whoever gets arc cleaves onto other two. So then we need two groups, right? So we need two groups, and we need the arc to go onto either group. So this is a similar mechanic we've seen with Maiden and all sorts of other bosses do the same thing. Thaddeus has a little bit of this. And all we're going to do is put ranged on one side of the boss, be close, melee on the other, and all I'll do is I make two macros, and I've been calling it over event, is left next, right next. So that if you get the arc and it's right next, you're going to stand in the melee. If you get the arc and it's the range next, you're going to stand in the range. Simple as that. That didn't quite work out as I hoped, at least for a first pull, using that technique. But what we noticed as we were wiping is that, hey, the furthest person away always gets this mechanic. That's great, because immediately you can put the pressure on two people who are comfortable having that pressure, and then we can just have everybody else stay still and just zerg the boss, essentially. So that worked out really, really well. The only mechanic we didn't get right, I don't think, but we did kill it doing what we did here, which was two people, like we had one of the priests and one of the, we had volunteers. It's like, yeah, I can do it. We just alternated where the arc was going, is how the other magnetism mechanic worked. But as we were doing our kill, I noticed that the warrior, Shrimpsy, every time it got it like back to back like 7 times. That's more than coincidence. Something's weird with this, and it was like plaguing me. And then it was only like after we killed it, because everything was going fine, and we were kind of just laughing at Shrimpsy, the DPS warrior, and get like going out, staying out, and then intercepting back in. getting it again and just like AFK for the whole fight. We were all kind of memeing on it, but afterwards it was like, I bet it's the closest person. Because it makes sense. If you're intercepting back in, you're likely to be very, very close up the boss's butthole. Therefore, you're going to get the mechanics. So I'm going to try that next week. I'm not Googling any of the answers. So it would have been my job as the off-tank, because I barely did anything there. And I was like, there's not really anything for me to do here, which is weird. There should be. So I'm thinking now, oh, I bet I go in and bait this out so that I just keep going backwards and forwards while the DPS can focus on tunneling the boss. So I'm going to try that out next week. Or next reset and see how that goes. The knockback boss. Very simple. We did wipe here because it's about recognizing his animation for where he goes. My immediate thought when he started... I could tell because it's on an open platform. I was telling the group, it's like, we're definitely getting knocked back here. There is no way they built this giant pedestal with a big open area that we're not getting knocked back on, right? It reeks of knockback. But it was like recognizing where the animation is of where he's going to go. When it first started casting, I was like, oh, maybe I bait it. So I was tanking it and facing it one way, and then it started casting and I moved. But it like turned and followed me is what I took from it. It was like, oh, so I can't bait it. Maybe I have to intercept back in, but that doesn't make sense because paladins and guardian druids and rogues wouldn't be able to manage that. So unless we shadow step, and I'm like, eh, it kind of reminded me of the wind boss in Sanctum. I was like, that doesn't really work. There's another way of doing this. Maybe we get knocked into a wall. No, you get knocked over the wall. And then it was a case of, oh, it's just random, or it targets a player, but you have to recognize where the hand is. I was like, oh, okay, and killed it next ball. GG's, out of the way. The second to last boss. Do I like this boss or not? Kind of, but it's very hard in Classic to recognize boss buffs and how they're interacting without reading about it or like checking logs and things like that as to how this is working, because in retail you very much will see a buff applied to a boss, although the animation is a bit more intense. Now the animations are here in Classic, they're just a little bit more discreet, and you generally see energy bars and things like that, which these don't have. So it's a council boss with a chicken, a sheep, a squirrel, and a dragon. So I was like, okay, we've got a council style boss. First couple of pulls, what do they do? Right, that's your first question, because as a raid leader standpoint, the first thing I'm looking for is like, how do we tank these for effective DPS? Right, so very apparent the sheep can't be tanked. He's untankable. Being in his melee disrupts you, stuns you constantly, and you don't want to be anywhere near the sheep. Okay, so we're going to ignore the sheep. Maybe it's range tank, maybe it's like range threat, because, you know, warlocks can do things and things like that. No, he's just randomly going to walk around. Okay, so what tanking combo do we use on the dragon, the squirrel, and the rooster at this point? And effective pulls in Classic here are a bit annoying. Misdirect would be so nice. But we tried a couple of combos. I'll solo the dragon, somebody else take the rooster and the squirrel. But we saw tanks were getting destroyed. As we made more progress, but tanks were getting destroyed. I'm like, okay. Unlikely this is a 3-tank boss. However, we are near the end of the raid, so maybe our undergearedness is showing a little bit, maybe. And then it was like recognizing, like they were casting things. So we was checking our damage taken. It's like, okay, I died to overheat, or other people died to overheat. And the healers are asking, what is killing the melee here? What's happening? And all these questions are fun. Like, what is going on? Not clear how the resolution works. So it became apparent that every 25% of their HP, they do something. So at 25, 75, 50, and 25, the sheep will put reflect on themselves, because we recognize that. It's like, oh, okay, the sheep is hurting me now, and it's like electrified. Okay, it's reflecting at me. Cool. Overheat comes from the dragon, and he sets himself on fire, and he starts AoEing the area. Okay. What is Cluck? But we noticed the tanks were getting shredded during Cluck. So Cluck must be some sort of DPS increase. And then Deadly Boss Mods was showing like 75% melee attack speed from Cluck. Like, right. So that's what these things are doing. How do we manage it? And how does it apply? Because then the question was, wait a minute. We know when Cluck's going to happen, but is Cluck applied to what's nearby? Because what somebody noticed is, wait, when the sheep was near the bosses, the other bosses all got reflect because I was reflecting my spell. Okay, so is it range based? So we're asking all these questions, and we had a couple of wipes here as we were figuring through exactly how to make it work. in the end, we were like, I was a little confused as raid leader as to how these worked. And so I was like, I tell you what, just for one pull, what we'll do is just do a science pull. We're not intending to kill the boss here. What we want is absolute complete control of the environment so we can see what's going on. And so we'll go 3 tanks, we'll put 1 tank on each, and each tank just be responsible for what's going on. And when certain HP thresholds are coming, go and stand on your own with that mob and let's see what happens. Alright, it's as simple as that. So we did recognize things from that, and it was actually our kill pull. Took a long time because, and every other tank died because of like checking and sciencing things, but that was the kill pull. So I've asked the question, I was like, how does X work? It's like, okay, some of them work by being close, some of them work by don't. So I imagine next week this is still a boss we might wipe on as it gets really crystal. And it's also an inspiration for me to go and get more tank gear. Because there was also buttons in the room. And I was like, what are these buttons for? Because maybe what happened, because once you see interactables in a room, you're like, okay, this must do something. So what does it do? So we had people clicking it and they're like, well, I got some mana and took some damage, but I got a move speed increase. I was like, so is this to kite? Maybe when they get cluck or overheat or reflect or whatever, pressing one of these buttons nullifies the mechanics. So we had people try that. Didn't do anything. And so the general consensus we had while progging was like, I think this is just for healers to get mana back because it's a long fight. We think that's what it is. So you can spam really hard into the tanks during like cluck and things like that in order to get it working. Is that correct? We think so. And that's really fun for me. I don't know. I don't know. One thing I do know is that warrior tank as prot was kind of useless. Even if I was getting hammered, I wasn't getting any rage. I'm like, this is just kind of crap. So it gives me plenty of goals. So we did have to stop there though, because it took us a while to get there. So I'm going to be doing the boss as we start our Final Fantasy 15 journey today. I'm going to be doing the boss still like at the end of the day. So I have one more boss to kill in there before the reset. The reset's on Wednesday, so we're not missing out on anything. So we're going to jump into the raid to finish it out. But it's inspired me again in that Season of Discovery way and that World of Warcraft way more specifically. It's like, okay, I need a tank set. Because if I need to get called onto tanks, some of these bosses are one tankable, so I could be DPS here. Maybe I go Fury now. Maybe I can tank fine as arms because it's really more about gear. And I can mess around with the big fat two-handers and all that kind of stuff. But this is the kind of content that gives you goals that you want to work on between raids. I really miss that because the goals for retail, certainly for a long time, have been set in stone before the expansion even starts. And it's basically just do all the Mythic Plus you can. Take whatever you can from it. Make sure you do your weekly chores and then do Mythic Plus in the middle, get stuff. And that's it. Without having a goal, because my other goals now are like, right, I need to target defense stuff specifically, which comes from very specific locations. I need to target getting some quests done for some really nice upgrades that are like pre-bis, but also kind of difficult in Classic because you can't out-level the content, so it's like go to Faralas and do a really difficult quest. I've got something in Sonaris to do, which is like a level 45 quest, I think, but they're accessible. That's been really fun. I also want to do my professions because consumables are such a huge part of Classic. You should have them. I should totally get them ready and good to go. And also, Season of Discovery offers these breakpoints where you're like, okay, I don't need to do it all, which is very off-putting and also kind of invasive in Classic. I could do bits, and then it's done until the next season. So I don't have to do it all. I can do like a small chunk and get it done. So that's what my focus is going to be. I'm so excited to see what this last boss is and give a final opinion on the raid. And then coming up will be final thoughts on Season of Discovery and some suggestions for it, alright? So look forward to that. And Final Fantasy 15 is up on the menu for our mainstream game. Controversial? Yeah. Some people love it, some people hate it. I'm excited to see which one we decide, because we will make our own opinion. So I'll see you there. Bye, guys. brofist to you all, and a happy Friday from here at PG Towers, my friends. It is a glory to be back with you. We've had an amazing week. We've had Variety Week. We've had Obra Dinn, Skull and Bones. We've had Papers, Please. We've had Faster Than Light. We've had Apex Legends. We've had... the list goes on, man. The War Within. We've been had a tremendous week, and of course we've finished out our Friday with Season of Discovery Season 2, and I'm spreading the good word as the good Lady Bex. If you are looking for adventure and some fun to have with your Season of Discovery, Bex has been making riddles for every rune of every spec, every class in the game. It's on our website now. We'll try and put the link below. If you're not looking to just like wowhead them or get them straight from the Discords and go and grab them as quickly as possible, they're all there for you. So you can have a little riddle and a little clue as to where your runes might be, so you can go and hunt them down and have some fun and a bit of discovery in your Season of Discovery. But of course, that's not why you're here right now, you wonderful people. You're here right now because in front of me I presented the tales that you share with me from your life on the internet and world. It's drama time. So you can send a story, and everybody listening to this right now has had some interaction, something that has happened with somebody in the online world that has been a little bit strange, a little bit odd, a little bit in the weird world, and we'd love you to share it with us, because I've shared my stories, and you can share yours too, and you can just send them to drama@preachgaming.com. Just before we got started here, I was browsing the names here. I think I want to start with this, because it looks like the most fun. And it's called Raiding with Boomers. Raiding with Boomers. As I did complete BFD for the first time today. We got it done, which was great. Featuring Vulgate, Parasweepers, our wonderful website supporters who have their names lit up in lights here on Drama Time. There you go, my friends. There you go. We're in. We don't need a guild name from our live audience right here, but that's okay. Okay, here we go. Hello, Preacher! I have written several stories to you in the past, and you'll be glad to hear that this tale doesn't involve any homophobic angry at the singular gay checkman, or any genius-level IQ off-tanks, although it does tangentially involve the crazy German stalker raid leader from the Secret Admirer story I sent you. There may be a touch as... oh god. A trigger warning. There may be some things that borderline divorce, though. Not too bad. Divorce happens regularly. I don't think... well, I don't care to judge if that upsets somebody. Ladies and gentlemen who are listening here right now, take yourself back to the deep dark past of the Burning Crusade, the original. Here I am, picture me, playing a dwarf hunter in a nice, relatively chill raiding guild, which contains several different types of family groups. As well as family groups? Okay. As well as non-family people like me. The youngest member of our guild, who did come along to the raids with us, was 8 years old. I would not raid with my son. 8 years old. That's below the acceptable age, sir. I just want to let you know the age limit on the box says no to that. And the oldest member of the guild being, well, we shall get to that. We didn't quite have enough people to raid 25, man. And so a large amount of our raiding, as was the truth for many during the Burning Crusade, was of course that sweet, sweet Karazhan, and eventually Zulaman when that came along. We did do some joint merger raids with another English-speaking guild, but it didn't work out. And it resulted in the guild moving eventually to transfer servers. Okay, so they all moved. Long before, but this was long before server transfers had been mooted. I was the guild's top DPSer on my dwarfy hunter. I was playing a marksman hunter because I thought BM was boring. Almost always topping the damage meter unless I died, and usually by quite a large margin compared to the rest of the players. Now, I want to be clear. I'm not saying this as if I had some kind of world-beating, amazing DPS. The truth is, I really wasn't that good. And certainly if this was modern day World of Warcraft, with passes and all that bollocks, I suspect I would have been middle of the road at best, if not towards the lower end of things. But the thing about raid DPS is you can always top the damage meter if everyone else is giga trash. Bringing flasks, food, or anything beyond mana and health potions to raids, our guild frowned upon such elitist activities. During the Burning Crusade, you say, when there were so many buff potions they had to nerf the amount we could have, your guild felt not worth it. Frowned upon for using potions. You're making me feel bad. I just used potions buffs in Black Famine Leaps. Classic. Our raiding team fluctuated from week to week with a core group of maybe 7 or 8 who were there most weeks, including me, and then a rotating cast of family and friends who would fill in those empty slots. Oh joy, the 8-year-old's coming tonight. What a dream. I obviously can't remember everyone who played with us, but a few of these people do stick in my memory, including the raiders that title of this story is about. But we're getting there soon. So, ladies and gentlemen, who compromised our intrepid group of raiders? Well, in no particular order, we had a group of 5 Norwegian kids, all aged 13 to 14. They all played paladins. Wow. Okay. We've got 5 tween paladins. Excellent. Only one of them from memory ever made it into the raiding team as a healer, and it was genuinely adorable to see just how excited his friends was that he had made it to raider. Oh. Oh, that's really cute. Like, all his friends cheered him on. Oh, that's really nice. The problem, as some of you may have guessed... Oh, I didn't guess. Before I read on, what's the problem? They all want to get into the raid, surely? Well, they cheered him on for getting in there. Bedtime? Oh my god, it can't be. No way. Well, you're absolutely right. For what I can remember, we raided quite late at night. We would start between 8 and 11 UK, which is... Norway is ahead of the UK. Yeah, is Norway an hour? Is it 9:12? Norway's 1 hour ahead, right? Which is 9 till midnight in Norway. So while he was actually pretty good at healing, could play a Holy Paladin in TBC. Actually, the business. Actually, the business. He had to suddenly disappear often during our raids. I'm assuming, but he never confirmed it. It was because his parents realized he was playing WoW instead of being in bed. Although he never got actively banned from playing the game, as far as I can tell. But maybe they were very forgiving parents. We, of course, had a husband and wife duo who both played warlocks. And they had given themselves matching character names. That is dies of cringe. That is 100% dies of cringe. Matching character names. Jesus. The husband was the more regular of the duo, and I assume his wife was busy looking after their many children. I'm not making this up for drama time. I'm pretty sure between them they had 9 children. That poor woman. 9? 9 children. That poor, poor woman. Jesus Christ. 9. He was a fairly decent DPSer who worked as an ice cream man IRL. Aww. He's got 9 kids and he's an ice cream man? That dad is a legend. That dad is a straight up legend. He rocks up with his fucking music playing. Although with the amount of children they had, I'm not sure ice cream was the only thing he was selling from that truck. True, actually. At least in the UK, it was pretty well known, at least in the 90s, that the ice cream men sold porn and cigarettes. Like, that was a pretty common piece of knowledge for the UK ice cream men, is they sold porn and cigarettes. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's the same now. Probably weed as well, but I definitely knew that they were doing porn and stuff out of the ice cream trucks. You would just see like random adults queuing up for a flake. Flake and a tape. They used to. In fact, I know this because they used to sell cigarettes by the cigarette and not by the packet. So the ice cream men used to sell like 3 cigarettes for people who didn't have any money. And that's where you could get that. That's how it used to work in the UK. You could get an ice lolly and 4 cigarettes or something like that. Yeah, it was like 20p a time, something like that. Anyway, me, the Warlock guy, and several others had a great time shooting the shit in TeamSpeak until the wee hours, and he was genuinely just a really nice guy. He did, however, have the most explosive bowels on Earth, and he would regularly have to leave the raid to go to the toilet. We were pretty sure he had Crohn's disease or the like, and the fact, because he needed to shit often every 2 hours. A lot of people need to AFK your raid. The problem was he would come back and describe what he had done. Oh, Loz. We don't need that, Loz. He would say whether the seat was warm or cold. We don't want to know. We don't want to know. He would tell... I'm actually going to spare you guys and skip some of these details that are currently in the story. Let's just say he would share many details about his visit to the toilet. I was actually thinking back, it was quite distracting. I knew far more about this man's intestinal movements than I knew about my own. Among our core raiding group, though, we also had another husband and wife, the wife being the guild master from a previous story I sent you, and one woman in particular, Vulgate, who, looking back, was the source of most of our problems. She joined the guild with a couple of the remaining members of a family guild that had imploded at some point during vanilla. It turned out that Vulgate started playing WoW because her grandchildren had moved away, and so as they played World of Warcraft, she started playing to keep in contact. Aww. Oh, this story is so cute so far, besides the shitting period, which is what it is, but that's cool. It turned out that Vulgate really enjoyed World of Warcraft, a lot more than her grandchildren did, as they quit playing and she didn't. That's baller. Pussies. Fucking pussies. So she ended up in our guild with 2 other members of her family. I have no idea what their specific relations were, with all the family sharing similar character names. So, why was Vulgate a source of problems? It turned out that Vulgate was 78 years old. Okay. And would often go AFK in our raids, to which she told us fairly quickly that sometimes she was falling asleep. Oh, it's annoying, but it's really cute. It's super cute. She needs a nap. Yeah, it's annoying, but it's really cute. Nana's having a nap while she's fucking grinding out Karazhan or some sort of tabble rep. She's just falling asleep. She never spoke in voice comms, and our raid leader was aware that she was falling asleep. But as she was now his friend, he let it slide. Okay, I mean, that's not okay. I can't remember when the rest of the guild found out that this is why she would go AFK while we were raiding. It's possible we didn't even find out during that expansion, but it did explain when she was on her priest sometimes, she was great, and then other times people would just start dying and she'd stop healing. It also explained while she would play on her mage, her DPS numbers were all over the place, let's say. So, why was Vulgate falling asleep so often during the raids? Because she's old as fuck. It could be, oh what? It could be, it's something else. It could be the simple answer that she was 78 years old and was just tired because we were raiding at 11 PM at night. But there was another possible answer. One that never occurred to me at the time, and occurred to me while thinking about writing this story, that is probably more likely. Remember back to when I mentioned that she started playing WoW because she wanted to spend time with her grandchildren who had moved away. Well, the family were all from Hong Kong, but were living in the UK. And thinking back, it wouldn't make any sense for all of her grandchildren and extended family to roll on the EU servers if they lived in Hong Kong. The grandchildren have moved away. So was Vulgate actually playing WoW from Hong Kong on the EU servers? Yeah, probably. It would certainly explain why she fell asleep so regularly, as our raid times were about 4 AM raid start in Hong Kong. That is a hardcore granny if that's the case. That is one hardcore granny if that's the case. Just rocking through the fuck... Hey! I have got mad respect for this granny. Huge amounts of respect. In the end, it didn't really matter because, whatever the reason, she would fall asleep in the raids. No, not really. Well, it didn't really matter that she fell asleep. What, did it even matter that she fell asleep during the raids? No, not really. And TBC raiding is some of the fondest memories of me playing World of Warcraft. Oh, that's cool that you didn't get angry at her. Well, at the start of the story, you mentioned a touch of borderline divorce. Well, this is not the end of the story with Sleepy Granny. You'll notice that the title of this story is Raiding with Boomers. Plural. We had another elderly woman in the guild. What the fuck? How are you attracting these people? How are you attracting, like, the elderly? What kind of fucking catnip are you putting out on the doorstep to attract all these families and stuff? You must be advertising as a family-based guild. That is the only explanation, is you're actually advertising it. Parasweepers and Nino. They joined our guild as a mother-daughter combo from Serbia. Nina played a mage and was in her 40s, and Parasweepers played a paladin, but was of an unknown age. However, she was the mother of the two. So whatever her age was, she was old enough to have a daughter in her 40s, so we guessed she was 60 plus. Okay. Age unknown. Mystery arrives. Nino was pretty good DPS, usually second behind me, and Parasweepers was a reasonable-ish healer, who I almost certain had the exact same issues as Vulgate did, because I'm pretty sure she would also fall asleep in our raids towards the end. When 20% of your raid is sleeping boomers, and in some cases they were both the healers, your raids could go bad really quick. But I told you of divorce, so what of the divorce? One day, Parasweepers suddenly stopped playing World of Warcraft, and after some period of time, we all asked Nino what happened. Where's your mum? Is she okay? Is she ill? Is she fine? Is her computer broken? All these sorts of questions, but there's not a chance in hell any of us were going to guess what it was. So what happened? Nino, being in her 40s, didn't live with her parents, and it turned out that one evening her father had gone out for the night to do something. Did he actually go to the store to get some milk? He didn't, for whatever reason, take his house keys with him. Maybe they only had one set. And Parasweepers was supposed to let him in when he came back from the night out. The problem was, Parasweepers fell asleep playing World of Warcraft with her headset on and couldn't heed the doorbell or his frantic knocking to get back into the house. As a solution, Parasweeper's husband slept in the car because he couldn't get back into the house. He was understandably quite annoyed about this and was threatening divorce because of her World of Warcraft addiction. Can you imagine getting divorced over World of Warcraft in your 60s? How do you even tell the local social club what's going on? Right? How do you tell your friends what's happening at 60? Also, don't forget your fucking keys when you leave the house, dipshit. It's on you as well. Did that divorce actually happen? After he cooled down, it probably didn't, but Parasweepers did quit World of Warcraft to save her marriage. We never saw her again. Oh. Oh, that's so sad. Just get a set of keys, tie them to him, give him a keychain or something. Finding a hobby at that age that you engage with and love. Oh, that's so fucking sad. She was having a really good time playing World of Warcraft and she was getting to raid. Man, that's really sad. So as the common saying goes, don't raid with kids, but also maybe add a clause to don't raid with giga boomers, particularly those who get sleepy during the raid. Just think about yourself, Preach. In 5 or 6 years, you'll be 60, and maybe you'll fall asleep while streaming. Just had to slip that motherfucker in at the end, didn't you? You really did. You just had to slip that fucking shit in. P.S. As something completely unrelated to this story, my 11-year-old turned to me earlier this week saying, Daddy, you've got a few more years left in you. And then tried to dig himself a further hole by saying, probably around 30. So there you have it, chat. I'm probably dead, according to my 11-year-old, by 68. To be fair, someone near 40 to a kid looks like actual, like an ancient relic that has been dug up from the ground. I see it in my kids' eyes. I see it. Cheers all, and thank you for listening to another one of my stories. Honestly, that is one of the cutest drama stories we've ever had. It had drama, but God, it was cute. God, it was cute. I like that a lot. I like that one. That was nice. It didn't make me feel terrible. Okay. Here we go. Black House, Satorid, alright. Hansen. Blind Hopes. Have I got enough room for all these names? I hope so. Blind Hopes. Yerba. And Caltrek are all stars in this story. Entitled, my friends, The Queen of Drama. Do you want to place your bets now?
Right,
is this a lady who is manipulating the boys for free stuff, or is it somebody who is completely not into guys flirting with her and leave me the fuck alone? Those are the two common ones. Simpler. Well, yes. Free stuff, the former, both, maybe. Hello, Preacher! Oh, okay. I know you usually cover tales from MMO world, but you also want stories from the online world. Yes, yes, yes. Online interaction with other human beings is our forte. I have a tale from that best game of all time. The game that everybody who is worth a piss at any video game has played at some point in their life. Can anyone guess what it is? What is a game we've likely all played if they're going to be good? Dota's a good guess. It's not Dota, though. It's not COD. No. Ooh, it's not mentioned yet, actually. I guarantee everybody watching this has played this game. I guarantee you've all played it at some point. I'll be amazed if you haven't. FIFA, no. CSGO is a good guess. You're close with CSGO. You're close. It's not CS. Ooh. Oh, no one's got it. Interesting. Okay. Oh, there it is. Kingpin nails it. Team Fortress 2. I bet you can guess my main in that game. Team Fortress 2. TF2 is a game that is very near and dear to my heart, and I'm sure many other people. I played it religiously for over 10 years, and I made so many friends from my time on the pubby servers, as well as the competitive Highlander scene. Sure, there were definitely some freaks and weirdos in that community, but I dealt with a lot of drama and strange people on the internet prior to playing TF2. I was salted and hard. You've never played it? Really? You should. It's still amazing. Like, TF2 still totally is amazing today. It's great. And I'm sure it's still probably pretty popular. So, I went into the game with a very low tolerance for dumb bullshit. And ended up with very few drama stories over my 10 years of playing the game. But despite having a crisp radar for bullshit, one person just kept showing up over the years and bringing their personal fucking drama into my peaceful life. So, let us start with the first time I ever heard the name Weeping Willow. No. Caltrek. I had just joined a new Highlander team and was getting to know my teammates. They seemed mostly like normal people and were a lot of fun to play with, even if we weren't the best team in our division. In any case, in case anyone was wondering, I played Spy. Yes, I'm a filthy Spy main, and I have 2,000 hours on Spy. Of course you do. Of course you do. One day, while I'm pugging me some Highlander games, I suddenly got a message on Steam from a friend of mine, Blacos. The pug I had joined was about to start when I got this DM, and it just said something like, Are you free to talk right now? There's some people you really need to talk to. I told him I was busy right now, but I could talk after this game. It wasn't easy to get the spy spotting a pug unless you were one of the few top spies on the server, and I was excited that I had been picked after waiting for a long time. Whatever Black Ops wanted to talk about, it could wait until I had some fun, but suddenly I was pulled into a group chat. I don't know if this is still a feature on Steam, but at least at the time, if someone put you in a group chat, you were in it. There was no accept or decline, so here I was just trying to play my game and get some Highlander practice when I was suddenly in a group chat with two girls I didn't know and Black Ops. The two girls, let's call them Yerba and Caltrek, began telling a tale, weaving a story about how awful Blind Hopes, the pyro on my Highlander team, was. Apparently he had been dating Caltrek while also dating Yerba's friend, who for some reason was not in this group chat, but Yerba had taken it upon herself to speak on her behalf because she was so upset. Oh, Jesus Christ. How old are you? My immediate response, if I was ever pulled into a chat like this, was, and this has what to do with me? Genuinely, what the fuck does this have to do with me? Question mark. It's probably a 3 question mark situation. Like, what? They had just found out about each other and were mad about it. Okay. Don't get me wrong, it's horrible to find out you've been cheated on. But I was pretty annoyed because I just told Blackos I'm gaming. Dude, I'm gaming. Also, I had no idea how this had anything to do with me. Blind Hopes was just a guy on my team that I'd only been a part of for like 4 weeks. So I told them that. And they did not appreciate my response to what they considered to be a very serious situation. They then said I don't have to lie and that they know I'm dating Blind Hopes. And that they were there to support me and be on my side, since I obviously wasn't aware that Blind Hopes had been dating Caltrek and Yerba's friend. You can imagine her face. I am not dating Blind Hopes. In fact, I had a boyfriend who I was in a very good relationship with. And as far as I knew, Blind Hopes had never shown any signals from me about any romantic interest. We did get along well. We played in public service together. We would shoot the shit, but we're on the same team. And there was usually a few other people from the team with us, but that's literally it. I was getting more annoyed. The pug had started now. The game's going, and I do not like being pulled into some bullshit drama. I probably could have been nicer about it, but like I said, I have a low tolerance for this sort of shit and definitely did not want to get involved with other people's boyfriend drama. I would have closed the chat if I didn't feel the need to clear up the misunderstanding. Oh, you see? Yeah. Fuck that. I'm not dating Blind Hopes. Don't know where you got it from. Bye. Deal with it. I didn't need there to be some rumors floating around that I was dating someone on my team, especially when it wasn't true. To be fair, I can see that. Yeah, they're going to start spreading bullshit. I told them I'm not dating Blind Hopes. I was sorry he was a piece of shit to them. For some reason, Yerba started typing in all caps. Why doesn't she believe us? Now, although this happened many years before I write this to you, Mike, I'll never forget that specific sentence because I didn't say anything to insinuate that I didn't believe them. It was the most bizarre, weird response to me just saying, I'm sorry about what happened to you, but I'm not dating him. But because they thought I didn't believe them, they started bringing up more examples of how Blind Hopes took advantage of Caltrek by having her pay his rent. Oh, no. They then said, will you believe us now? And linked a screenshot of the wire transfer. What is happening right now? I can't express to you how little I understand of what is happening right now. Please stop. Please let me just go and play my game. They then continued telling me more things about Blind Hopes and how horrible he was. He was manipulative boyfriend to both Caltrek and Yerba's friend. I don't remember much of the details anyway, so besides the rent thing, because of how insane it was that I was now sent a screenshot of this. At this point, Mike, I had repeated myself many, many times to point out, I am really sorry this happened to you, but I have nothing to do with Blind Hopes. I really barely know him. It felt like they were just ignoring me. So, I decided to just leave the chat and fuck it off. And I went back to focus on the pug that I had been playing terribly because I had been so distracted by this nonsense. I probably wouldn't have been so angry about the odd interaction if it hadn't happened during my pug, which I had literally waited all day to play. Unfortunately, because of how distracted I was, I did play terribly and probably made some people never want to let me queue up again. Bastard! Of course, afterwards, though, curiosity, as it often does, my friends, got the best of me. I DM'd Blind Hopes. Why do these two girls, who I've never met before, think that we're dating? He groaned. He explained, look, I dated Yerba's friend. I broke up with her in the summer. And that me and Caltrek had never even dated. Caltrek just had feelings for me. We have never dated in any way. He didn't know why they thought the two of us were dating, but he said both of them turned out to be very jealous of other women that he hung out with. I said it's none of my business, but let him know they showed me pictures of wire transfers. I felt he should know that because there was some private information in that picture that they were clearly sharing. And this really pissed him off. He said, I had been really struggling with rent, and Caltrek had offered months ago to help him pay it. He declined, not wanting her to feel like she had to do that, especially because he knew how she felt about him and it would send the wrong message. She offered more times until he finally reached a point where he just wouldn't be able to pay the rent and accepted. He swore he had never begged her for money and asked a bunch of times to make sure she was fine with doing it. He wasn't sure when he could pay her back. She promised he didn't owe her anything. But he still felt really bad that he had gotten to the point where he needed help from a stranger, essentially, to pay his rent. Yeah. Do you remember that time there was non-committal and completely free loans between friends? Remember that? No strings attached. Especially for people you barely know. Remember when that happened? I'll just say this. I did not care who was telling the truth. It's not my fucking problem. I really like you, Arthur. I do a lot. That's great, Blind Hopes. Again, to reiterate, I don't give a fuck. I really don't care. I don't want your side of the story, and I don't want that side of the story. I want the story to go away. That's what I would like to have happen. Thank you very much. Quite frankly, even though the girls had left a bad impression on me, I did believe them. I didn't get the feeling Blind Hopes was necessarily lying either, but I did get the sense he was terrible with women in relationships and probably led Caltrek on. Whether it was intentional or not, I don't know. It sounded like he liked her as a friend, but she wanted more. After I got over this initial frustration with how I got dragged into this drama at an inopportune time, I eventually started to think the situation was pretty funny. It was just so absurd. All the details every side was just giving me for some reason, even though I didn't know anything to do with it. And drama, honestly, is pretty fun when it's not yours. That's not true. It's not like we would turn it into a weekly entertainment show. That's really wrong what you just said. Drama is bad. That's really incorrect. Well, I definitely would not recommend Blind Hopes as a person to date. He continued to play on my team, and he and I remained friends. He would even fill me in on some of the continuing drama with Caltrek until he eventually did cut her off as a friend, saying that she had become toxic. Oh no. Even though he and I were friends, I kind of assumed he was an arsehole in the whole thing, and I felt a bit bad for Caltrek. When I was in that one group chat with the girls, Caltrek had spoken very politely to me, while Yerba had been the aggressive caps lock spreader. Caltrek had just seemed very hurt and very sad about the situation. Oh. But that was the last I heard of Caltrek for a while. In fact, that one group chat was really the only time I had ever spoken with her. I knew she was also part of the Highlander community, which is how she had met Blind Hopes. But she was in a lower poor people division than me, and our paths never crossed again because I don't play with noobs. Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta let people go. My old team eventually disbanded at the end of the season and we all went our separate ways. I still kept in touch with some of them, but we all drifted apart. So Blind Hopes and his lady drama just drifted off into the distance. But of all the people, Caltrek did not. Let's go forward a year. 12 months, my friends. My friend Black Oz, the one who had helped the two girls get into the group chat with me by being mutual friends between all of us, started to act strangely. I was pretty good friends with this guy, and he and I played a lot on some of the public servers. He was a fellow spy main, and he and I often talked a lot about spy gameplay, tips and tricks. He used to join me through Steam all the time, but I hadn't seen him lately. Then one day, I joined a server he was in and said, "Hey, Black Oz, not seen you in a while." He didn't respond. In fact, he immediately left the server. I thought this kind of odd. We'd always been super friendly with each other. And then I noticed a name in the server that I had not seen for 12 months. Caltrek was there. I didn't think much of it. I just thought it was a bit awkward because of that group chat over a year ago, and it was very weird. I ignored her and just played in the server for a while, and she eventually left the server too. Concerned though, I later DM'd Black Ops because he just hadn't seen my in-game message and coincidentally had left the server at the same time, perhaps because Caltrek was there. So I sent a friendly message. I asked him how he'd been doing. I hadn't seen him for a while. I was a bit bummed he left the server before we actually got to game together. Ladies and gentlemen of this listening audience here, his response blew my mind. He told me the reason he left was because he had been playing with Caltrek. Apparently, she had told him on multiple occasions that she was terrified of me. Which is also why he had stopped joining the servers I was in, because they had been playing together a lot. He had left the server I joined and told Caltrek that she was able to leave without being attacked by me. Apparently, Caltrek didn't leave, so in her way, she was standing up to me. And so that I wouldn't think that she was afraid of me. So through the anxiety, she had forced herself to stay on the server and play. According to Black Oz, she was extremely distressed the entire time that we were on the same server. Yes, Mike, it was fucking weird. I was baffled. I was baffled that Caltrek was afraid of me, considering I'd only spoken to her once, literally once, over a year ago, about something I hadn't even been involved with. I know I didn't say anything mean to her in that interaction. Maybe I did seem frustration, but I had no idea what I could possibly have said. What words I could have typed onto that keyboard that would make her terrified of me, so scared of me that she couldn't be in the same Team Fortress server. But apparently whatever I did to make her feel this way had warranted her explaining it to Black Oats multiple times. And it was strange to see Black Oats take her side. We had been friends for a really, really long time. Up until now, he'd always been really nice and friendly. He seemed like a shell of himself. It was clear he had a crush on Caltrek. Duh, we can all tell that. And he cared a lot about her and seemed completely blind to all the red flags. I will point this out. Our boy Black Oats, 17. Never had a girlfriend. Now he's found a gamer girl. I felt bad for him. Because we all know what's going on there. I was only 19 myself at the time, but I had bad experiences trying to warn a friend about their love interests as red flags. It's never gone well for me and has led to friendships ending, so I mostly just kept my mouth shut. I gently tried to tell him that her mental health is not his responsibility. Apparently, which may come as a shock to you guys, she had some mental health issues. And she was using him as a go-between therapist. Oh no. I often find 17-year-olds are very good for these kinds of things. With their world experience and grounded attitude. 17-year-olds who I would go to with my mental health issues, for sure. He replied to me saying he knows he's not responsible, but it makes her feel better. And he wanted to give her that, if nothing else. He really cared for her, and knew that she cared for him too, underneath it all. I just want to die, man. I just want to die. I just want to die. Underneath all this. In fact, once she had told him she had feelings for him. But she was in no place to have a relationship. Classic. Absolutely classic. There it is. There it is. Absolutely classic. It's not that. It's not that. It's just that I'm not in a place right now. Okay. It made my skin crawl all the way up and over my head. Black Horse was my friend, but he was a 70-year-old in high school. Caltrek was apparently 30 years old. That's oof with 4 O's. Oof. Oof. I politely expressed my concern, but he said that it was the age was the real reason they weren't in a relationship. Because it would be illegal, apparently. 17? This is US, I guess? 17 is considered a minor? Some states in the US. Yeah, I'm guessing 17 is considered a minor. Okay.
Last time I Googled it, some states in the US is like 16.
Say something cringe. Let's move on.
Yeah, move on.
I very carefully, very tenderly, very gently, carefully tried to point out that she still shouldn't have told a 17-year-old that she had feelings for him, and she shouldn't be using a 17-year-old as a therapist. This is the point where he started to get defensive. And I quickly remembered all the times that warning a friend about someone they have a crush on went wrong. He promised me that he knows. He knows. Nothing could ever happen between them romantically, and he understands that. And we left the conversation at that point. He knows, but you know what it is about age, it keeps going up. A few months later, Black Horse confided in me that Caltrek had stopped talking with him, and he was utterly heartbroken. No, it's not funny, right? I mean, it's a little funny. Even though he knew they couldn't actually be together, he knew underneath it all they loved each other. Soulmates, separated by clocks. My friends, soulmates. If only she could see. If only she could see. But apparently, she had fallen for someone else. There's still a chance, Black Horse. There's still a chance. You just got to be a believer. There's still a chance. Even though, of course, for us outsiders, this was not a surprise. I did feel bad for him. He had introduced her to his friends group, who happened to be a bunch of other really good spy mains, and now felt he couldn't hang out with them anymore because she didn't leave his friends group. And the guy that she really fancied now was in that group. Dude, you fucking cooked your own friends group? That's harsh. You cooked your own friends group. That's harsh. I didn't know the guy personally, but I knew of him because he was one of the best players out there. Oh, she loves them spy skills. I also knew he was a complete fucking gigaweeb, and that he and Caltrek had fallen for each other watching anime. I fucking knew she was an anime fan. Another sign to stay away from anime. I fucking knew it. I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to say it, but I knew it was coming. I could smell it. I could smell it a fucking mile away. They both sat there watching One Piece in dead silence for 9 hours at a time. Guaranteed. Fucking knew it. Although I didn't say this to Black Oz because I was relieved that he had dodged that bullet. Ever since he had been close with Caltrek, he was miserable all the fucking time. He was always worried about all the crises going on throughout their life. And even though I knew he was miserable now too, he would recover from this one and not have her pouring the toxic poison into his ear. I thought to myself, finally, now I can have my friend back and be free of the Caltrek drama. Ladies and gentlemen, I was incorrect. Now, as weird as this sounds, 2 years passed. 2 years passed before her name entered my life again. 2 years. There was a time where I was streaming on Twitch, and I noticed that someone in my viewer list had the exact same username as her Steam name. She's watching. I didn't bring it up. And besides that, I never heard from her. Is Caltrek here with us now? Yeah, exactly. Then one day, I was catching up with an old TF2 friend, Satorid. Satorid mentioned that he knew of 2 of his friends who were dating each other and that it was pretty cool that couples were finding love in TF2. Those 2 people, Hansen and Caltrek. This shocked me. Hansen was someone I'd been very good friends with, but had fallen out of touch with a couple of months prior. Now it made sense, because when he had fallen out of touch was around the time he and Caltrek had apparently started dating. In the past with Black Ops and Blind Hopes, I had mostly kept my opinions about Caltrek to myself. I had made sure nothing I outwardly said could be quoted as if I had anything negative about her. I've been careful about it because I know that your words can come back and bite you in the ass. Really? You're telling me that? You know, today we went through our sub-notification files. It's not a good read of the titles of all of those files is what I'd want to say. It's not a good read. I just want to be clear. But now, fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that. Upon hearing that she was dating another one of my friends, who happened to also be one of the best spy players at the time, I couldn't contain it. So to Satorid, I couldn't help but saying, oh fucking god, not Caltrek. Satorid seemed bothered by this. Apparently he actually lived near Caltrek IRL and had met her in person. They were real life friends. Upon hearing this, I said, sorry. It's just that, and for my defense, it is the 3rd friend of mine she happens to be getting involved with. I can't help but be worried for Hansen because he's a great guy and things seemingly always end poorly with her. Satorid said some stuff that I had heard before from Black House and Blind Hopes in the past. She's a nice girl. She has a lot of demons. That struck a nerve. I said, yeah, I've heard that before. And I gave him a summary of the bullshit that had happened with Black Ops and Blind Hopes. That's when I did self-reflect very quickly that I had fully released all my opinions on Caltrek to her IRL friend. So I tried to play damage control. I apologized again for saying something negative about his real-life friend, that I didn't actually really know her, and literally had only ever realistically in 3 years spoken to her one time in one group chat. And then I finished by saying, let's not bring it up to Hansen or Caltrek, because it's not my place to make anyone feel uncomfortable. And I'll be seeing you later. Bye. Saved. Oh, you saved it. You totally saved it. You were right out of that hole. You built such a sturdy ladder. I can't see this being a problem. He promised me. He promised me he would never tell a soul. Thumbs up, buddy. Thumbs up. I will never tell anybody about this, I sure. About 30 minutes later, Hansen messaged me. He was fucking furious. He said he had heard I'd been spreading rumors about Caltrek across the entire TF2 community. Fuck's sake. He said that she had been getting bullied online and a group of people from the TF2 community had been harassing her and leaving nasty comments on her Steam profile and creating threads on forums about her, and that it seems now from what he's just heard that maybe I'm the ringleader. Well, I mean... Oof. Okay. We're playing D. We're playing D here. We got it. We can cover this goal. I politely explained to Hansen I had no idea she was being harassed, and I promised that that is nothing to do with me. I asked him who told him that I was spreading rumors, although of course I knew. After all, I had never really shared my Caltrek stories with literally anyone until 30 fucking minutes ago with Satorid. Hansen said it doesn't matter who it was, but continued to type angrily at me about how he can't be friends with someone who's a shit stirrer like me. I'll be honest, guys, that really hurt to hear. Hansen and I had been really close friends for a long time, and he's one of the sweetest people I knew. Guys, fellas, let's double check the rules while we're all here today, okay? Let's double check the rules. Fellas, your mate is dating a complete twat, right? We've all seen it. We've all witnessed it. But your mate says, what do you think of my new girlfriend? What do you say? Seems alright, yeah? That's it. That's it. Seems alright, yeah? Especially when they're in the lovey-dovey stage. You only bring up there may be a problem if he comes to you saying, I don't know, she was a bit of a dick last night. If they're in the lovey-dovey stage, maybe they've not even had sex yet. That's a friendship destroyer right there. Got it. Oh, it seems alright, yeah? Seems alright. Seems pretty good. When he raises a concern, then you can say something. Only then. It hurt me to hear this. It was kind of terrifying to see him so mad, because in all the time I had known him, I had never seen Hansen angry. He was well known in the community for being a talented player and also one of the nicest, chillest people who was playing today. But I was pissed too. This is the third fucking time that a friendship of mine has been compromised because of this girl I don't even fucking know. I have spoken to her a single time. Once in 3 years. And somehow, this girl keeps causing me friendship problems. It had literally been years since that group chat, and she was still showing up like a fucking STD. I managed to calm the situation down a bit by screenshotting my conversation with Satorid and sharing it with Hansen. I said, obviously, Satorid is the one that had made you think I was spreading rumors about Caltrek. I've never even mentioned my opinions about Caltrek until now. I didn't know she was being harassed, and I promised that is nothing to do with me. No matter how I feel about her, harassment is never okay. I don't know exactly what Satorid said to you, but this is the actual words that I used. Judge for yourself with what I actually said if you think this is harassment and spreading rumors. Hansen is a baller. Hansen read through it and calmed down. He said, I'm not going to end our friendship over this, but got defensive over a part of the screenshots where I mentioned Caltrek had gotten involved with Black House. Because Caltrek had a different version of that story. Shocking. Apparently, Caltrek had told Hansen about her friendship with Blackos and had described it as very one-sided, and that she never had feelings for him. Blackhouse just thought there was something between them, even though there wasn't, and she never did anything to encourage it. I didn't argue. Of course I didn't argue. I can't say anything remotely bad about Caltrek without seeming like a villain here. Somehow this woman attracted men despite 1,000 red flags and made them act completely differently. Blind Hopes, Blackhouse, Satorid, Hansen, all had the same almost pre-prepared, pre-planned words about her. She was someone with demons, but she was really nice. And all of them felt like all she needed was someone to protect her. That's all it's going to take, guys. And it's all going to be fine. Someone to protect her. Even though Hansen said he wouldn't end our friendship, we didn't speak again for years. I stopped playing TF2 as much, moved on to other games, and Caltrek was a very distant memory. One day, out of nostalgia, or whatever, I installed and booted up TF2. When I logged in, Hansen messaged me. Hey! It's good to see you still playing TF2. It was a lovely surprise. Hansen was back. Hansen seemed like his old cheerful self again. We caught up a bit, remembering some old inside jokes and fond memories. Then this motherfucker... Oh, and then... I had the wrong inflection. Then, this motherfucker, who hadn't spoke to me for fucking years, had the gall to say, I don't know why we even stopped talking. We got along so well. Classic. I can't even remember what it was. Who knows, right? You know what? He wasn't my friend anymore. We hadn't spoken in years. And in my brain, it just fired back with one response. Fuck this kid. Fuck this kid. I called him out for being the one who stopped talking to me because of fucking Caltrek. Even though he hadn't said it yet, I assumed he was no longer with Caltrek because he wasn't acting like a complete twat. And shockingly, I was correct. Hansen seemed very embarrassed. He actually didn't remember the confrontation he had with me. I don't remember us having that conversation. Did we? Did that happen? I don't remember that. I think I was drunk. I was probably blackout drunk. Yeah. But he said they had ended things quite some time ago. Even though we were just typing over DMs, I could tell how exhausted Caltrek made him. I never did learn what happened between them. Hansen clammed up immediately when I asked and said he didn't want to talk about it. It was clear whatever happened, it hurt him. He was over it. He and I are good now, and we still talk every now and then. And that was the last time I heard of Caltrek. I think. I don't even play TF2 anymore, so for all I know, she's still dating her way through that game, finding the next best spy to date. To this day, though, I think about her. This girl, who I've never met, who I've spoken to one time in a Steam group chat. She never destroyed any of my friendships completely. It was sad to see how all the guys she got involved with changed while being around her. Even though they cared for her or loved... Even though they believed they cared for her or loved her, none of them were happy while she was there. And to this day, I'm amazed how much of an impact this one person, who I talked to one time 8 years ago, had on my life while I tried to avoid her as much as possible. Perhaps some people might criticize me for not getting more involved with helping my friends and warning them of what a disaster she was. I still think that anything I said would have made things worse. I agree. I think that's true. Very, very hard to interrupt an infatuated dude, especially at that age. It's kind of a choo-choo Charles, all full steam ahead. With guys who are in the early stages of a crush. That is like a werewolf turning under the full moon. That's not easy to put a stop to that. But I also just didn't want to be a part of her life, although she was such a big part of mine. Of course, despite my best efforts, she always found a way to make her drama mine too. Well, that's the end, for now, at least I hope it is, of the legend of Caltrek. So be careful out there if you boot up TF2. And you get good, and Caltrek enters your life. Of course, Caltrek is not the real name, so Just beware, ladies and gentlemen. Just beware. And thank you for a wonderful drama story. There is one more drama story in front of me about the super arsehole GM, but we will save that for another time. There will be a stream this weekend. I don't know when it's going to be. But we'll be playing some Ratopia. It's got to be happening. We'll be playing some Ratopia. I will confirm with my wife, who's not called me back today. I'm slightly concerned. I've called her several times today and she's not replied. But we'll see what's going on. But for now, from us here at PG, have a great, great, great weekend. I will be around. We will save any streaming of Season of Discovery till Monday. We'll be back Monday morning with that. And remember, check the website if you're playing Season of Discovery and you do want to discover things and you would just like some hints as to where to go and find your runes instead of just the straight up answers. PreachGaming.com has you covered as they are found and as they are reported. Bex will be adding riddles for you on there. So go and check that out. Thank you for an amazing week. I'll see you again at least on Monday, but we will be around this weekend. Bye, everybody. Holla ballers and a bro fist to you all. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Drama Time on a Friday, which is strange because it follows like a week of playing World of Warcraft. My God, investigating Season of Discovery, and on day 5 of Season of Discovery, holy cow, did it turn up in its actual glory. Yes, it did. It turned up in special way. We were collecting runes, we're level caps, we got our mounts, and we were off to, are we saying Gnomerigan? Gnomerigan? Gnomerigon? I don't know. One of them. We're saying one of them, that's for damn sure. That's for damn sure. We're saying one of those things, but what a fun raid. So much better than BFD. Absolutely enjoyed the hell out of it. Very mechanically puzzle-solving bosses, which was awesome. Got to look at some mechanics and figure it out, and the spark in me from my World of Warcraft longevity was risen once again. And it was really fun. It was super, super fun. Not finished it yet. We killed the second to last boss. As the last boss spawned, it was time to bestow some drama antics upon all of you. But enough about my week. Let's have some fun. And I'd stick around to the end because there's a little surprise coming. Yay! That I would really like to talk about, which is great. So, if you're new to Drama Time, and you've been like, what is this guy doing? What is this? Drama Time is, there are, every single one of you listening right now, and every single one of these wonderful people who are joining us right here live at 4 p.m. on a Friday afternoon, has dealt with people online. And online people, for the most part, just much like real life, are fine and great and wonderful and superb. We meet people every day who are great. The guy in the shop wants to talk to you, say hi, they open the door for you. But then there's those people. You know who I mean. those one or two people who are just the absolute worst of the worst, and serve as both entertainment and a warning to people who may be ending up in those situations that they just don't recognize the red flags, because I didn't. This show started with my drama stories that have happened in my life of online gaming. But needless to say, every single one of you has a story to tell, and you can share that with us at drama@preachgaming.com. Just send in an email or submit it on our website, whichever one you prefer, and we can enjoy it all together. So we're going to do that right now. So stick around for some tales of woe, misery, and fun. There is one here. I've got several stories in front of me. But one of them is referencing Season of Discovery, so I assume it's quite recent. So let's see what happens here, because it says Season of Discovery with my chicken shit friends. I don't know what you could be afraid of in Season of Discovery. It's just WoW Classic. But then again, OK Mage died to a pig 6 times when she tried Classic and quit. Because apparently, compared to retail, Classic is real shit. Classic is where the real nightmares exist. That's where the pain and misery is. Like, retail is for the softies. What you want to do is get into Classic, where you get your ass kicked. So it should be good. I would give a lot of money for her to play hardcore. Maybe we can tempt her in. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay. Let's begin our tales for this Friday, the 16th of February. My wonderful, wonderful audience. Oh, okay. I just read the first line. Ladies and gentlemen of the live audience, I'm sorry to those of you listening elsewhere who can't do this, but raise your gavels high. Raise your gavels high, because once again, somebody has come to the court of drama time to be judged, justice preach, and the insightful, wonderful, sweet-smelling jury. Again, as a reminder, we do not have an innocent emote. As you can well see. Will you please hear my case? A judgment is required. Okay. Friends, countrymen, members of the jury. Okay. I play Season of Discovery on a Ret Paladin. Guilty. Yes. Yes, I play a male human Ret Paladin. Guilty. But that, I know I'm guilty of. And it is not why I seek the judgment of the courts. Okay. I am an officer. Wait, we have officers and shit in Season of Discovery? Okay. I am an officer of a mid-sized, pretty decent guild called... Live audience, what is the name of our friend's Season of Discovery guild? We need a classic name, ideally a little bit of Latin thrown in, something involving the dark horses of Camelot riding across, something like that. The guilties, the runeless and poor. I like it, yes. The runeless and poor, which I am now. I have 7 gold to my name. The cooks. Thanks, Jack. I am in a pretty decent guild called the Runeless and Poor. But it has a long history, oh, it's one of these, with various versions of the Runeless and Poor existing in the game. Some of the members of the Runeless and Poor have been around for 10 years. One of those old heads is a rogue. Of course it's a rogue, named Raven. Raven signed the guild charter. He was OG as OG comes. He was an officer at one point. And that didn't work out. Interesting. Why, might you wonder, would somebody who was there at the prestigious foundations of the Runeless and Poor be demoted from his prestigious officer position? Well, Raven is pathologically an arsehole. I do not use the term pathologically lightly. It's relentless. It never stops. He is a constant pain in the ass. He is one of the most annoying people I have ever met in my entire life. Raven spams a lot. Guild chat with requests for help to do very obviously soloable quests. If he joins Discord for voice comms, he goes on these endless tales and pointless stories about, oh no, what he saw on Facebook that day. I mean, I hate you already. Not only do you have a Facebook account that you actively check in 2024, which is fucking bizarre at this point, but you're also regurgitating it to those people who don't check Facebook every single day. I'm only saying that because I'm, of course, awesome and don't use Facebook because I'm really cool, and it's not because I can't be fucking bothered. If you ever start a group for Dead Mines or a Shadowfang Keep or anything at all, immediately he will ask, is there any rogue loot in there? Even if he asked about the same dungeon the day before, the day before, the day before, and the day before. As a result of this, it has become guild policy to not type in guild chat when he comes online and head to private discords. That's insane. That's actually insane. You've all, like, learned, like, dogs with, like, treats, that if he logs on, you just shut the fuck up and don't say anything. Right? Just kick him. This guy's clearly poison, but he's old school. Can you kick somebody who's been in the guild for that long? Can you kick somebody who was there for the signing of the guild charter? Can you do it? Can you be that guy? I can be that guy. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. I'm out. Anyway. He cottoned onto this when people stopped replying to him. So he started finding the discords. When Raven joins a Discord channel, people suddenly have to go to bed. It got so bad that we started setting up multiple discords to keep moving after we said we'd gone to bed. In guild chat, we would excuse this by saying, I just have one more thing to do. This is just unbelievable. This is outrageous. You just have, like, Avoid Raven 1, Avoid Raven 2, Avoid Raven 3. Like, just keep moving through them. And then Raven's joining the Avoid Raven. I didn't know this in the early days. Mike and Jury, I once made the mistake of inviting Raven to my Scarlet Monastery group. Despite being level 35, he had to run there from Menethil Harbour because he had never gotten the South Shore flight point. Oh, and you are Alliance as well. Wow. On the way, he got lost. The group watched him do laps around Dalaran. Little nod to the old Alex there. We then saw him die drowning in the lake while he was talking to us about Facebook. That's really funny. None of us, of course, dared to offer any advice because he didn't want to enter into more conversation with him. By the time Raven arrived, we had cleared Library, Armory, and Cathedral twice and then left alone because it was time for us to go and eat. However, it kind of sounds like he's the guild mascot a little bit, doesn't it? Doesn't it sound like he's kind of the guild mascot? Just a little bit. I've played with people like this. They're kind of funny to have around. Because you just can't make it up what they get into. Some people just get themselves into situations that are just, like, they're so bizarre. That you're like, I kind of don't want to kick you because I don't know what you're going to do next. But I say this to you, as you may already be swinging your guilty hammer. What Raven lacks in wits and charisma and charm, he more than makes up for his World of Warcraft enthusiasm. That's even more annoying. According to legend, Raven has been playing World of Warcraft every day pretty much since 2014. Pfft, pussy. Those are rookie numbers. 2014. What a loser. In our... Oh, no. Okay, this is a warning to everybody listening to this out there. What you're about to hear is about to make you cringe so much your shoe's going to explode. So I recommend if any of you are currently wearing footwear is that you remove it, okay? Because your toes are about to break. In our IRL picture thread, Raven posted his latest acquisition. On his left shoulder, he had tattooed "For the Alliance" across the shoulder blade. On his right shoulder blade, he had tattooed the words "For the Horde." Oh, how sweet. You know what really bothers me, though? He might be listening, because there aren't many other people who have that. This is... this is a bit of an identifier as to who the person might be. I don't think we're going to get away with anonymity on this one, if I'm being honest with you. That one's... But I say this to you, as you may already be swinging your... None of us, of course, dared to offer... Despite being level, people stopped replying to him. So he started... So can you do it? Can you be that guy? I can be that guy. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. I'm out. Anyway.
Okay.
He cottoned onto this when people stopped replying to him. So he started finding the Discords. When Raven joins a Discord channel, people suddenly have to go to bed. It got so bad that we started setting up multiple Discords to keep moving after we said we'd gone to bed. In guild chat, we would excuse this by saying, I just have one more thing to do. This is just unbelievable. This is like, outrageous. You just have like Avoid Raven 1, Avoid Raven 2, Avoid Raven 3. Like, just keep moving through them. And then Raven's joining the Avoid Raven. I didn't know this in the early days. Mike and Jury, I once made the mistake of inviting Raven to my Scarlet Monastery group. Despite being level 35, he had to run there from Menethil Harbour because he had never gotten the South Shore flight point. Oh, and you are Alliance as well. Wow. On the way, he got lost. The group watched him do laps around Dalaran. Little nods to the old Alex there. We then saw him die drowning in the lake while he was talking to us about Facebook. That's really funny. None of us, of course, dared to offer any advice because he didn't want to enter into more conversation with him. By the time Raven arrived, we had cleared Library, Armory, and Cathedral twice, and then left alone because it was time for us to go and eat. However, it kind of sounds like he's the guild mascot a little bit, doesn't it? Doesn't it sound like he's kind of the guild mascot? Just a little bit. I've played with people like this. They're kind of funny to have around. Because you just can't make it up what they get into. Some people just get themselves into situations that are just, like, they're so bizarre. That you're like, I kind of don't want to kick you because I don't know what you're going to do next. But I say this to you, as you may already be swinging your guilty hammer. What Raven lacks in wits and charisma and charm, he more than makes up for his World of Warcraft enthusiasm. That's even more annoying. According to legend, Raven has been playing World of Warcraft every day, pretty much since 2014. Pussy. Those are rookie numbers. 2014. What a loser. In our oh no. Okay, this is a warning to everybody listening to this out there. What you're about to hear is about to make you cringe so much your shoe's going to explode. So I recommend if any of you are currently wearing footwear is that you remove it, okay? Because your toes are about to break. In our IRL picture thread, Raven posted his latest acquisition. On his left shoulder, he had tattooed "For the Alliance" across the shoulder blade. On his right shoulder blade, he had tattooed the words "For the Horde." Oh, how sweet. You know what really bothers me, though? He might be listening, because there aren't many other people who have that. This is... This is a bit of an identifier as to who the person might be. I don't think we're going to get away with anonymity on this one, if I'm being honest with you. That one's kind of specific. He names his... Oh. He has 2 dogs. One named Brian Forge. I feel I could taste the vomit. The other dog is named Ruins of Lordaeron, which he calls Lordaeron for short. We asked him why he would name it that, and he says it sounds so cool when I'm in the dog park saying, "Come here, Ruins of Lordaeron." I'm calling Ruins of Lordaeron a good boy. You're alone in that park, aren't you? It's not cool. It's not. It's not cool. It's... Oh, stop saying king shit. Are you fucking kidding me? King shit? Now, I am what you might call or describe in the audience as a sweat. I am a sweaty player. Phase 2 launched on Friday morning, and I was 40 by Saturday night. Same. I dinged in SM, of course, right as we killed Mograine. I got his hammer. It was the dream come true. Level 40, of course, meant so many things. Training, getting my pony, collecting updated PvP gear. I wanted to get started immediately on my professions. No. I was heading back to town to do all my happy errands when Discord pinged, Raven has joined the channel. Sup, dude? Oh, hi, Raven. Can you help me for a minute, mate? I need to, like, move some gold, yeah, from my bank vault. I don't want to, like, wait for the mail to arrive. You know what I mean, mate? I want to do it, like, right now. Sure. I mean, Ironforge. Nah, mate. Stormwind, innit, mate? Don't go to Ironforge. Full of fucking dwarfs.
I always
and
used
shit,
to
you
be
know what
the
I mean?
dude, like, that was always just chilling in Orgrimmar.
I'm going to go to Stormwind to try.
I don't know how much gold I transferred to people
no
who
worries,
just didn't
I
want
said.
to wait.
I'll meet you at the bank.
They just,
so I halved.
I've had like hundreds of gold given to me, and I could have just schemazed them at any point.
Yeah, mate. Did you see Facebook today, though?
I always gave them their shit.
I'm so
like,
sorry for
I'm
what you're
with
about to
these
hear, but
people.
it is what's written. Yeah,
I got
mate.
one
Did you see
life.
like Facebook today? There was like when I logged in, yeah, there was this fucking video, mate, of Taylor Swift's bum, and when the wind blew up her dress at a concert. Do you think it's like something I should share in the guild Discord? Because like you could see a bum. On which channel do you think is appropriate for that? Which channel is the appropriate channel for a video of Taylor Swift's bum? I directed him politely to the channel we've called Sweet Memes, which we set up for Raven's posts almost entirely. What he doesn't know is that only Raven and the officers can see that channel. They created a channel just for him to post his shit in. Then nobody has to be bothered with it. Oh my fucking god. Oh, that is insane. Yeah. Put it in that channel. That channel is... Everybody knows about it. The whole guild knows this channel exists. Literally only him and the officers can see it. That is fucking maniacally evil. I arrived at Stormwind Bank. The steps were bustling, but I spotted Raven's bank ult immediately. A naked human female mage named King Sunak Forever. That's not after Rishi. I don't like it. I don't like it. I opened trade and Raven gave me his gold transfer. A handsome sum of 3 gold, 14 silver. Big money. Big money coming in. Big money. It's enough to buy Rend, which I haven't. Mate, how did you know that was my bank ult, though? I think I've seen it before. Why don't you swap to your main? I will in a minute when you get there, mate. I just want to do some stuff here while I'm on my ult, you know what I mean? Get where? I asked, dreading the answer. Oh, I've logged out in Darnassus, mate. That's where I need the gold to buy my things. I was typing when the GM of the guild, who was also in our Discord channel but hadn't spoke for an hour, went, LOL! He then whispered me, serves you right for replying to him. That motherfucking GM saw him leave, join the channel and just went, rookie. Raven, I'm not going to Darnassus. It's so far away. I've just used my Hearthstone to come here and help you, and I've got stuff to do here. Mate, you is level 40, though. And the GM, right, as a rule in this guild, officers are there to help. Raven, just mail it. I opened trade with the alt and put the gold in the slot, but he did not accept the trade. Oh, no. Please, mate, do us a favor, yeah? I need it now. In the officer chat, I just typed question mark, question mark, question mark. Our GM replied, Roffle. Up to you, bro. Fine, I said to Raven, closing the trade window and running to catch the bird back to Menethil Harbor. Nice one, mate. You was the best. The griffin flapped, slow as it does in Classic, up the continent. And when I arrived at the harbor, I, of course, missed the boat to Teldrassil by inches. Fuck my life. All the while, Raven was still in Stormwind on his bank alt, searching for leather greens and asking whether I thought they would be good for a rogue. Should I get this one? What do you think of these stats? Mate, do you know which enchants are good for rogues in Season of Discovery Season 2? Mate, where do you even buy enchants on the auction house in Classic? I can't even find them. Finally, I arrived in Darnassus. Okay, I'm here. Nice one, mate. I'll relog. Sure enough, Raven logged in, and then he laughed. What? I asked. Mate, you're not even going to believe it, though. My fucking main's in Stormwind, knowing it. Ah, could have swore I logged out in Darnassus, but I'm in Stormwind. Are you trying to be funny? I literally just flew all the way here. It's alright, mate. It's alright. I got time. I'll just wait here because you got to come back anyway, aren't you, to do your stuff? I didn't key up for obvious reasons. Our GM did, though. Was the only sound I heard. In case that didn't come through on the microphone, the GM's response to this was... I was about to freak the fuck out. But I knew deep down, there's no winning with Raven. He doesn't even see what he's done as being annoying. There's no chance that I can, like, teach him or educate him. Because we've tried. We've tried for years, and it's pointless. The time boss has applied 43 stacks of old on me now. And one benefit of my seasoned years is knowing not to bother with him. I was going back to Stormwind anyway. It's fine. Okay, I'm on my way. My Hearthstone was, of course, on cooldown. I ran back to the flight path, caught the bird to Aberdeen, missed the boat to Menethil as I was running over. On the docks and the boat and the griffin, I listened to Raven. He had read a really interesting article on Facebook about Star Wars being woke now. Oh, no. You know what I saw on Facebook, mate? Star Wars is woke as fuck, mate. Did you count how many men's and how many women's were in Star Wars recently, mate? And that lady had blue hair. What do you think of that? As no one responded to this, he then started talking about how Classic was far superior to retail because Death Knights ruined World of Warcraft. And that he could no longer play Wrath Classic because they were infesting there too. He then told me how he needed to get Ruins of Lordaeron neutered, but he couldn't find any vets. Yeah, vets are hard to come by. There aren't many. Do you know any vets in Adelaide? He asked me out of the blue. To be clear with everybody listening to this, I don't live anywhere near Adelaide. He does. But he was still asking me. No, Raven. No, I don't know any vets in Adelaide. When I arrived in Stormwind, I invited Raven to a group, eager to get this over and done with as quickly as possible. He accepted, and then I looked at the map, and I swear to you all that I am not making this up. My mouth nearly hit the desk. Raven, why are you in Ratchet? You were taking ages, and I needed to do a quest, so I thought I'd nip here quick and come back. The GM had stopped keying up now, and just whispered me, lol, 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 in all caps. Like, GM, fuck you, man. Fuck you, man. Fuck you, dude. Dude, I just came to Stormwind to give you your money, dude. Like, I've literally been traveling for the last 30 minutes to give you this money. Alright, I didn't know you was in a rush. It might be quicker if you come here, because I'm sorting things out here before I can head back. No. No. No, I'm not coming to Ratchet. No. I will mail you the money. I need it, mate. I need it. Why do you think we've been doing all this? It's because I need the money now. Dude, I've flown all over Azeroth for... I'm busy. Just come here. I can't come to you, mate. I can't. Why? Because, right? I used the last of my money to pay for the Griffin flight here. I can't fly back to Stormwind at the moment. I haven't got the gold until you give it to me. I'll be honest with you guys. I should have just mailed it and said, I've had enough. But the whole situation that he got himself in was so tragic that I relented. It was just so sad and pathetic. I took a deep breath and I said, sure, but please do not leave Ratchet. Alright, mate. I got on the bird to Booty Bay. I missed the boat to Ratchet as I ran over, of course. I could see Raven chatting away while I travelled, but I didn't hear a word of it because I'd put him on mute on Discord. When I arrived, there, stood in front of me, like the model of Zeus himself, was Raven. Standing on top of the giant anchor in the middle of the town. I ran up, I opened trade, I put in the very, very needed and required 3 gold and 14 silver. And then I clicked accept. And then nothing. Nothing. I waited and I waited. I relented and unmuted him. Raven. Yeah, mate. Accept the trade, dude. Oh, mate, you got there really fast. I'm just walking Brian Forge. I'll be back in a minute, mate. I'm just listening to Discord on my phone. The GM whispered me and just said, rookie. I gave up. I'll be honest. I gave up. I'm mailing you the gold, I said, and then I just left the channel and left the group. Now, Season of Discovery... Is this not the end? Oh my god. That's not even the end. Now, Season of Discovery 2 has a new PvP event in Stranglethorn Vale. Every 3 hours, the ancient lowers demand a blood sacrifice. The sky turns red and everyone in the zone is flagged free-for-all PvP for 30 minutes. Alliance can kill Alliance, Horde can kill Horde. Every kill grants a blood buff which can be swapped for coins at the shrines around the zones. Groups are allowed and won't be hostile to other group members, but raids are banned. Joining a raid applies a 5% debuff to movement speed and health for every person in the raid, and honestly, it's really good fun. I've yet to do it. I'm looking forward to it. When I arrived in Booty Bay, the 9 o'clock session had just begun. On my PvE server, there's an unspoken rule that you don't grief people in the city. But I was a level 40 rep paladin with a Might of Menethil hammer in a world of players several levels below me, and I was pissed right off. I went door to door in Booty Bay, murdering every person I found. Nobody escaped. I felt like Arthas in Strathome. People who were AFK in the tavern, dead. Bank alts at Booty Bay, dead. Clothies arriving on the Griffin Master, dead. My usual STV crew invited me and ran down from the Gurubashi arena, and when they arrived in town, they found me slaughtering lobies waiting on the docks to escape STV by boat. 3 level 25s begged for mercy as the boat arrived. I wiped them out in a single divine storm as their blood gushed over my character. They asked, "Are you okay?" "This way," I said, and led them to the graveyard outside of town. We camped the respawns until they stopped bothering to pop. Then we went north to the camp to the blood turning points. My group was into it at first, but then the whispers from our victims arrived. I got called a wanker and a neckbeard so many times I stopped counting. A dozen people claimed to have reported me to Blizzard. It bled into general chat. Memorably, someone said, "Don't go to Booty Bay unless you want to meet Turbo Dumbass and his chicken shit friends." Then the GM piped up in a different manner. "Why am I getting messages about guildies griefing?" I didn't reply. By the time event ended, the red mist had cleared and I felt much better. But the damage was done. I had single-handedly got our guild name known as a griefer guild. All 5 of us in my STV group are on the server blacklist and can't get into any of the decent pugs anymore. One of them even re-rolled his character to get rid of the stigma attached to his character's name. Oh, you motherfucker. My GM wants to kick me and says if I don't write an apology on the server Discord, he's removing me. Justice preach. You want us to judge you for this? I got mad. I broke the ever-precious social contract. I admit it. In my defense, I have explained Raven to you. Do you think I was wrong? Yes. Yeah, you can't take out your frustrations on other people. It's not their fault. Of course you're guilty. Of course you're guilty. You were guilty the second you did it. Of course you're guilty. And your friends are guilty for joining in as well. Of course you're guilty. Of course, you can't just destroy everybody else's fun because of this fucking guy that you won't deal with in any way. Of course you're guilty. You knew you were guilty the moment you stepped in. You knew it. You absolutely knew it. 100%. Absolutely disgusting. Guilty as fuck. Super guilty and absolutely deserving of it. Can you give me his real name so I can blacklist him? No. No, we can't. Alright, let's... well, I think we just had one of these. I actually think your GM is guilty as well, so let him know that. If you want me to render judgment, your GM, for not removing Raven from the guild, is also a fucking guilty motherfucker. So I don't think he could judge you, because he is also guilty. 100%. Alright. Dame of Hand. Titan's Anvil. We need a guild name, my friends. We need a guild name for our story number 2 of today. But this one will be from a Canadian. My God, we need a Canadian guild name. That isn't the Moose Knuckles, alright? Let's come up with something better than the Moose Knuckles. Canadian. Brian Forge. The Angry Beavers. The Maple Syrups. Oh, I like the Snowblowers. Let's go with that. Let's go with the Snowblowers. It's better than the Maple Syrups. Oh, Maple Bacon. Alright, we'll be Maple Bacon. I like that better. We'll be Maple Bacon. That sounds pretty good. The Brian Knuckles. No, that's not what we got. Hello, Preacher and Bex! I'm a long-ass time, drama time watcher. A first-time writer hailing from the great northern lands where people play hockey, they ride their moose, they drink their maple syrup fresh from the trees, and are too polite. That's right, I hail from the great land of Canada. Everyone in this story is guilty as fuck besides one nice person. And I want to apologize to them. Oh no, are we bullying? Are we bullying? Oh no. Please no bully. Please no bully. Ladies and gentlemen, let me set the stage for you. I am 18 years of age in the year 2015. I was at a friend's house with my girlfriend, Dame of Hand. My friend was showing off the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. I watched him do the first 3 trials of A Realm Reborn and was hooked. Dame of Hand and I dove in. we researched every detail we could about the game and how to start. I remember looking up the most current raid at the time, watching the Bahamut fight, and was blown away by the number of mechanics you had to learn for one boss. Apparently this wasn't even the hardest fight of the raid. As someone who loves challenging raid content, I was so excited for coils. Loser. As soon as I logged in, I made an oath that I would stand and defeat the Bahamuts. Damevan and I made characters, a classic tank healer combo. I was to be a gladiator wide walker, and she to be a conjurer. I messaged my friends to let him know that we were on the server, and for him to respond with, "I've stopped playing that dumbass weeb game." That was fast. That was fast. That was pretty quick, actually. No matter, I thought. No matter. We duo leveled all the way up to 50, enjoying the story, dungeons, and community of the game. Combat was kind of lame, but that's okay. Once we finally hit level 50, I was ready to enter the coils of Bahamut himself. But there was one minor issue. Somehow, after all my research, I didn't realize that Damevan and I had started in the Heaven's Ward pre-patch. And by the time we had gotten to level 50, the expansion was released. Instead of this epic fight of taking down Bahamut, we got to do the level 50 post-patch quests. Holy shit, this was the worst gaming experience of my life. The amount of fetch quests is just fucking unreal, close brackets. Level to 60 and fight big dumb robots instead. Did you just shit on Alexander? Bro. Did you just shit on Alexander? I don't know about that. I don't know about that, mate. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think you have any right to be shitting on Alexander. You better watch your fucking mouth. Seriously, Mike. Heaven's Ward, all about dragons, and the raid bosses are stupid fucking transformers. You are in fucking trouble, kid. They had the most stupid raid boss names I'd ever seen. The fist, the arm, the cuff, the ballsack of the stupid ass father. It was called the Dragon Song War and had no fucking dragon bosses. Don't get me wrong, the story blew me away. But Alexander was an ultimate letdown. Especially because I have a fixation for dragon boss fights and I really wanted coils. You can go and do coils, it's fine. Anyways, this isn't why I'm writing to you. I just wanted to express my disappointment of Alexander. Jesus Christ. The drama started with one dangerous phrase uttered by me to Damevan. We should join a casual guild. I spoke these words like a sermon on the mount after hitting max level. Damevan and I had grown bored of playing with just each other and wanted to make new friends in the wonderful world of Eorzea. Maybe do some easy raid content or fun activities, that sort of thing. This was Damevan's first MMO, and I was a very mediocre, let's say, WoW player at the time. To us, a casual approach to raiding seemed like a good idea. Now, Mike, yes, I am older and wiser now. I have listened to Drama Time. I know how fucking stupid this decision was. We didn't know how to find a guild or free company in FF, so we went to their equivalent of trade chat. We went running around Limsa looking for guild invites. Regardless, we found an FC that would invite us, no questions asked. They're the best ones. They're the best ones. Any guild that'll invite you with, like, absolutely no questions is easily the best choice. You want to go in that one. Yeah, yeah. If people put requirements to join their guild, they're probably elitist, is what I find, and you're going to have a really bad time, right? So join the one that'll just send you an invite, irrespective of anything about you whatsoever. Those are the best ones. The Maple Bacon. Maple Bacon seemed perfect. They welcomed us into their dungeon runs, offered us crafted gear. They planned fun guild events at their house, and for the first couple of months, I was so happy. Dameavand and I would hop onto their Discord every day after school and just shoot the shit with its members. Maple Bacon showed Dameavand and I the most addicting content I'd ever done in FF14. The time-worn dragon skin map. These mini-raids, or whatever you call them, were the shit. The feeling you get when the game is teasing you on whether or not the door you chose would let you further on. Right gang, left gang, baby. Right gang, left gang. we had a fun day doing that, man. We had a fun day doing that. Would you go further? Would you get locked out? It was always hilarious. Some of my favorite memories are just doing maps. Always a great way to make money at the time. As time went on, though, Dameavand and I got closer and closer to the leadership of Maple Bacon. In particular, the Guildmaster Titan's Anvil, as well as Kalia and Alahard, who were officers of Maple Bacon. One day, however, I had just finished a dungeon with some of Maple Bacon's leadership and took a break to stretch my legs, get a snack, the usual that you do after a donga. But when I get back to my PC, which was in the same room as Dameavand's, she had a huge smile on her face and is staring at me. What is it? Guess what? We're going to meet the leadership in real life. They're coming in from all over the world, from Texas, British Columbia, even the Netherlands. When did you decide this? Just now, when you weren't here. You made this decision in 10 minutes while I was in the kitchen. Mike, I felt a bit upset that I was not even, like, asked about this in any way. That we were like, we're going to travel somewhere. I felt a bit upset about it. Meeting people online in real life is weird to me. As Dameavand and I would be playing host to them because they were apparently going to stay with us. Oh. Oh. Yeah, no. No, neutral ground, baby. Neutral ground. Neutral ground. Neutral ground. We go to neutral ground. It was one of our first ever arguments after I voiced my frustration. Ultimately, I relented. Of course she did. She taught you into it. Motherfucker. It's a bad idea. Every alarm bell in my head is ringing. This is a terrible idea. Oh, go on. Go on. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. Honestly, I was curious about meeting my online friends. I'd made it Maple Bacon, but it was a bit too soon in my mind, as Dameavand had only known Titan's Anvil, Alahard, and Kalia for 4 months, really. Now, I forget how it happened, so I apologize. What I'm telling you might be a little confusing. We'll do our best. But for some reason, Dameavand and I planned a different trip right before the meetup was happening. And Titan's Anvil, who was GM of Maple Bacon and from the Netherlands, wanted to spend more time in my hometown of Toronto. He had planned to come a week early and stay for 2 weeks instead of the 3 days that the other members were coming for. He didn't have any money to... No. He didn't have any money to stay at a hotel the whole time. So he asks if he can crash at ours. More specifically, at Dameavand's mother's house for the first week, as Dameavand still lived there, and he could afford to stay at an Airbnb for the second week. Dameavand said sure without hesitation, so that was happening. Okay, so she's not there. He's not trying to stay with her. They're going away. For a week while I was on a different trip with Dameavand, Titan's Anvil was staying with Dameavand's mother, exploring the city. That's so weird. Why would you invite a stranger to stay with your mother while you're not there? That's so weird. That's not right at all. That's really fucking weird. My mum would tell me to get fucked. She'd be like, you want who to stay here? And I'd be like, Raven. He's alright, just don't talk to him. Where are you going to be? Somewhere else. So you want this guy to come over and live in my house while you're not here. Okay. Other than getting a random photo op of Titan's Anvil going around the spots in Toronto we recommended, we didn't hear much of anything while we were away. So let's go forward a week. Damevan and I arrived back from the trip. We finally meet Titan's Anvil 5 days before... Wait, you didn't even meet him first? Wait, are you fucking telling me this guy turned up while you were already away? You didn't even do introductions? You didn't give him an ocular pat down to see if he was fucking okay or not some maniac that had shown up? We finally meet Titan's Anvil 5 days before the official meetup at Damevan's house. After we exchange the normal, wow, it's so crazy, we've been talking online together, now we're finally meeting, blah, 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 conversations. Titan's Anvil, we asked Titan's Anvil how it's been going. He says, let's talk upstairs. He then quietly tells us that Damevan, your mum has been really kind of a bitch to me. I don't know how you stay with her. I mean, I imagine she was a little off-put at a stranger staying in her house. Because it's fucking weird. I'm sure she was fucking like locking a door at night. I know my mum would be. She'd be sleeping with a fucking shotgun. We were both shocked, as you could probably imagine. And I don't know how the fuck people like this exist, but they do. Yes, Damevan's mother can be a stern woman who may not make a great first impression. But to say that the woman who let you stay in her house for free after not meeting you is a bitch floored me. I should have immediately, of course, told the guy to get fucked and get out of the house, but it wasn't my house, and Damevan just said, if we're going to be friends, I don't want to ever hear you say that again. Okay, I don't want to presume, but your girlfriend seems like a bit of a pushover. I may need a little bit of stiffening up a little bit. A little bit of stiffening up a little bit. I would like to have temporarily, if I could go back in time, replace your girlfriend with Emma during this conversation. And then let's see how this plays out. Because it's very different. Let's just say that. It's very different. Mike! I cannot describe to you how much I came to fucking hate this guy. All the dungeons I with him. Nights I stayed up talking with him. I don't know. I truly understood that I didn't know this person. I've gamed with him for tens and tens of hours, but I did not know who this guy was. It really set the tone what was to come for the remaining week. The saving grace was that Titan's Anvil was, of course, moving to an Airbnb somewhere else for the rest of the trip. So at least we would get some peace and distance from him and could limit our time spent. After somehow getting past that conversation where Titan's Anvil had called Damevan's mother a bitch, Damevan asked Titan's Anvil what he thought of Toronto. And he had the most annoying responses. Don't get me wrong, I'm not exactly in love with Toronto, but what he had to say was some weird dick measuring contest with the Netherlands. Fuck off. Well, Toronto's windmills are much smaller than our windmills, and you have many mountains, and our mountains are very flat, and it is much better, and our tulips are superior. I have some friends who do this in some minor way, but this guy was next level. I hated everything he fucking said. I'll give you an example of what he said. Yeah, the food in Toronto is good, but in the Netherlands, we have all the chefs of the world coming together to make food that will blow up your Canadian taste buds. Your food is fine, but it's so much better in the Netherlands. He also said Canada has some nice trees, but the Netherlands trees are greener and taller and seem more special than your Canadian trees. Owned. Get wrecked. Get schooled. He then told us that the roller coaster was fun, but it is nothing compared to the roller coaster at ELDEN. For the rest of the day, we just played video games, talked about FF, went out to dinner, things were going a bit smoother. And after dinner, Damon and I escorted Titan's Anvil back to his Airbnb. That's when Titan's Anvil gave us the address of his Airbnb, which made Damon and I immediately pause. I'm pretty sure Titan's Anvil just picked the cheapest possible place he could possibly stay, but the address he named was in one of the absolute dirtiest, filthiest parts of Toronto that possibly exist. I also started to understand how little planning went into his trip, like Titan's Anvil being on his own for a week before Dame and Band were even there, which we actually didn't find out until after we had agreed to let him stay. I stayed out of most of the planning, as Dame and Band was usually in control of all these kind of things. And as we walked there and saw the place, I couldn't imagine a filthier dirt box to live in. He was staying in a complex that looked like a shitty motel where hookers and drug dealers dwelled 24/7. There was trash everywhere, there was yelling, smashing sounds, it was like a movie scene. I was in a bit of a dilemma. Normally I just said, dude, you're not staying here, come and stay with us. But this guy was a bit of a dick. And I felt this was kind of like karma, actually. I'm definitely guilty. At the time, Titan's Anvil seemed cocky, rude and annoying, but looking back, we were 19 years old. Leaving this kid who's in another country to stay alone in that hellhole was too far, I think. Anyway, Damavand and I asked if he was going to be okay. Me hoping he'd say yes. He responded with a nervous, yeah. So we took it at face value and immediately ditched him and went home. Cool, bye. I'm sure Damavand was also pretty frustrated from that day because it wasn't normal for either of us to just leave someone like that in the ditch. As we transit back to Damavand's to go to bed at the end of the night, we started getting texts from Titan's Anvil telling us it actually is not okay and that he didn't want to stay there and could he come back and stay at our mother's house. We took a deep breath, considered where we had left him, and agreed that he could stay in the basement for the remainder of his trip. After even everything he had said, it was the right thing to do. We didn't want to stay there, and we would have hoped somebody would have got us out of it. I then stayed at Damavand's too, because I didn't trust this guy at all. Smart. The rest of the guild was just meeting for the weekend, so Damavand and I had to babysit Titan's Anvil for every hour until the guild meeting happened. As we spent more and more time with him, I started to learn more about him. Starting with his morning rituals. Oh no. He would always get up and immediately start gelling his hair while he was in bed using his phone as a mirror. He then had a routine of putting on cologne before having a shower, as he felt it washed in the smell for the whole day.
What can I do for you?
I think I just had a stroke. I don't even know how to process that information. I really don't. I don't even know how to input that. I'm getting like errors coming out the side of my brain. After his shower, he would then use the main mirror to do his final, what he called, styling. And said that this routine had netted him more girls in the Netherlands than you could possibly imagine. And that his current girlfriend had actually sought him out at a party and telling him he was the hottest one there. So he had done this morning routine ever since. Titan's Anvil might have been a bit vain, nothing wrong with a bit of self-care routine and having confidence, but pretty sure he was full of shit. Okay, dude. He was also very physical. Throughout our time together, he'd randomly slap and then laugh and shove me around. I think he was trying to add playful physicality to our dynamic, but I wasn't digging it. We took him to theme parks, restaurants, movie theaters, the CN Tower. The tower is so overrated, Mike, you have no idea. Fuck that stupid tourist trap. And every time he went somewhere, he would of course mention how the Netherlands had not only
I've
done
been
this
there
first,
on my
but done it
grade
better.
8 fucking trip. I mean, I've been to Toronto.
He one day
more
made us
times
watch some
besides
Netflix
that,
movie about his
that's
old
the
Dutch
most
admiral
memorable
who
time.
took no shit called the Admiral. The movie was interesting, but I wasn't going to tell him that. It truly felt like he was on a secret mission to recruit us to the Netherlands. In either case, it wasn't going to happen. I was just counting the days until the rest of the FC came. When we finally met the rest of the FC, I actually had a decent time with them besides Titan's Anvil. Kalir was nice, Alahad too. I started to finally understand what made these relationships so special. It felt that anything I wanted to talk about, Kalir and Alahad were super into. We would laugh about all the in-game experiences we had together and talk about how far we had come as a guild. And we took the FC members to a local esports bar that Dame Vand and I loved. I like to preface that what happened here with a stark warning: drink responsibly. Okay. We had anyone who was keen on drinking a lot do the atomic cherry bomb. Sidetracking from the story a little bit, the bartender at the esports bar would make a drink called the atomic cherry bomb. I can't find a video online because it's illegal to make at a bar, I assume, so I built a diagram for you. The large box, Jesus Christ, so the glass, the glass is a large drinking pitcher. 20% is filled with Guinness. The top is filled with, the top has 2 more glasses in it that are being held up by each other. One glass is filled with Irish whiskey and Baileys. The second glass is filled with Red Bull and has 2 shot glasses on top of that, jammed on top. The left shot glass in the right cup has Jägermeister in it, while the other has a shot of Jameson. The order in which you drink this stupid thing is to pull out the Jameson on top, drink that first. That causes the shot of Jaeger to go into the Red Bull to create the Jaeger bomb. You grab that and drink that, pull out the pitcher and drink the other 2, and then you have the Irish whiskey and the Baileys with the Guinness creating an Irish bomb, and you can down the complete drink in one go. It's safe to say we got pretty fucked up that night. Yeah. That's gross. That's disgusting. They had N64s all over the place. We played Smash, Mario Kart, GoldenEye, and the OG Smash Bros. Where I played Kirby and cheesed the fuck out of the game. But it was a great, great night. The rest of the days went by with more of the same until where Dame Vand and I opened up to Calibur about Titans. Why did you say anything? When he was out of the room. Calibur didn't give a shit about anything. After hearing what Titan's Anvil was like, he immediately suggested, let's just fucking ditch that douche and make our own guild. So we came up with a plan in person while he was in the next room. As soon as he got back on the plane to the Netherlands, Dame Vand and I did a leave the FC any percent speedrun and made our own. Calais left as soon as he got home from Texas, trying to cleanse ourselves of all that we had witnessed of this guy. Once Titan's Anvil noticed we had left, and Alahard would start stalking us in-game, dancing in underwear, saying in chat, Dame Vand and I are bad friends that abandoned our glorious guild master, and that we were Netherland-phobic. We tried to explain to Alahard what had happened, but he didn't believe it because of how quickly we had left. He was sticking to Titan's Anvil because he really liked him when they met. Then out of the blue, Alahard starts messaging Dame Vand that he loves her. And now that she's left, being manipulated by me, it might be time for him and her to get together. What a gangster. Alahard still thinks there's a chance. She immediately showed me the messages, and I DM'd him, you fucking dirtbag. Alahard responded back. Mate, even if there's a goalie, you can still score. Ew. That's disgusting. After that, we had enough. I actually liked Alahard in person and can't believe that he would turn to shit like this. Maybe he was trolling because Titan's Anvil asked him to, but we had to block them and move on with our lives. After this, though, that Final Fantasy XIV community feeling of happiness and joy had gone, and we gave the game a miss and moved back to World of Warcraft for a bit. I've heard good things from you about Final Fantasy XIV, so maybe I will give that a try, but it has been many years since I played. This all happened 8 to 9 years ago, so I tried to get all the details, but I'm sure I missed something. I'm curious to hear what you think. If you ever come to Toronto, I'd love to meet you and buy you a beer. Absolutely. I look forward to every Friday because of you, and you've helped me get through many a tough day. So thank you to you and the wonderful audience for always putting smiles on our face on a Friday. Be good and be happy. Hey! There are some weirdos out there, and you need to be very frigging careful with them. That's what you need to do. You need to be very frigging careful with those dudes, because weirdness, my friends, weirdness is just a step. double brofist to you all, my friends, where we come to you from a concluded Baldur's Gate 3 and a little side away from massive games into some one-dayers. We had Return of the Obra Dinn, Papers, Please. We played some Apex Legends with the ever-toxic Jordan, who was banned from Apex for her foul and disgusting language, which none of us are surprised by in any way, shape, or form. It is exactly what we expect from her. And, yeah, so it's been an interesting old week as we get ready for Final Fantasy III. And, of course, Season of Discovery coming up in our future. It's going to be good. We're hopefully going to be planning, for those of you who are going to be playing Season of Discovery, to have some clues and things in order to guide you to your runes, instead of maybe just wow-heading them and, you know, just, like, not having any discovery in your Season of Discovery, you know, depending on who you want to be. Not for everybody, but something we prefer, so we'll see how that goes, and we'll let you know on it. But that's not why you're here right now, my brothers and ladies in arms. It's drama time on a Friday. I can't wait. It also dawns on me now as I sit down that I've forgotten to eat today, and my stomach really hurts. And I didn't realize it because I was engaged in games, and I stood up, and now I'm really sore. Oh, and I'm all bloated and awful. But that's okay. We're going to have some fun. I want to read this first that's just come in front of me. I want to read this first because I have a sordid history with this game. I don't even know if it's ever been on Drama Time, but we have absolutely played it, at least for a brief period of time. Quite some time ago. We are going to that land that the world adores and I don't, as a not big Tolkien fan. Lord of the Rings Online. We're going to Lord of the Rings Online, an MMO that's baffled me with its starter experience, to say the least. Yes, I'm not a big Lord of the Rings fan. I have seen the movies, all 6 of them. And I'll leave it there. I've seen them and I've never watched them since. I enjoyed them for what they were. Can I say that? I enjoyed them for what they were. Moving on. Moving on. Yes, I don't particularly like medieval fantasy. It's not my jam. It's not my jam. I have read the books, not all the way through. I drifted off. I just don't care. I wish I cared. I wish I do. I see people, like, booking out their entire Christmas for Lord of the Rings. They're like, we're doing the Lord of the Rings extended cut marathon. And they're like, the whole family's, like, into it. They get all food in. It's like their Super Bowl. And I'm like, I will pass. Thank you so much for the invite. It really means a lot to me, but that sounds like hell. That sounds like absolute hell. And I would rather be doing literally anything else than watching Lord of the Rings for like 10 or 11 hours, however long that session is. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Sounds amazing to some, just not amazing to me. But enough of crapping on Lord of the Rings, because I don't mean to. I know it's a good piece of work. I just don't like it too much. Let's go into whatever happens here, because I can imagine, and I don't know where this story takes us, of course. They are sorted by our good Lady Bex. And please, send your drama stories in for, certainly for your online experiences, because everybody listening to this right now has a story to tell. If you've dealt with online people, maybe you've met someone like OK Mage, and you were just enjoying a good game of Apex Legends, and then suddenly this high-pitched, crazy voice just went ballistic at you in some way. We would like to hear about it over here and sharing that tale with the rest of us. And you can send them to drama@preachgaming.com. It's really simple. Jot it down while you're on the toilet on your phone. It's all good. You get it sent in and tell us what's going on. I imagine in Lord of the Rings Online, there are people out there who take the source material very seriously. And I am hoping and praying that this story will, in fact, regale us with somebody getting really pissed off because somebody wasn't being a gnome properly or some shit. I don't know. All right. Let's go. Howdy, Preacher. Howdy. I assume we're Team USA with a howdy. A warm hello to you in the chat. Not buttering up the audience. Interesting maneuver. Today, I would like to share some little stories from my recent, and I do mean recent, Lord of the Rings Online still live? No way. You can play it today. How the hell? In Lord of the Rings Online. The servers are still going. Poggers. Good. Good for them. Is it free to play now? What's the story on this? Is it free to play? Hello, Vusility. One of those to you. Hello to you. Our next week's stream. No, I'm not playing Lord of the Rings Online again. It's pay to win in a way. Okay. I would like to share some little stories that have happened to me recently in Lord of the Rings Online. A story of valor, silliness, and more than a little curiosity. I am new to Lord... You started Lord of the Rings now. Okay. I'm a new player to the Lord of the Rings Online universe. As such, I cannot share the delved stories of burying deep into Moria, confronting the great black gates of Mordor, or riding the great plains of the Rohirrim. I have yet to behold Rivendell, or the great white city of Gondor. Which one's Gondor? Is that the one with the wall and the tree? The tree on the top. And the guy was eating them chicken nuggets. That guy. That's the one, right? It's the one with the tree. Yeah. I'm not trying to trigger you. Which is the one where the guy ran down the cliff with the with the sunlight. That one. Instead, my story begins at the most humble of beginnings. When my... Look, if you guys don't expect to get baited, then you're in the wrong stream and you goddamn know it. When first creating a character, it was difficult to choose what to create. Perhaps a Bjornling. What the fuck is a Bjornling? Tall and full of rage, capable of smashing through hordes of enemies in a crimson mist. Maybe an elf. Or an Elezen, for those of you of different era. Capable of sprinting silently through the trees to use guerrilla warfare against the evil forces of the world. Or even a stalwart dwarf, an impenetrable mountain of steel, an incredible bearded power. Each, of course, would be an excellent... You chose a gnome thing, didn't you? And each would be an epic adventurer in this world of wonder. They were, of course, tempting. Until I spotted the halfling. A small person of small stories and small... Aren't they hobbits? I'm so confused. A simple adventurer of simple pleasures. Is there a difference between halflings and hobbits? Or are they the same thing? Which one has the hairy feet? It's one of them, right? Originally, they were called halflings. Okay, good. I could picture my character smoking a pipe, dancing between oversized pumpkins, staring into the sky at starry nights, or trapping rabbits for stew while the big folk of the world went to battle the fight at the evils that contained within. Yes, I quickly settled on a hobbit ranger. Doesn't that mean you have a little toy bow? And I completed the tutorial to begin my journey. Hobbits, at a word, are simple folk, Mike. Quick to look to their smoke or ale or enjoy these pleasures atop the softly rolling hills of the Shire. The Shire, of course, in which their humble abodes are built into the earth. Hobbits do not move too quickly. They're slow to accept change, and are not prone to leaving a communal fireworks celebration for something so ridiculous as the end of the world. At the same time, token hobbits care not for the elegant and overly sophisticated ways of the big people.
All right.
And would rather care for livestock. They're so Welsh.
What the hell?
And fields
people
of smoke.
coming in as like, I'm gonna like call it a day. I mean, like, at least for now. I mean, I've done Noper. Maybe we'll do some BFD on the ults or something, but I mean, like, I needed like a little break here. I've been streaming for like 5 hours and 11 minutes. I just need like a wee break, like half an hour to an hour. I'll be back later. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to drop a sub if you haven't, and I'll be back. I gotta take this damn break.